Good morning. What's up? Welcome. Thank you guys for joining me. Make sure we got audio's good. And today is supposed to be pretty good. I only see one.
Now in session. Penny presiding.
Let me see.
Good morning. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Wow. Okay. That's a good day. All right. If we could have the witness, Mr. Bett, come back to the stand. Is he here? Or is he outside?
Rise and shine.
All right. Just so we can be ready to go.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I want to pull up the feed that I want to pull up.
All right. And I think we're ready for the jury. That's fine. Thank you.
Oh, God, with the breathing again. Yo, good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome, man. Let's get it started. Back at it. Let me unpin this. Morning. Hope you got your coffee. This is supposed to be the cross-examination to which I'm excited and I'm looking forward to. Hopefully we can start out kind of spicy. Good morning, Catherine, Shandy. What's up? Good morning.
All right. You can have a seat, Mr. Bett.
Gina, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Just a reminder, Mr. Bett, that you're still under oath, okay? All right. Thank you. All right. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Bett.
Good morning.
You're a full-time employee of Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
You've been working with Mr. Depp for about 15 years,
Give or take, correct.
and you make a salary from Mr. Depp, right?
I do.
And in your role, one of your top priorities is to make sure Mr. Depp is safe and that if he's out, he gets home safely, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp's safety is a priority over others that may be out with Mr. Depp, correct?
His safety along with the safety of the people that are around him.
But Mr. Depp's safety is the top priority, correct?
Correct.
That just goes without saying, right? In your role as his chief of security, right?
Well, as I said, it's his safety, but those that are around him as well.
Right.
But
But
he is a priority.
And your job as security is to remain discreetly in the background, right?
Correct.
You were not part of Mr. Depp's family, right?
Correct.
You're not with him 24/7, right?
Correct.
And you weren't with him 24/7 when he was in a relationship with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously have no personal knowledge of what happens when you're not around, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of what happens behind closed doors with Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
You weren't, when Mr. Depp was in a relationship with Miss Heard, you weren't traveling out of Los Angeles as part of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
I did on one occasion.
What occasion was that?
We did a trip to Austin, Texas.
But other than that, you didn't travel outside of LA as part of your security when he was with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
So you weren't in Australia in March of 2015, right?
Correct.
You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014, correct?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Bahamas with him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't go to Tokyo with him and Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
You're around him almost every day when he's in Los Angeles, right?
Almost.
Picking up food for him,
Yes.
pick up medicine for him,
Yes.
help coordinate visitors to his house
Correct.
or his houses, pick up groceries for him,
Yes.
and you let him into places like his residences, right?
Correct.
Because he doesn't carry keys for them, right?
Correct.
You drive him places,
I do.
right? Almost every time he leaves his property, he's being driven rather than driving, correct?
Almost every time.
And you help arrange that, right?
Yes.
Your responsibility, one of them, is to help get him where he needs to go, right?
Yes.
You've woken him up in the mornings before?
I have.
And yesterday, I believe you testified that sometimes Mr. Depp would have just a glass of wine or two, right?
Yes.
And you testified that his demeanor when he was slightly intoxicated was the same as if he had had a glass of sparkling water. You remember giving that testimony?
I do.
Fact is, you've seen him much more impaired than that, right?
I have.
You've seen him impaired enough that you've had to help put him to bed before, right?
I don't understand by putting him to bed.
Well, there have been times when Mr. Depp was so impaired that you had to get up the stairs and open the bedroom doors for him, right?
Well, that specific bedroom door in his Los Angeles house, it has a tricky lock to it. So it's, there have been times where I've gone upstairs and maybe had a glass of water for him. And so I would have to open that door for him, correct?
Right. So you've gotten him into bed. You've gotten him some water. You've asked him if he needs anything, right?
Correct.
In times when he's been impaired, correct?
And times when he's just had breakfast and some coffee.
And you've stayed with him during times when he's been impaired. There's times when you've stayed with him until he lays down and you tell him good night and that you'll see him the next day, right?
I wouldn't stay with him. I just would say good night. I'm going home and I'll see you tomorrow. Or if I happen to have a few days off, I'll see you in a few days.
Now, yesterday, you've actually prevented people from calling the police when Mr. Depp's behavior after drinking was bothering them, haven't you?
Prevented people? Mm-hmm. There was one time, correct?
Yeah, and in that occasion, Mr. Depp and some other people had a couple perfect bottles of wine and pounded an entire bottle of tequila, right?
I don't remember how much they had to drink, no. I know there was drinking going on.
Mr. Depp told you that they had a couple bottles of perfect wine and pounded an entire bottle of tequila, right?
I don't remember. That was some time ago.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 892, please?
Sound is good.
Mr. Bett, is this a text exchange that you had with Mr. Depp on September 1st, 2017, or 2:34 to 2:36 in the afternoon?
If you just give me a moment, let me put my glasses on.
Sure, take your time.
I have a hard time. Thank you. Okay, much better. Can you repeat that statement or question?
Sure. My question was just, is this a text exchange that you and Mr. Depp had on September 1st, 2017, from 2:34 to 2:36 in the afternoon?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, the date, this is well after.
What's the relevance to 2017?
The relevance is that Mr. Bett testified yesterday that he'd seen Mr. Depp have a glass or two of wine, and this is direct evidence to contradict that.
All right, I'll allow it. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Since there was no time frame on that. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, according to the timestamp and date, that is a text message from Mr. Depp and I.
And at 2:34 p.m., Mr. Depp texts you, steaks were excellent, pondering, though we'll likely have dinner here. Steaks were excellent, a couple of bottles of perfect wine. We then pounded an entire bottle of tequila, 3 exclamation points. Then the savagery commenced, 2 exclamation points. Good morning, 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
You did. And there's an X and fascia after that.
Okay. And then you told Mr. Depp that you said, I prevented them from calling Popo.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right.
Also improper impeachment.
That's for the context of the text. And when he testified that he had prevented him from calling the police.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So then, Mr. Bett, you texted Mr. Depp back 2 minutes later, and you said, I prevented them from calling Popo. Glad you had fun. You mean dinner in room or restaurant. Do you see that?
I do.
And you sent that text to Mr. Depp, correct?
I did.
And by Popo, you mean police, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You told him that you were glad he had fun, right?
Right.
Your Honor, permission, move for admission of Exhibit
weird.
892, permission to publish.
Our
I'm gonna
objection is
change
relevance.
feeds
This is
soon.
well past the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Okay. If it was just used for impeachment, why would it come into evidence?
Well, it's Mr. Depp's statements about what he did when he pounded an entire bottle of tequila and the savagery that
Well,
commenced go
if
toward
you-
his his
Savagery.
use of alcohol. That's much greater than.
In 2017? I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Savagery.
You're aware that Mr. Depp has used drugs, right?
I am.
And you've helped facilitate Mr. Depp's drug use on occasion, correct?
I haven't.
I'm sorry?
I haven't.
You have not?
I have not.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 967, please?
Savagery. Breathing.
Mr. Bett, feel free to take the time that you need to review this document, familiarize yourself with it. But my first question for
All right.
is just, is this a text exchange that you had with Mr. Depp on June 12th, 2019?
June 12th.
Switch it up.
According to these transcripts, yeah, it has my name and his name on there.
Right. And it starts at the bottom and goes up, correct?
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to the timestamps.
Hey, that's okay.
My
It's
apologies.
hard to orient yourself with these sometimes.
Okay, at the bottom, yeah, I do see 6/12/19 at 1:50 p.m.
And then the more recent texts are as you go up the page, right?
Correct.
So in the bottom text, you're telling Mr. Depp that some people are at his house visiting, and you say they'll be at the pool in 10,
Objection, Your
right?
Honor. Hearsay. Also relevance. This is 2019.
What's the relevance?
He just testified that he hadn't helped facilitate Mr. Depp's drug use, so this is for impeachment, and this is, you got to read the text in context to see how it impeaches him.
All right, we could come.
Sure.
We could approach, please.
I was reading a little bit of one of the summary articles that I have here, and there's a lot of people in the legal field weighing in. It would be interesting to take a call sometime too. I don't have a friend out there that I call sometimes, because they're saying this is kind of like this guy Alex Wade, legal partner at Wigan LLP, says after losing the UK case in 2020, the hearing in Virginia is Depp's last throw of the dice. But the jury trial came with an inherent unpredictability. They say that the actor needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat to win, but it is possible that his large legal team does have one to produce. And that's what I was kind of saying before, that it's kind of a bit of an uphill battle, you know, but at the same time, I don't think that, because Amber's countersuing for 100, I don't think she's going to get that. But they're gonna be dragging each other through the mud. I also saw this TMZ article this morning. Did I send it to myself? I thought it was kind of funny. But they were talking about like the poop gate might actually come up when Johnny Depp testifies. I'll see if I can find it for later. I'm gonna have to talk about the poop situation.
Mr. Bett, you communicate with Mr. Depp through texts, correct?
I do.
That's your primary way of communicating with him?
Well, not primary. I mean, if I happen to be in his presence, we'll communicate.
Sure, but in terms of written communications, texting is the way that you guys primarily communicate, right?
Correct.
And that's the same thing the same way that you communicate primarily with his other employees or with his family as well, right?
Yes.
You have a practice of deleting all of your texts with him at the end of the day or week, correct?
That's correct.
So there wouldn't be texts from his time when he was in a relationship with Amber Heard that you have possession of, correct?
That's correct.
You've never seen Amber do something that you would call physically violent or an assault of Mr. Depp, correct?
Other than when I testified that she threw a water bottle or a plastic cup in his direction.
But that you wouldn't consider that physically violent or an assault of him, correct?
Well, in California, it's assault if you go to attempt to swing or throw something at somebody, even if you don't hit them.
You all right?
text.
Okay, just standing. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Mr. Bett, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
And you were under oath for that deposition, correct?
I was.
And I asked you a number of questions, right?
You asked me several, yes.
I did. And if you can turn to page 111 of this transcript, please. It's on page 28 of the
I
document.
know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you look at line 22, the last line, and then heading over to page 112, you see that?
Got it.
And in your deposition, I asked you this question, and you gave this answer. Question: so is it fair to say that while you've seen Miss Heard yell and get emotional toward Johnny, you've never seen her do something that you would call physically violent or assault of Johnny? Answer: correct. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to May 21st, 2016. That was the incident that we talked about last night, right before we adjourned for the day, correct?
Correct.
You and Mr. Jerry Judge brought Mr. Depp over to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building that night, right?
We did.
And you knew that he was going there to speak with Amber, correct?
And gather some belongings.
Your understanding was that Mr. Depp was going over there because they both wanted to talk and calm everything down, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what Ms. Heard wanted.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
Mr. Depp told you that he and Amber were going to talk it out and talk about what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And he had wine in the car on the way over. I believe you testified yesterday, right?
He did have a glass of wine.
And I think you testified it's possible he had been drinking during the day before you brought him over there, correct?
Correct. I saw him with a wine glass after his meeting when he came out into the hallway.
And when you, no, I'm sorry, during the day before you picked him up to go over to the Eastern Columbia building, it's possible he had been drinking, correct?
Well, we were at a meeting. He did have a glass of wine in his hand, so I presume he was drinking.
Okay. And when you arrived at the Eastern Columbia building, you can't say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp was carrying wine with him into the building, right?
I can't remember.
You and Mr. Judge let him into Penthouse 3 and were in there for just a minute or two before you exited Penthouse 3, correct?
Yes, give or take.
And then you stayed outside in the hallway of Penthouse 3 for a bit, right?
A short period of time, correct.
I think you testified yesterday like 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah, give or take.
And then from there, you went from the hallway outside of Penthouse 3 to Penthouse 5, the storage area where you had a couch and a TV and that sort of thing that you testified about, right?
That's correct.
Is that also known as the guard shack?
A modified version of the guard shack. It's just a place for us, as I testified yesterday, to rest or have lunch or some coffee.
Sometimes called the cubby hole, is that right?
We might have called that. I can't remember what.
Okay. Just to orient us, Heather, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 116? And Your Honor, I believe this has already been entered into evidence.
I do believe so. Yes, it's in evidence.
Can you rotate that, please? Counterclockwise. Okay, and then maybe just blow it up, please. And Your Honor, permission to publish if it's not already.
Published.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. So, Mr. Bett, if you, just to orient us, am I correct in saying that could you put your finger just on the guard shack area of Penthouse 5, please?
Sure,
if you
it's
touch the
just
screen, it will.
the diagram, the schematics is kind of off because the way Broadway is set up, it doesn't coincide with the way the buildings were. But I can make an attempt to show you where the.
Yeah, I think the screen will make a mark if you show on it.
Okay. I mean, I'm having a.
Well, I'm not seeing any marks. Okay, good.
So this is, I'd say right in this area right here.
Okay,
Is it showing up?
Yes.
Because there would be elevators to the right.
it is.
Okay.
Yep, that's showing up.
Okay.
So that's down the hall from outside of Penthouse 3, right?
Correct.
And you stayed in that guard shack for, I believe you said 5 to 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
So if you spent about 10 minutes outside Penthouse 3 and then 5 to 10 minutes inside the guard shack, you say you were at the building for what, a total of 30 minutes or so?
It could have been a little bit longer. It could have been 40. It could have been closer to an hour. It was quite some time ago.
But you're fairly confident it was 40 minutes to an hour?
Around that time frame, correct.
And you said that you arrived at the building sometime between 7:15 and 7:45. Is that what you said yesterday?
Yeah.
What's your best guess?
It would be an estimate guess, maybe more towards 8-ish, but again, it could have been 7:30.
Okay. More towards 8-ish. All right. And so you stayed in the guard shack for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you left the guard shack and headed back up the hall toward the door of Penthouse 3, right?
Yes.
And at some point you heard Amber shouting and you let yourself into Penthouse 3, right?
That's correct.
The closest you got to Amber when you went into Penthouse 3 was 15 to 20 feet, right?
Around that, correct.
And you were in Penthouse 3 for just about 30 seconds to a minute before you left again with Mr. Depp, right?
Around that time frame.
You don't remember what Miss Heard was wearing, do you?
I don't.
And you can't remember if she was crying when you saw her, right?
I didn't see her crying.
You can't remember if she was crying, right?
I just said I didn't see her crying.
She could have been crying, right?
Objection, calls for speculation, and asked and answered.
It's a different question.
Well, I'll sustain that objection. The next question.
And you can't remember if she had any makeup on or not, right?
If she did, she had very little.
You just can't remember if she did, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's possible, but it was a long time ago.
Morning, welcome. Waiting for it to turn up.
Turn to page 160, please, in your deposition.
Okay, that'd be page 40 as well.
Page 40, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And on line 1, I asked you the question, did Miss Heard have any, you couldn't tell if she was wearing any makeup, right? Your answer was, I can't remember if she had any makeup on or not. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you don't know you have no personal knowledge of what transpired in Penthouse 3 while you were outside of it that evening, correct?
I don't.
And you have no personal knowledge of whether Amber had a phone thrown in her face by Johnny Depp that evening, correct?
I don't.
Because you weren't there, right?
That's correct.
So you left Penthouse 3, and then you went into Penthouse 5 at Mr. Depp's insistence that he get into Penthouse 5, right?
That's correct.
And he was agitated at this time, right?
I'm sorry. You said I went into Penthouse 3 or Penthouse 5 at this time?
I'm sorry. You left Penthouse 3 after 30 to 60 seconds with Mr. Depp and Mr. Judge, and you went to Penthouse 5, right?
Correct.
And that's because Mr. Depp was demanding to get into penthouse 5, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp was agitated at this time, right?
Yeah, I'd say he was agitated.
And one of the reasons that you could tell that he was agitated was because this wasn't the first time you had seen him agitated, right?
Well, no.
Mr. Depp told you to let him into penthouse 5, and you did that, right?
Yes.
And when he left penthouse 3 to go to penthouse 5, you can't remember if he had wine in his hand or not, correct?
I can't.
I'm sorry?
I can't.
Cannot?
Cannot.
And when he walked into penthouse 5, inside were Rocky Pennington, her fiance Josh Drew, and another woman and a dog, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp told them to get out of his penthouse, right?
Yes.
And they exited, right?
They did.
And you can't remember one way or the other whether Mr. Depp knocked anything off the table in any of the penthouses, right?
It's possible he did, but I can't remember.
How's my audio?
Did you or Mr. Judge, just to be clear, did you or Mr. Judge destroy any property or knock anything off tables in any of the penthouses that evening?
No.
You have no personal knowledge of whether or not Mr. Depp was violent to Miss Heard at times when you weren't around them, correct?
I have no knowledge.
And Miss Heard may have suffered injuries at the hands of Mr. Depp over the years that you didn't witness or you didn't see, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to end by just taking a look at the videos of you entering and exiting the building, I believe. Heather, could you pull up Exhibit 672? And Your Honor, I believe that these were part of Mr. Patterson's deposition and that they've been admitted.
I do have 672 admitted, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Thank
Okay.
you.
And the next one will be 666, just to confirm.
All right, we have that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Heather, could you play this starting at 1? Well, actually, before we start, do you see this on your screen, Mr. Bett?
I do.
And you see the timestamp that at the bottom? That shows what time the camera, the video was taken, correct?
I see the timestamp and the date.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this, Heather. Start at 1:55. And that's you in that black and white shirt, right?
That's me.
That's Mr. Depp in the hat,
Correct.
and that's Mr. Judge to his left.
Correct.
And this video is when you're entering the Eastern Columbia building to take him to penthouse 3, correct?
Correct.
So it's actually a good bit earlier than you testified to, right? It's at 7:02, if I'm converting military time to...
Well, that's what the timestamp says. I mean, I don't know how it was calibrated and so forth, but according to the screen, it does say 1902 hours, which is 7:02.
7:02 p.m., right?
Correct.
On May 21st, 2016,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Heather, you can take that down, please. And please pull up Exhibit 666. And you see that the timestamp on this video is, well, let's go ahead and play the video first.
That's it. I wonder if this is stuff that's been submitted that we could see. Oh, if you guys could hit like to it, appreciate that, please. Thank you.
And that's you on the right again, right?
It is.
And that's Mr. Judge in the middle, right?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Depp on the left,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And the timestamp on this video is 2029 or 8:29 p.m., right?
That's correct.
So you were actually in the Eastern Columbia building for about an hour and a half that evening, right?
Well, according to these timestamps, yes, it does say that. It didn't seem like it was that long.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
redirect.
Mr. Bett, you previously testified that when you left Penthouse 3 and went into Penthouse 5, who was inside that penthouse when you entered with Mr. Depp?
Josh Drew, an unknown female, and a little dog.
Was Ms. Pennington inside Penthouse 3 when you entered with Mr. Depp?
I'm sorry, you said Penthouse 5, didn't you? Am I getting my numbers?
You're right. My apologies. Let
I'm
me start
sorry.
over. It's confusing. When you left Penthouse 3 and went into Penthouse 5, who was inside? Let's try this again.
Okay. Josh Drew, an unknown female, and cute little dog.
Where was Ms. Pennington? Was she inside Penthouse 3 when you entered? Or Penthouse 5 when you entered?
She was not in Penthouse 5, no.
Where was the last place you saw Ms. Pennington on May 21st?
She was standing next to Miss Heard in penthouse number 3.
I think there's been also a little bit of confusion about April 21st, 2016 and May 21st, 2016. So let's start with April 21st, 2016. What occurred?
Objection just to the Ms. Vasquez testifying.
I'm just trying to orient the witness,
All right, well,
Your
go-
Honor.
go ahead.
I'll try to
Thank
limit that. Where was Mr. Depp on April 21st, 2016?
On April 21st, he was at a meeting in his production office.
Okay. And I believe you testified previously that you saw him holding a glass of wine. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did he appear intoxicated to you after that meeting?
He didn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
He did not.
He did not, okay. Now, on May 21st, 2016, was Mr. Depp drinking wine that day?
He did have wine with him, yes, correct.
And at what point did you observe Mr. Depp with wine on May 21st, 2016?
He probably had it in the car with him when we were driving down. And he could have finished it prior to us walking to penthouse 3.
And did Mr. Depp, based on your observations, Mr. Bett, appear intoxicated to you on May 21st, 2016 before he arrived to the Eastern Columbia building?
He didn't.
He did not.
He did not.
Did you ever observe anything that made you concerned for Ms. Heard's safety?
Objection, foundation, and leading.
I'll allow it if you can answer it. That's fine.
I did not.
What, if anything, did you observe that made you concerned for Mr. Depp's safety?
From the injuries I saw on his face when on a few occasions I took photos of him.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor.
Is this witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, not
That's
subject
it.
to recall, correct? Okay, all right, so you're free to go, or you can have a seat in the courtroom. It's up to you, all right?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You have a good day, sir.
Oh,
All right, your next witness,
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Keenan Wyatt.
Keenan Wyatt. Could you
Who's
spell that
Keenan
name for
Wyatt?
me? Just-
K-E-E-N-A-N, last name Wyatt, W-Y-A-T-T.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you, Your Honor.
Mr. Wyatt.
on the break, I'll try to do a little recap, some of the highlights of what happened there about this 2016 incident. But I thought there was going to be more, but there really wasn't much from the security guy. Brown said, moving on. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, let me try to find the name and who is this? Somebody find out for me. Keenan Wyatt. Okay. Depp's longtime pal and sound technician, if I have that right, Keenan Wyatt. Let me try to look a little more. Yeah, Johnny Depp is supposed to be testifying today. That's what Court TV said. Okay, they're saying Johnny will be the last one to testify today. The last 2-3 minutes, it'll be him coming on. Then we'll have to wait a whole nother day, probably. Keenan Wyatt. So they're longtime friends.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of law?
Sound engineer and friend. Okay. Thanks, Lauren.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Wyatt.
Morning.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Keenan Wyatt,
Mr. Wyatt, where do you live?
Thousand Oaks, California.
What do you do for a living?
Excuse me. I'm a sound technician on feature films.
How long have you been a sound technician on feature films?
Over 35 years.
Would you please briefly describe for the jury what a sound technician on films does?
Well, technically just do the dialogue recording while on the set, so it's as clean as possible.
Do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I've known Johnny for over 25 years, and we're good friends.
Have you ever worked with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I have.
For how many of Mr. Depp's films have you worked with him as the sound technician?
Dozens of films.
Would you please just name a few of them for the jury if you can remember?
I've done the 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies, Alice in Wonderland, Rum Diary, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Ninth Gate, Lone Ranger, number of films.
What part did Mr. Depp play in the 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies?
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Are you, Mr. Wyatt, are you currently employed by Mr. Depp?
No,
Have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
no,
Have you ever been paid by Mr. Depp?
no.
Have you ever worked for any of Mr. Depp's companies?
Yes, I worked for Infinitum Nile.
When was the last time you worked for Infinitum Nile?
Last time I was there was probably 2017. I worked on a contract basis with them, not as an employee.
And would you very briefly describe for the jury what work you did for Infinitum Nile in 2017?
I ran the media library with them, did some archiving, recording, editing, things like that.
How would you describe briefly your working relationship with Mr. Depp in the 25 years or so that you've worked together?
Johnny's great to work with on films. He always comes very prepared and knows what he wants to do and makes it for a fun day when we're shooting.
With what directors have you and Mr. Depp worked together?
Oh, many directors. But we've done several films, multiple films with multiple directors, like Tim Burton, Gore Verbinski, Rob Marshall. We've done multiple films with them.
Why did you and Mr. Depp work with those directors more than once?
Johnny makes it easy to work with.
Foundation.
Your Honor, he's laid the foundation. He's worked with Mr. Depp for 25 years on more than 10 feature films.
And relevance.
No, I'll allow it. Good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Why did you and Mr. Depp work with those directors more than once?
Well, the directors like working for him. He comes
Objection,
with.
hearsay, move to strike.
Your Honor, you just allowed the question.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Johnny makes it easy to work with. He comes prepared. He knows what he wants to do with the characters, and he collaborates very well with the directors.
Is Pirates 5 one of the feature films on which you worked together with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Was Mr. Depp ever late to the set on Pirates 5?
Yes.
Do you know why Mr. Depp was late on those occasions?
Well, arguing going on between him and Amber.
Objection, hearsay,
I'll
foundation.
sustain the objection.
Strike that.
Messing up the job too.
Did you communicate with crew members on the set of Pirates 5?
Every day, yes.
Was Mr. Depp's lateness a problem for the crew?
Objection calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to what the crew may have told him.
Well, I was just asking the threshold question of whether he had spoken with the crew.
You're right. I'll sustain the objection.
Putting aside occasional lateness on the set of Pirates 5, was production of Pirates 5 ever suspended for any period of time?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Nah, I want to hear it. I want to hear it too. Messing up the money and everything else.
How he knew it, you want to lay the foundations.
I want to hear it.
How did you know whether production of Pirates 5 was ever suspended?
I was on the film. I was working on the film, so
Okay.
I know it was suspended probably for 2 or 3 weeks.
And why was it suspended for 2 or 3 weeks?
Johnny had to go back to Los Angeles because his finger had been cut off. Tip of his finger had been cut off.
Do you have any understanding of how Mr. Depp's, or the top of Mr. Depp's finger was cut off?
All right.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Solid turn.
And I believe you testified that production was suspended for a period of 2 or 3 weeks. Did there come a time when Mr. Depp returned from Los Angeles to Australia for completion of the shooting of Pirates 5?
Yes, he did.
Who is Sean Bailey?
He's an executive at Disney.
After Mr. Depp returned to the set of Pirates 5 in Australia, what, if any, interactions did you observe between Mr. Depp and Mr. Daly?
Sean had come to set one day and sat and talked with Johnny for a while, and they talked about collaborating and doing some stuff in the future.
Was it a friendly conversation?
Absolutely, yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever worn an earpiece in any of the many movies in which you've worked with him?
Yes.
For what purpose are earpieces generally used by actors on sets?
Well, I've worked
Objection,
with...
Your Honor.
Now, I want to hear this too.
Relevance, foundation,
What's the relevance?
hearsay.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay,
Did-
sir.
Did he have to check with Amber on set too? Was she checking in on him on the earpiece? That's what I want to know. So she was like messing up the money, messing up the job, all kinds of shit. When you're arguing, you can't leave the room. I think they were saying yesterday too, this woman's following him everywhere in the house. So you can't even have a peace of mind to yourself. You're just all over the place. And then you're trying to make money. So your ass can live in the penthouse. Well, I don't know when the Caribbean 5 was, but you know what I mean. So all your whole family and everything's all paid for. And you're bitching and whining. Right? Complaining, bitching, and doing nothing. Waste of time. Damn.
Mr. Wyatt, has Mr. Depp ever worn an earpiece in any of the movies in which you've worked with him?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it.
And he already answered it anyway, but.
That's okay. I'll allow it.
Yes, he has.
Yes.
When was the first time you used an earpiece with Mr. Depp?
First time we used it was on a movie he was directing called The Brave. We were doing a scene with Marlon Brando, who wears an earpiece for receiving his dialogue.
Objection.
I'll allow it. That's fine.
Marlon uses an earpiece for his dialogue, and it was a long shooting day, and we let Johnny, as the director, let Marlon go after we shot Marlon's section of the film, and then for Johnny's character to act against something other than just a blank nothing, we put Marlon's performance in an earpiece into Johnny so he could act up against Marlon's performance.
Did Mr. Depp ever use an earpiece for some other purpose other than listening to Mr. Brando's dialogue?
After that, we started using an earpiece all the time where Johnny would listen to music while acting. We would play all different kinds of music depending on the character. He was playing, he and I would talk about it beforehand, and sometimes it'd be classical, sometimes it would be rock, sometimes it would be blues. It depended on the character.
To what extent, if any, did you and Mr. Depp use that process in other movies on which you worked together?
We used that on every movie.
Mr. Wyatt, on those occasions, in addition to feeding Mr. Depp music, did you ever read lines to him?
Yes.
Why did you read lines to Mr. Depp?
Johnny typically likes to go into makeup in the morning and write his own dialogue and rewrite his dialogue. So sometimes there's not enough time to always to remember the lines and learn them. So I would remind him in his ear sometimes while music was playing at the same time.
And Mr. Wyatt, in your long experience working with Mr. Depp on films, how would you describe his level of preparedness on the set?
He's absolutely prepared. He knows what he wants the character to be. He collaborates with the director on what his ideas are, but he always comes very prepared.
And Mr. Wyatt, during your long relationship with Mr. Depp, what, if any, opportunity have you had to observe his sense of humor?
Quite often.
How would you describe to the jury Mr. Depp's sense of humor?
He likes like a British humor. He's sometimes a little dark, maybe. He likes plays on words, that sort of thing.
Monty Python?
Monty Python. There's a show in England called The Fast Show, which he used to love watching.
Mr. Wyatt, what, if any, relationship do you have with Mr. Depp outside of your working relationship?
We're close. I used to, after a film, sometimes he'd call and I would go on vacation with he and his family.
On what occasions would you go on vacation with Mr. Depp and his family?
He would call after a film, and he would be going away with the kids and Vanessa, and he would say, "Hey, we're going to the island. Would you come with me?" and stuff. Or we're going to France. Would you come along? And sure, why not?
Would you please give the jury Vanessa's full name?
Vanessa Paradis.
And would you please tell the jury who she is?
She is the mother of Johnny's two kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
And Mr. Wyatt, on how many occasions, if you can recall, did you accompany Mr. Depp, Ms. Paradis, and Johnny's two children on vacation?
Several times.
On those several occasions where you accompanied them on vacation, did you ever observe Mr. Depp and Vanessa interact with each other?
Sure, yes.
Would you please tell the jury what you observed?
They were a loving couple, and everything was fine. Yeah, it was a family.
Did you ever hear or see Mr. Depp yell or raise his voice at Vanessa Paradis, the mother of his children?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever, on any occasion, see Mr. Depp physically abuse Vanessa?
Never.
And I believe you testified, Mr. Wyatt, that Mr. Depp's and Ms. Paradis' children, Lily Rose and Jack, were there on those vacations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to observe Mr. Depp's interactions with his children?
Sure, yes.
Would you please describe for the jury very briefly Mr. Depp's interactions with his children, Jack and Lily Rose?
He was a very loving father. He used to do stuff with the kids all the time, going swimming at the island and teaching them scuba diving and, just drawing, a lot of drawing, doing artwork.
Did he ever yell or raise his voice at his children?
Not that I recall. Nothing that stands out, no.
Mr. Wyatt, on what, if any, occasions have you seen Mr. Depp drink alcohol?
Oh, we'd drink alcohol quite often.
And on those occasions in which you had alcohol with Mr. Depp, how, if at all, did his behavior change?
I don't remember it changing at all. I don't remember him changing.
It didn't make him angry?
No. Sleepy.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp use drugs?
I've seen him take pills. Don't know what they were. I wouldn't know what they were, but that's all.
Based on your observations, when you have seen him taking pills, how, if at all, did the taking of pills affect his behavior?
I didn't see any change in Johnny. I don't recall anything changing.
Mr. Wyatt, do you know the defendant in this case, Ms. Amber Heard?
Yes.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
On the set of Rum Diary.
On how many occasions, if at all, did you see Ms. Heard after that?
Several times.
Would you please describe for the jury very briefly your relationship with Ms. Heard after you saw her the first few times?
I mean, I don't really have a relationship with her. We didn't sit and talk. I didn't hang out with her or anything like that.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were romantically involved?
Yes.
How often did you see Mr. Depp after he started the romantic relationship with Ms. Heard?
Oh, I don't recall. I didn't see him that often, but I don't recall how often, but I didn't see him that much.
How often were you together? Strike that. How often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard when the two of them were together?
Just only occasionally did I see him. I mean, I would leave him alone, let him have his time with Amber. I wasn't into interfering.
And on those occasions where you interacted with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard as a couple, did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at or raise his voice to Ms. Heard?
No.
On what occasions, if any, did he ever raise his hand to or otherwise abuse Ms. Heard?
I've never seen him be violent towards anybody.
And if we could, switch gears here, did there come a time in May 2014 when you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard by private plane from Boston to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Who else was on that Boston plane flight?
It was Amber and Johnny, Stephen, Savannah, and Jerry Judge and myself.
And would you please tell the jury who is Stephen?
Stephen Deuters is Johnny's assistant.
Who is Savannah?
Savannah was Amber's assistant.
And I think the jury has heard the name Jerry Judge, but if you could please explain to the jury again who Jerry Judge is.
Jerry Judge is Johnny's security.
Mr. Wyatt, why were you on that flight that night?
I don't know the exact circumstances of that flight. I didn't travel with the two of them that often. I was probably headed back to Los Angeles to see my daughter.
And before you got on the flight, how did you arrive at the airport that night?
We came in a car.
When you say you came in the car, with whom did you come in the car?
It was Jerry, Stephen, Nathan, Johnny, and myself.
And who is Nathan?
Nathan is Johnny's other assistant, Nathan Holmes.
What, if any, alcohol or drugs did you see Mr. Depp take while on the car ride to the airport?
On the car ride, I don't recall anything being taken. Johnny, I know, had called Jack during the car ride to talk to him, to tell him we were on our way, and we were listening to the World Cup that was going on at the time.
And if you could just remind the jury who Jack is?
Jack is Johnny's little boy.
When you and Mr. Depp and the security personnel arrived at the plane, who, if anyone, was there at the plane?
The plane had come from New York with Amber and Savannah already on it.
What, if anything, did you observe about Ms. Heard's behavior on that Boston flight?
Well, she was giving Johnny the cold shoulder, being quiet, and seemed pouty.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Heard on the flight?
At one point, I went up to her and said, something to the effect of, he cares about you. And all of a sudden she snapped and started yelling at me, "How dare you talk to me? Get away from me." So I went back to the seat and minded my own business.
When she said those things to you, would you describe the tone of her voice if you remember it?
She was abruptly loud. It was a quiet plane. All of a sudden it got very loud.
And I believe you testified you went back to your seat or you moved. What happened next?
Johnny had said something to her like, "Don't talk to my friend that way." And I just stayed in my seat and finished the rest of the flight.
Man,
After you
nasty.
went back to your seat, to what extent, if any, were you able to see Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
I was able to see them very clearly.
What, if any, violence or physical altercation did you observe between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd once you'd gone back to your seat?
I've never seen Johnny be violent towards anybody.
To what extent, if any, did you observe Mr. Depp or Ms. Hurd hit, kick, or throw anything at each other on the plane?
No, I don't recall that at all.
Mr. Wyatt, was Mr. Depp consuming any alcohol on that flight?
Sure, yes.
Did he seem intoxicated?
Seem intoxicated? No, he seemed like Johnny. No, he seemed normal.
Did there come a time, Mr. Wyatt, when you learned that Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were getting married to each other?
Yes.
How did you find out about that there would be a wedding?
I was at the Infinitum office, and Christy came to me and said, "Hey,
I'm just asking, it's not for the proof, I'm just asking him how he found out about the wedding.
All right, what's the relevance of how?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Amber snapped. Get away, you peasant. Man. I mean, all I've been learning this whole thing is about Johnny's character. Even though, yeah, drugs, drinking, whatever, he took care of a lot of people. And then you got this, I don't know, wench. Kind of a nasty person, it seems like. Unappreciative, ungrateful.
Mr. Wyatt, did you end up attending the wedding?
yes, I did."
Where was that? Where did the wedding take place?
Well, there's two weddings. One at Betty Sue's house, Johnny's mom's house, and then another one on the island. The one on the island I did not attend.
What, if anything, did you observe at the Los Angeles ceremony that you attended at Betty Sue,
Betty
Mr.
Sue's
Depp's mother's house?
It was all very quick. I mean, we all found out about it at the last moment. There was a bit of confusion. Johnny had a friend from out of town, and she wasn't sure what was going on. Little Jack didn't understand what was going on.
I'll sustain as to other people. Go ahead.
What, if anything, did you observe about Ms. Hurd's demeanor at the ceremony?
She was very happy-go-lucky. She was all dressed up. All of her friends were nicely dressed up and ready for a wedding.
Have you ever, in the course of your interactions with Ms. Hurd, ever seen any marks, injuries, or bruises on her?
I have not, no.
During the decades that you have known Mr. Depp, to what extent, if any, are you aware of any woman other than Ms. Hurd accusing him of abuse?
No, I'll allow it.
I've never seen Johnny abuse anybody, ever.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wyatt. That's all I have right now.
Well, we're going to take our break. All right, let's go ahead and take our morning break for 15 minutes. Do not say anything. Do not talk to me about the case, and don't look up anything. If a juror needs to address something to me, please write it down and give it to the deputy. Okay? All right. Thank you. You're excused. 15 minutes.
Getting brains. I'm currently I take Nitroflex, but I ran out. I'm taking something else. I took something else today. And right now I'm drinking this Celsius tropical vibe. I usually like the orange, but this is all they had in the store. So, and I'm feeling it. I don't know what it is. I feel the caffeine tingles right now. I went and worked out. I don't know, for some reason I'm still feeling it. But
Mr. Wyatt, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss the case or your testimony with the attorneys or with Mr. Depp at this time, okay? All right, thank you. Let's just come back and let's make it 11:20. Okay, we'll come back 11:20.
11:20.
Thank you.
Okay, but not in a bad way though. Feels good. Good vibes. Let me get some of the super chats that I missed, and then I can do a little bit of a recap. And I feel like this, I don't know, witness testimony or whatever is better than the security guards. I think. I don't know why I thought there was going to be more from the security guy. Let me see here, because I missed a few. Oh, this was yesterday. Gina 321. Thank you so much for the super chat. Mel, thanks for streaming. Makes fun watching. Thank you so much. Thank you for the subscriptions too. WLT and Nikki, Melody, Blessed, K Skull, Nancy. Oh wait, K Skull and Nancy, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you signing up and joining up. Terry, thank you so much for the membership. Not membership, super chat. Says I think neither legal teams are great. I think you're a member too anyway though. You think they'd be great or at least very competent. And I think you're an attorney, right, Terry? I feel like these attorneys should be some of the best things that money can buy. I mean, I guess they've been okay, but not like damning, amazing, like, oh my God, like mind blowing. No, it's just like, meh, all right, meh, you know? Evie, thank you for the subscription. Kim T says he's not on trial for drugs. Amber is the abuser and is a liar. It's so clear to everyone. Thank you, Kim T, for the super chat. Jacqueline, thank you for becoming a member. Kim T, good morning. I hope today is exciting. Although I think most people feel bad for JD. Amber's attorney is so annoying in the way he asks questions. Thank you. Audrey, thank you for the subscription. Truth and transparency. Love the mods in here. Thank you so much. KA, thank you for the super chat. And Jackie Thompson, thanks, man. I felt bad giving Molly Golightly fundage and not you, just like my boys. Oh no, it's all good. I appreciate it. Everyone can get some. Thank you. Yeah, she's been driving out there. I don't know how long she's gonna keep doing it. It's got to be exhausting, especially like having to sit in on yesterday's thing. That was dreadful. And she was there in person, stuck in there. I probably would have walked out. Rana, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks. Let me get the cash apps real quick too, because I keep forgetting. I don't want them to disown me. I wish I had a way that I could, the cash apps would pop up on the screen. There might be a way to do it, but I haven't found out how to do it yet. Wileen, thank you. Stephanie, thank you. Cynthia, I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Timothy and Carolyn. Chick Benny. Or Chick, it's Chick Benny, I think, right? Let's see real quick. Yeah, Chick Benny. Let's do a little bit of a recap too, I guess. I'm zooming right now. Zoom. Okay. With the previous testimony from the security guard, I'm just going to touch on, I think, one thing, because I was, but it's with regarding the guard shack. It says we move on to discuss of an incident that is alleged to have taken place in May 21st, 2016. It's alleged that when Depp returned to the LA penthouse with security guard Sean Bennett or Bet and another security guard called Jerry Judd on that night, an argument ensued between Depp and Heard in the penthouse 3 Mile. In the penthouse 3, penthouse 3, while Bet and Mr. Judd were sitting in the guard shack area of penthouse 5. I guess that's where the confusion came in. It's alleged that when Depp and Heard were arguing, Depp threw a phone at Heard's face. Yesterday, Mr. Bet testified that it was when he and Mr. Judd ran into the room after hearing raised voices. They saw her shouting at Depp to stop hitting her. However, he says the actress was at least 15 to 20 meters away from him at the time. Mr. Bett is now being played on CCTV video footage of him, Depp, and Mr. Judd as they entered and left the building at approximately 7 p.m. We cannot see the footage, just hear Mr. Bett's reactions to it. Mr. Bett has agreed that Depp was agitated at the time and he had drunk some wine before arriving. However, he says the actor did not appear intoxicated. So with Keenan Wyatt. He's a former sound technician for Depp. He was on the plane during an incident which is alleged to have taken place in May 2014 on a private plane from Boston to Los Angeles. He's worked with Depp for 25 years and more than 10 films. Johnny Depp is great to work with. Makes it easy for the director. What got me about this whole thing too is when Mr. Wyatt said that he worked with Depp on the Pirates of the Caribbean 5, and when asked, he says Depp was late at some points on the film. He says production was also suspended for 2 or 3 weeks because of this whole finger incident, which there's different allegations about what happened there. So he's showing up late because he's arguing with this chick, and then even had to take a 2 to 3 week break from filming. He also said that he's never seen Johnny abuse anybody ever. Catherine, thank you for becoming a member. Let's see the chat. And what happened? I saw somebody asking what happened with his ex, the one he has kids with, Vanessa. It's kind of wondering the story behind that, why they just went their own ways. Somebody said that maybe he, oh, okay. Let me check that out. That he left her for Amber. I don't know what's what. I don't think Twitter's in your description. Oh, let me take a look. If you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. Let me see. Twitter. Oh yeah, I don't have Twitter in there. Yeah, I don't. That's interesting. Fix that. They're also saying this post is resurfacing of Amber Heard. I'm going to fix my thing in a second. They're saying Amber Heard's visit to Stonehenge resurfaces amid defamation case with Johnny Depp. There was a post she made in 2021 visiting the Stonehenge amid the massive buzz with defamation case with ex-husband Johnny Depp. She dropped a photo of herself in front of the Neolithic stone circle, complimenting a clear blue sky. She captioned it saying that nothing like some 5,000-year-old rocks to make you feel young. Hashtag Stonehenge. I don't know. Why is it resurfacing? Is she sending a subliminal? Let's see. They should sponsor me. How's Celsius? I wonder if they do sponsorships. I'm over here, promoting their drink every time. Oh, okay. Thank you. Somebody sent me a little bit of information on the X. Okay. Oh, thank you, Tammy. Tammy says Vanessa and Wyona Ryder both support JD, hoping they testify. Okay. Let me pull up this article. um, where did this shit go? Guess I'm gonna have to send it to myself. They both wrote. Mystified says yes. They both wrote letters supporting him. Oh. I'm gonna send myself these links that Maria sent me. I can start reading it now or leave it for the break. Yes. Ex-lovers. Mm-hmm. Let me share this link. I'm sorry. You guys are hearing me like all this giggling shit. I don't know. Is Elon gonna take the stand? I saw articles saying that he was supposed to, but is it really gonna happen? Oh, playing myself here. Copy link. Trying to share my links out too. Kyra Lee says, I doubt Elon takes the stand. Zoom? Maybe a Zoom. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. I guess I got a couple of in-house things I got to fix. I got to put my links in the description thing. Let me do that, I guess. And Shelly was supposed to email me yesterday some suggestions for the emojis. I don't think I got the email. I think I'm still going to hit up the guy, though, today to start working on it. It takes a couple days. Instagram there too. Yeah, according to this article, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp hears the straight poop, claims Amber or friend crapped in his bed. I should be careful with it. Oh, yeah. They censored it, but I want to show it on screen. Yeah, Johnny Depp will take the stand Tuesday in his super bitter... What? In his super bitter defamation lawsuit against ex-wife Amber Heard, and he's expected to talk about the incident he says ended the marriage when he says she or a friend defecated on the side of his bed. Defecated. The key date in the trial is April 22nd, 2016. Amber was having a birthday party for herself at their downtown LA penthouse. Depp showed up late and decided he would bail, which he says enraged Heard. Amber has said Johnny threw a Magnum wine bottle at her before leaving. We're told the housekeeper called Depp the next morning and told him someone had crapped on the side of his bed and then put the covers over it. He thinks Amber wanted him to unsuspectingly hop on bed and hit the poop. Damn. So it was like a coordinated effort or planned effort, premeditated. Well, I guess the whole thing would be premeditated. Depp believes either Amber or one of her friends is the culprit. Amber has said one of their Yorkshire Terriers was the pooper, but Depp has scoffed at that, saying the poop was too large for a 3 to 4 pound dog to excrete. Johnny said the pooping incident was the final straw in their marriage. The final straw. I wonder, are they going to bring experts on for that? Or is it just going to be... I'm really wondering, because Amber's team made it seem like they were going to bring on some experts or something to talk about the finger incident. And then as far as the poop situation, yeah, how are they going to... I mean, is it possible to find out who did it? They say the poop's going to come up when Johnny testifies. I don't know. We'll see. And so I guess when they come back, this guy's going to get cross-examined. Let's see what else I can do. Damsden. This guy does a good job. The link for the finish. Copyright, yeah. Thank you, Lulu, for sending that. Oh, okay, it's the show. I guess they're late coming back. Oh, there was this article I sent myself to. This supposed threesome Elon Musk Amber and Cara Delevingne. I don't know, we'll get to that later. It's a mess. Yeah, no, the time's been passed. I wonder what they're talking about. I wonder if they're gonna put the poop in the thing. Yeah. If we could get 1,000 likes, please, that'd be amazing. We're at 964, 65.
All right, we're ready for the jury. Okay. Okay, yes.
I'll take a look and see if there's any other angles. Thick. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me this morning.
All right. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. White, you testified that you've been a sound technician for pretty much most of your career, right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go to that Marlon Brando. That he used an earpiece for his lines to be fed to him, correct, at that
Yes.
time? And when was that? When was The Brave filmed?
Mid-90s?
Okay. And so ever since then, Mr. Depp has thought it was a good idea and has used an earpiece, correct?
He is used in your piece, yes.
Okay. And you're the person who controls what goes into his earpiece, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. So it could be music, it can be lines, it can be
Yes.
anything, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have been his sound technician since the 1990s, all the way up through at least 2016, correct?
There's been a couple of us, yes.
Okay, but you actually have been on almost all his movies, haven't you?
Been on most of them, probably,
Okay,
yes.
and in fact, not only are you his personal sound technician, but you are named in his contracts as his sound technician, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay, well, let's pull up exhibit number, let's go to 633. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 633, and it's the contract for Pirates of the Caribbean from August 2022. Do you see that?
Objection, lack of
August.
foundation.
I'm sorry?
Lack of foundation.
I didn't get his answer.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
I see it. It says August 2002.
Let's turn to page 16. Actually, the one before that. It's two before that, I think. There we go. Do you see where it says location assistant?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go down, it has your name specifically on there. Does it not say Keenan Wyatt?
Yes.
Okay. And on this
Along-
particular one, it has Sam Sarker and Keenan Wyatt. Do you see that?
Yes.
But eventually, it just became Keenan Wyatt in all the contracts, right?
I do not know. I don't know.
Okay. And then as part of this, in each of Mr. Depp's contracts, he had what you were going to get paid, correct?
I don't know what's in his contract.
Okay. Well, on this one, it was $14.28 per hour, correct?
Like a foundation, Your Honor.
All right. Well, he doesn't know this contract. If you want to frame it as a different question.
Well, you, on every one of his contracts, had an hourly rate and a guarantee of at least 60 hours a week, right?
Calls for speculation, like a foundation.
Surely he has to know how he was getting paid on
If
these.
you want to ask that question.
Do you know how you were getting paid on each of these films?
Yes.
Okay.
I get paid through a payroll company from the production companies.
Okay, and these were all negotiated by Mr. Depp, correct?
No, I'm
Or his company.
paid by the union sets the rate for me.
Right, but you're aware that Mr. Depp has negotiated it and put you into his contracts,
Lack of
correct?
foundation calls for speculation.
I'll allow that answer if he can answer it.
Sorry.
You want to ask
You're aware.
the question again? Okay.
You're aware that Mr. Depp has put you into each of his contracts, including how much you get paid and all of your perks, right?
I see it here, but when I'm hired by a production company, I get paid by the production company at my union rate for the job that I'm doing. That's not the rate I make when I'm working on a production.
Okay, all right, well, let's stay on this one just for a minute, and then we'll take a look at a couple more, because you ended up with a lot higher rate pretty soon. But you also had your airfare paid for, correct, for travel?
Yes.
You also were put up in the same hotel as Mr. Depp if he was in a hotel, correct?
Not necessarily all the time.
Right, and if he was in a house, then you got a comparable hotel close by, right?
I got a place to stay wherever we were filming, yes.
And it was comparable.
Comparable to Johnny's? No.
It was a positive, it was a nice hotel, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, productions, we usually stayed at nice hotels.
How many stars?
So is it your testimony that you didn't know that you were named specifically and the terms of your compensation and your benefits were in every single one of Mr. Depp's contracts?
Objection asked and answered several times, Your Honor.
It has not, and I have to...
I'll allow this.
I did not know
Pressing
it was
him.
in
Okay.
the contract.
Next question.
Okay, let's go take a look real quick. I'm going to flip over to 855.
Man, she angry, huh? They're trying to push him, pressing him.
And this is a contract December 4, 2008 with Paramount Pictures for Rango. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were his sound technician there, correct?
Yes.
And if we turn to page 12, which is the second one, if you look down there, your name is right there. You're designated as sound technician, correct? Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and then let's flip to the next page. And that has $3,500 per week, correct?
Lack of foundation.
Do you remember getting $3,500 a week?
I get whatever the weekly rate is for the union position that I'm doing. I don't know, at this time, I don't recall what the rate was. I don't know if that's what I got or not, but I got what the union set as my minimum rate.
Okay, and again, you didn't know that Mr. Depp negotiated this into his contract? Okay, and then if we go down a little bit further here, it has you round trip, coach class transportation. You see that?
Yes.
And then it has hotel accommodations and per diem on the same basis as the crew of the picture on this one, correct?
Yes, but we were in, Rango was in Los Angeles, so none of that would have taken place.
So
Yeah.
it was a lot easier. Then let's jump to Plaintiff's Exhibit 842. And this is Pirates of the Caribbean, July 2014. This would be for 5, right?
Your Honor, lack of foundation. These are contracts to which Mr. Wyatt was not a party.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the contract. It's,
And what is it offered for?
What's
all right, well, let me ask it this way. For Pirates 5, you were in, what was your hotel accommodations?
I was staying in a condominium that the rest of the crew was staying in.
Okay, and how much were you getting paid on Pirates 5?
Whatever the union minimum was for my job.
Do you have any idea what it was?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
I'd have to look it up.
And were you aware that your compensation and benefits were in Mr. Depp's Pirates contract?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, let's go to Pirates 5 in particular. I think you testified that Mr. Depp was he occasionally late a lot to the set?
I don't recall. I mean, he was late, yes.
There were days he didn't show up at all, weren't there?
Could have been, I don't recall.
And there were days that he didn't show up for 6-7 hours, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, he wasn't showing up before Amber ever got to Australia, isn't that correct?
I don't know that.
Do you recall him going on a binge with Marilyn Manson for a few days?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Do you don't
I'll
recall
allow
that? I'm sorry, do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other, or you just?
No, I didn't visit Johnny when we were in Australia. I don't know.
Okay, so you
He
don't
had a
know-
house, I had a condominium in town.
So you don't know what was causing Johnny to be late or whether he was taking a lot of alcohol and drugs?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you observed Johnny Depp talking with Sean Bailey after he came back. And let's go to that. You said there was a 2 to 3 week delay. In fact, it was closer to 5 to 6 weeks, wasn't it?
I don't recall what it was.
It's
I
pretty
flew-
significant when the entire crew has to stop for that period of time. isn't it?
Objection to Ms. Rederhoff's testimony.
All right, I'll sustain the objection and ask the question.
It's pretty significant, isn't it, when there's a delay?
It's significant. I don't think the film completely shut down for all of that. They continued to shoot what they could.
How many of the crew members were impacted by Johnny not being able to be there after he cut off after the finger was cut off?
Well, there was the crew, some of the crew, I'm sure, still kept working and filming other scenes without Johnny's character in it.
Do you know how many were impacted?
No, I don't.
Do you know how much Disney was impacted?
No, I don't.
Okay, so now you say when he came back, he collaborated with Sean Bailey, right?
Yes.
And they were talking about how they were going to get together on something, right?
Yes.
Did Johnny do anything with Sean Bailey for the rest of 2015?
I don't know about that year, but I know that they talked about collaborating and doing something. Sean and Johnny had worked out. Johnny working at.
Mr. White, if you can just answer my question.
Your Honor, may the witness please?
No.
She asked the question.
I
He
asked,
should be
did
able.
he collaborate in 2015?
Your Honor, may he be allowed to
Yes,
please
let
finish
him
his
finish the
answer?
question, answer. Sorry, go ahead.
Johnny and Sean put together Johnny dressing up as Captain Jack and addressing the crowd at the Pirates of the Caribbean ride.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike and ask that to be stricken. That is not responsive to my question.
Your Honor, she asked him the question. She
That's not the question she asked.
Oh,
Can you ask
Lord.
the question again, please?
Yes. Did Mr. Bailey collaborate on any projects with Mr. Depp in 2015 after Pirates 5?
The one I just said, the project that was a promotional project for
Was it a
Pirates
film?
of the Caribbean. Was it filmed?
Yeah.
I think it was videotaped or filmed, yes.
Was it a feature film that Disney
it wasn't
made
a
money
feature
on?
film.
No. All right. Let's go to 2016. Did Sean Bailey collaborate on
I
any
don't
film
know.
project with Mr. Depp?
I don't know.
Let's go to 2017.
I don't
Did
know.
Mr. Bailey collaborate with Mr. Depp on any film project?
I don't know the timing of the other things. No, I don't know if he did or not.
Let's go to 2018. Did Mr. Bailey collaborate at all with Mr. Depp in 2018?
I don't know.
Were you aware that Mr. Bailey said that Mr. Depp was, quote, out, end of quote, for Pirate 6
Objection.
in October of 2018?
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to hearsay.
Okay, let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 115.
She going in hard.
You said plaintiffs 115?
Plaintiff's 115.
Trying to pre-workout. Damn.
Oh, defendants, I'm sorry. It's defendants.
115.
Second. Turn on the. See, it's cold in there.
Now, this is an article in October of 2018. Do you recall seeing this article?
No.
You never saw it?
I don't read I don't read these
All right,
stories
so-
and stuff like that.
So would it be fair to say that you don't know whether Mr. Bailey had determined that Mr. Depp would not be in Pirates 6 as of October of 2018?
I don't know, especially based on this. I don't believe this stuff anyway.
Okay, we can take that down, thank you. All right, let's talk about your visits with Vanessa and the kids and Mr. Depp. You indicated you went on some vacations with them, correct?
Yes.
They were together for 14 years, right?
Yes.
How many vacations did you go on with them?
Several. I don't know all of them.
2, 3,
Probably more than that.
4?
Probably more than that. I don't know. Half a dozen.
Okay, we get to 6? Okay,
Yeah.
6 to 12? All
Yeah.
right. And these are all vacations, right?
After filming, yes.
Okay, so these are times where everybody's having fun, relaxing. It's not your regular,
Yes.
day-to-day grind that everybody goes through, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp ever physically abused Vanessa Paradis, correct?
None that I ever saw.
Right. But you have no knowledge one way. You don't know, do you?
None that I saw.
Right.
Correct.
Right. You don't know what went on in their marriage and their relationship
No.
when you weren't there, correct?
Not when I was there, no.
Okay. And they split up, right?
Yes.
Do you know why they split up?
No, I do not.
All right. You don't know if Mr. Depp yelled or raised his voice at Vanessa Paradis on a daily basis when you weren't around, do you?
Not when I wasn't around, I don't know.
All right. And then you were asked at the very end by Mr. Chu whether you had ever heard of any woman accusing Mr. Depp of violence, and you said you'd never heard of anyone accusing Mr. Depp of violence. Do you recall
Correct.
that? Have you ever heard of Greg Brooks?
I don't know.
He's a
no.
manager on a set from City of Lies who has
Okay.
filed a lawsuit against Mr. Depp for
What?
punching
Your
him.
Honor, lack of foundation and
That's fair
object
game, Your
to
Honor.
Ms. Bredehoff's speechifying.
You see how she's throwing it? I haven't heard of that.
Good.
I don't. I mean, I don't know what happened. I've
Have you ever heard of
I've
that?
never seen him be violent to anybody.
But you testified you'd never heard of that. So had you ever heard of Greg Brooks accusing Mr. Depp
Greg
of
Brooks.
punching him on the set
find
of
that.
City of Lies?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it. I don't know any basis of it, though.
So it's not true that you've never heard of anyone accusing Mr. Depp of violence, is it?
I suppose not.
Okay. And you don't know whether Mr. Depp committed any domestic abuse or violence on any of the women in his relationships, do you?
I never witnessed it.
Right. You don't have personal knowledge, though, do you?
Only what I've witnessed, and I've never witnessed it.
Right. You don't know what went on behind closed doors
I
with
do
any
not.
of them. Okay. Now let's go to the Boston plane. This was in May of 2014. So you were in the car with Mr. Depp before he got on the plane.
Yes.
How long was he in that car?
How long were we in the car?
Yes.
I don't recall. 45 minutes, an hour, maybe? I don't recall.
You sat on the tarmac for quite some time before getting on the plane, didn't you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. And is it your testimony that Mr. Depp wasn't drinking anything while he was in the car?
Not in the car, no.
Had Mr. Depp been drinking anything before he got into the car?
I don't know. I wasn't with him before.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp didn't take any drugs while he was in the car?
Not that I recall.
Do you know whether he took any drugs before he got in the car?
I wasn't with him before we got in the car.
All right. And I think you testified in response to the question that you didn't think that he was intoxicated or high?
No, I mean, he seemed like Johnny.
Did he take any Red Bulls that you saw?
Took any what?
Red Bulls.
Red Bulls?
Balls.
I don't know. There was occasion where he would drink Red Bulls. I don't know if that was the same
How many?
time or not.
All right. Was he drinking vodka with any Red Bulls?
I don't know.
Was he drinking whiskey?
I don't know.
Was he taking cocaine?
I don't. I've never seen it. No.
Did you see any powders?
No.
So you get on the airplane, and it's your testimony that Ms. Heard had a bad tone of voice with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
She had a bad tone of voice with me.
Okay. In fact, wasn't Mr. Depp saying pretty horrible things to Ms. Heard?
I don't recall that.
Like, get fucked on set, get fucked with fucking James fucking Franco? Did you hear that?
I don't recall.
Did you hear him say, at least you fucking liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, I
What?
bet you slipped a tongue in there and you liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, make references to Amber's pussy and asking her if her pussy was wet?
Your Honor, about the foundation harassment.
Did you hear any of that?
No, not that I recall.
Okay.
I'll rule the objection. It's fine.
Thank
Next
you.
question.
Now, you shared an oxygen tank with Mr. Depp on that Boston plane, didn't you?
No,
You don't recall Mr. Depp insisting that the flight attendant give him an oxygen tank and the two of you used it?
no,
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Depp drinking champagne on the plane?
I don't know what he was drinking. I'm sure I was having wine. He could have been having champagne.
Do you remember him drinking a couple bottles of champagne?
I don't know how much.
Okay. And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp didn't kick Amber?
I didn't see anything like that.
Chad's going
Did
crazy.
you see Mr. Depp go to the back of the plane and pass out and moan loudly?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that either?
No.
Okay. Can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245, please?
Yo, the way she said that, I'm gonna have to rewind it. When they stop, we have to listen to that part again.
And Your Honor, I show no objection to it in the filings. So I'm going to move the admission of it, and I'm going to ask it to be published.
No. Any objection to 245?
Yes, Your Honor, it's improper impeachment. It's not to him.
All right. If you want to approach, we'll see what your objections. Do you have your list of objections from your exhibits?
Yo, what is going on? Yo, this lady, she's going hard today. Yo, what is she on? I want to see. Let me see if I can pull up another feed and just rewind it a little bit. We can hear it real quick again. Yeah, they're trying to shake him, but he's not budging. Is she in trouble? Johnny's lawyers need to get the blood too. She's hungry for it.
Had Mr. Depp been drinking anything before?
I don't read Project.
He collaborated with Sean Bailey, right?
Be allowed to
Yes,
please
let
finish.
In October of 2018. Do you recall seeing this article?
No,
You never saw it? How many vacations did you go on?
several. I don't.
It's Mr. Depp for punching
Your
him?
Honor, lack of foundation.
Your testimony that Mr. Depp wasn't drinking anything while he was in the car?
Not in the.
I'm gonna find it. They're about to start back in, but I'm gonna find it so I can, we gotta listen to it again.
Mr. White, are you aware that Mr. Deuters apologized to Amber for Mr. Depp's conduct afterwards?
Lack of
After the
foundation,
Boston
hearsay,
plan.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Okay.
Where did you go? Were you with Mr. Depp
Excuse
after
me,
you
Your Honor.
left the plane?
I apologize. May we take this down?
It's just on the witness, but yes. Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you leave the plane with Mr. Depp?
I mean, I got off the plane at the same time. I'm assuming I went to my own home.
Okay, and what was Mr. Depp's state?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if he was passed out or not?
No.
When you say you don't recall, as you're sitting here today under oath, you honestly can't remember if Mr. Depp was passed out when
mean,
you
there was-
left the plane?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
All right. I'll allow it this one time. Go ahead. You can answer, sir.
There was lots of plane flights. I mean, the only reason I remember this one was because Amber yelled at me on that flight.
Do you remember my question?
I don't recall.
All right.
I mean,
so-
I could have gotten off the plane and just left. I don't know.
And Mr. Depp could have kicked Amber on that plane, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Not that I saw.
Okay. And he could have passed out.
Not that I recall.
Okay. How many times were you with Amber and Mr. Depp together?
Oh, I have no idea. No idea.
Well, what would the circumstances have been?
Invited over for something or other, or, you know, Johnny and I may have been recording some music or something, and she was there. I don't know, at work. I don't.
Now, you had a very close personal relationship with Christy Dabrowski, didn't you?
We're friends, yes.
Yes, and you were more than friends for quite a few years. were you
Your
not?
Honor, relevance, may we approach?
It's impeachment.
All right, let's
It's bias. It's bias.
approach, please.
How's the chat? Is the chat too fast still for you guys? At a certain point, there's nothing you can do. Well, I guess you can. I guess I could slow it down a little more. Bruh. Rebel Eric, thank you so much for the super chat. What about the bottle incident? That should be coming up too. Jackie, thank you for the members chat. Badgering the witness. Love you, Mel. Thank you for the subs. Kaya. Oh, that's Lori. Marina, thank you for the super chat. Hit the like button.
Now, you testified that the wedding that you went to, the one in Los Angeles, seemed to be a little rushed.
Yes,
How long were they engaged?
I don't know.
Could it have been a pretty substantial period of time?
I don't know.
Okay. So when you say rushed,
We didn't know a wedding was going to happen.
well, and you said you were at the offices of Ad Infinitum, is that right? Okay. When you say we didn't know any wedding was going to happen, who's we?
Several of the people at the wedding didn't know it was going to
Okay,
happen.
okay. Now, did you know what Amber's film schedule was?
No,
Did you know whether she was out of town, coming back in, and leaving again?
I did not know.
Did you know what Johnny's film schedule was?
I probably knew we were off.
Because you were his sound technician, right?
Yeah, we were
Okay.
starting a film
And
or ending
when-
a film or whatever, yes.
Okay, and when did you leave for Pirates 5?
I don't recall when.
Was he filming right before Pirates 5?
I don't recall.
Okay, so as soon after they did the Los Angeles wedding, they went to the Bahamas, correct?
I don't remember the time difference.
But you didn't go to that wedding.
No,
Do you know how many people did?
no.
Do you know how much organization was involved in getting that wedding together in the Bahamas?
No, I don't know.
Do you know whether, do you know, well, okay, I guess you don't know, so I guess I shouldn't ask you then. So as a practical matter, you don't know about any of the communications between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard for when they wanted the wedding to take place, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay,
Your Honor, I just have a few.
sure. Redirect.
Mr. Wyatt, you testified earlier that you worked with Mr. Depp as his sound technician on more than 10 feature films. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you ever worked on feature films as a sound technician or in any other capacity on films without Mr. Depp?
Yes, I have.
On those instances and those films not involving Mr. Depp, were your travel costs covered?
Yes, they are.
Were your hotel costs covered?
Yes, they are.
Was your airfare covered?
Yes.
Were those arrangements handled in any way different from the films on which you worked with Mr. Depp?
No.
What was your understanding of why Mr. Depp was late on the set to Pirates 5?
I'm sorry, use your microphone.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Objection, Your Honor. He's already testified he doesn't know, and he wasn't there with him, and he doesn't know.
Directly related to the cross.
I'll allow it, go ahead.
Sorry, say it again.
What was your understanding of why Mr. Depp was late occasionally on the set of Pirates 5?
My understanding was he was having arguments with Amber.
And the wedding that you attended, or the ceremony in Los Angeles, that was right before Mr. Depp was to start filming Pirates 5, correct?
Yes.
Is that one of the reasons Amber wanted to be married right then?
Objection, foundation, here's
All right, foundation, I'll sustain as the foundation.
Mr. Wyatt, you've known Mr. Depp for a long time, correct?
Yes,
And you've worked with him for a long time.
yes.
Has any woman other than Ms. Heard ever accused him of raising a hand to her?
Objection, Your Honor. He's already asked that beforehand, and I went into the cross with it.
Asked and answered, sustain the, sustain
Thank
the
you, Your Honor.
objection. All right,
Thank you, Mr. Wyatt, and thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody and do not watch anything in the news media at this time, and you may be recalled at a later date, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. You have a good day. You're excused for today. All right.
Funny. That was funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few housekeeping matters to take care of, and also I know the cafeteria was a little rough yesterday, so I'm going to go ahead and give you an extended lunch today until 2 o'clock. So just do not discuss the case with
2
anybody. Don't
hours?
do any outside research, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Okay? If you just go with Deputy Lisa. Email that I emailed you. Tell Calusa.
What the hell are we gonna do for 2 hours? 2 hours. Well, first of all, we gotta recapture the kitty comment.
All right.
Damn.
Okay, so you said you had some housekeeping matters to take.
I'm not aware of any.
We'd like to speak with you about some of the videos, if you have a moment.
I'm happy to chat with them, but I
Okay, so you don't need me for that. Oh, okay. I thought you needed me for that.
So Your Honor gets an extended lunch.
So I get an extended lunch. Okay, well, what I'm going to do, just to let you know, actually, if you approach the bench.
Come on, we don't need no 2 hour lunch break. What's going on? 2 hours? I thought you were trying to get this thing done in 6 weeks or less. Two hours. You go out, go have a drink. There was this one job I had that it was in this nice area, and they let you take a lunch break. I didn't do it, but I thought about it. Like, I could go have a drink and sit down at Chili's or whatever. 2 hours. Got a lunch break. I don't think I ever got a 2 hour. When I was on the jury duty thing for a month and I was a juror, we never got no 2 hour break. What the fuck? Yeah, JD is supposed to be testifying at the end. Come back tipsy and lit. 2 hours. It's Taco Tuesday. Chris. I'm waiting for them to finish here, and then I'll play the clip again. And then, yeah, I have no idea what the hell we're gonna do. Could do calls. It would be great to have a live chase right now too. How perfect would that be? A chase. I'm probably just gonna get a snack, eat something, and then we'll have to figure something out. I think I'm just gonna do some. I have tuna over there. I'm gonna do some tuna, and I think I have spinach. Just make like a little tuna salad, with a little thing on the side.
All right.
That's it. Dance for us for 2 hours. That's a long time, man. Could watch an interrogation. I have to find one though. I mean, there was one I wanted to do, but that one has potential copyright issues. I don't want to risk doing that one during the trial, you know. I guess that's it, huh? All right, so let me type in here lunch break. Shit, dude, I got no idea what we're gonna do. The judge is having fun with it now. 2-hour break. Anyone volunteering to steal a car? Stephen McDaniels was amazing. Yeah, they just cut the feed because it's like, what are we gonna do for 2 hours? Let me get another feed so I like to have the video, at least even just the outside playing in the background. I spoke with Dad Set this morning. We were talking about like what we're gonna do for lunch break. She was like, instead of waiting for last minute, and I was like, last minute's fun though. I like the rush of not knowing what you're gonna do and scrambling. Not really. But I really didn't have anything. There was a video I was gonna play in the background, but that was only like 9 minutes. I didn't know I was gonna be working with 2 freaking hours. We could do some calls. I don't know if people want to call in. Might be 2 hours because JD will be on the stand next. But that's true. We think he might be on the stand next. Hey, maybe that's why. Maybe JD's next, and that's why it's gonna be 2 hours. Not really, Priya. Like any updates on other cases? There was a new one we were gonna cover, but I haven't read anything about it. The New York story where the lady was like put in a body bag. One of my jobs allowed us to have 2 drinks on lunch breaks. That's amazing. You can actually drink on the lunch break. That's some Cali shit, all right. Yeah, I wonder what Molly's gonna do for 2 hours. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I got another feed. Let's see. Yeah. So let me have this feed at least in the background. Let's see. This live? I don't trust it. I don't trust it. All right, let's do this one. Roblox? Somebody said Roblox? Stab 60 times, yeah. Yeah, let me see if Molly, I don't know. Let's see what she's doing too. I can text her. Did I not share this already? I thought I shared this. I mean, I do have the articles too I could pull up. Yeah, I know. Lindsay's like, you should clip that part of the attorney. I am. All right, let me play this. Where was I before with this shit?
Stand as the foundation.
Mr. Wyatt,
practical matter, you don't know about any of the communications between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard for when they wanted the wedding to take place, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Deuters apologized to Amber for Mr. Depp's conduct afterwards?
Lack of
After the
foundation,
Boston Pen
hearsay,
Plan.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Where did you go? Were you with Mr. Depp
Excuse
after
me,
you
Your Honor.
left the plane?
I apologize. May we take this down?
It's just on the witness, but yeah.
Testimony that Mr. Depp didn't kick Amber?
I didn't see anything like that.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Depp go to the back of the plane and pass out and moan loudly?
I don't.
Before that.
15. Oh, defendants, I'm sorry. It's defendants. Now, this is an article in October of 2018. Do you recall seeing this article?
No.
You never saw it? And you don't know.
I'm gonna send the link. I'm gonna ask somebody to find the timestamp for me, so I don't have to keep going through all this. Okay, I can open up lines. I guess if we could do some calls or something. I honestly don't even know. Or I could find something to watch. I'll try the phone thing first to see. And at some point, I'm just gonna get up and grab a little something to eat. And I should clip that part too, the pussy part. I could even post that now while we're live streaming. Shows. All right, let me call in. Loud. All right. So take a nice break. 2 hours, bro. I don't know why they're doing that. I don't know why they're doing 2 hours. By the way, yeah, the phone number, let me put it out. It's 954-787-3009. If you want to call. If you want. I'll put the phone number there. Somebody wants to call in. Hopefully it's working properly this time. I'm trying to figure out like a proper feed to open up. And then I'm going to browse some videos to see what I can pull up. Okay. Everybody's going, screens are going black. Except this one. All right. one's blacked out. It's like everybody has the same feed. Guess I'll just
All
leave
right,
it.
just so we can be ready to go.
Yeah, they ended it. 2 hours and 4 minutes for the P word.
All right, just so we can be ready.
Thank you. That's it. The Queen story is getting big. Yeah, we might do a separate live stream for that one of these evenings. Probably should do it sooner rather than later. I was talking to Dad said about that this morning. I'm surprised they haven't done a press conference on that yet either. Let's see. 2 hours and 4 minutes.
So we can be ready to go.
What?
Your Honor,
An item?
Hours, 4 minutes.
related.
Wait, did I read that wrong? What the hell? Ugh. Too many messages. It starts at 2 hours. 2 hours in, it's at 4 hours. What? 4 minutes? I can't find the timestamp. It's 2 hours in. It's at 4 hours. It's at hours 4 minutes. What? An hour and 4 minutes? I don't know. I don't know how to read that. Can you play yesterday's trial video at 6:13 to like 7 minutes? I swear Depp was asking his doctor for butt ointment. What? Let me take this call. I'm kind of all over the place right now. Start at the 26, 23 mark. The judge said the cafeteria caused delays yesterday, so she extended time so everyone can eat. All right, let me take the mystery caller. 407, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey, Mel, it's Cheeks. How are you?
Hey, Cheeks, how you doing? Welcome.
Man, listen, so I really wasn't interested in this case at all just because I knew that it was just, it was a toxic relationship, and I guess it was just like some really bad he said, she said stuff. So I just happened to peek in today to see what was going on. Yo, why is the lawyer? Why was she going in so hard?
She was going hard.
Driving. What? When she started hitting the P word, I damn near swerved. I was like, yo. This is crazy. I'm like, you know what? In court, there's no way in hell you can have kids in court. Sis was just saying it like, I say this every day. Like, it ain't nothing. I'm like, yo. And then that's all I see is the chat. Super Zoom. Everybody was taking them back, just going in. I'm like, trying to read, and I'm listening, and I hear you like, what? I'm like, oh, my God. I'm questioning invisible worlds. I'm like, did she really just say all that?
I'm trying to find it. Yeah.
I can't imagine what dude was thinking on the stand because, you're a witness. They try and coach you, in regards to how to respond. How the hell do you respond to that? Like, ma'am, I heard nothing like this. What are you talking about? Where are you pulling this from? No, please don't approach me with this. What is going on? So now I'm in tune because has it clearly been this entertaining over these
Some
past,
of it.
3-4 days?
Some of it has, some of it has. Yesterday was kind of boring. I think yesterday was pretty slow, but the Isaac testimony was really good, I think, and Gina Deuters too was pretty good because she got kicked out, and she was like super anxious. Like she was mad anxious through it. I mean, I feel like I need to do some highlights just record the highlights and post the highlights for
please.
people to watch.
That would be great because that's
Mm-hmm.
what I was thinking. I was like, man, I hope Mel does something like a highlight because I didn't want to sit there and really watch the whole entire trial. And then when you were
Right.
saying it was going like, wrong, I'm not going to commit to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to scan for this part of what this woman was talking about, the pussy, whatever. Oh my god.
This must have had a case.
Ready to go.
But yeah, but all right, that's all I wanted to call about.
All right,
They
thank
just
you.
really threw me
Appreciate
off,
it.
And I was like, was that really that
Did he
interesting?
take?
All right, we'll see you
All
after
right.
the 2-hour break.
All righty, thank you. Appreciate it, Cheeks.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, Mel.
What's the number to call in? The number you can call in. I'm kind of trying to figure out what we're gonna do before I get up and like walk away. The number is 954-787-3009. And
Thank you.
oh, they're playing ads now too on this thing.
Excuse me, why are you here?
The last thing I need is a copyright. Okay, that says clipping it. Okay, thank you. 1 hour and 40 minutes. This timestamp for me is 30:42. 32 minutes back. Yeah, let me close all these extra windows that I have. Let me take this call. 918, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hey,
Hey.
I'm calling from Oklahoma.
Where? Where from?
Oklahoma?
Oh, Oklahoma. Okay, cool. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I was just calling because I was thinking, if Johnny wants to win this, isn't this his last chance to like win this thing?
That's what one of the articles that I was reading, that's what they said. It's kind of like the last chance to really, because he lost the one in the UK against the Sun, and so now and I was reading the chat, and so now yeah they're saying this is kind of like his last chance. I mean, if he loses this, then I don't know what else there is after. It's kind of.
Yeah, I was thinking when she was saying all the Amber's lawyer was saying all that pussy shit. I was thinking, shouldn't they be like objecting, like just objecting, like constantly? I would think, they should be fired up if they want to win this thing. I feel like, I mean, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I feel like they should be doing way more than they have.
Johnny's team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Amber's team, as they seem more like, I don't know, just they're trying to hit hard. They're trying to shut everything down. They're trying to find anything they can to question things. And I feel like Johnny's team's doing all right, but I don't feel it. I don't feel like the fire there.
I don't either. Yeah, no, I don't either. And I feel like also the judge let Amber's lawyers like slide, and it seems like a lot more than she will on Johnny's lawyers, when they object to him. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I feel like, yeah, that's true. I feel like, yeah, the lawyer, the judge.
Towards Amber.
Yeah, with the attorneys. Yeah, I feel like that too.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm kind of worried for Johnny at this point. Like, and I feel like, obviously they both did drugs and alcohol, which I don't know why they're trying to bring that up. I feel that's really irrelevant, kind of, but it is what it is. And then I think they both, seems like Johnny's more of a calm, collected, cool dude, and Amber's the more to just like push your buttons kind of girl, you know, all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and just a bitch. And it's like she seems so childish, and she'll throw a fit until she gets her way, and then it gets out of control because they're drunk or they're, you know, on drugs. And it's like both of them are guilty, but I think that Johnny definitely endured more and was like, since he was abused as a child, I think it kind of put him in that mental state of, you know, when you get abused like that when you're a child or whatever, it comes back to you and you kind of just get silent and take it. You know what I mean?
All right.
And I feel like
Yeah.
Johnny probably did that most of the time, and he just let her scream, and she did the most of the, I think, the the abuse. And if he did anything, it was probably to defend himself, I think. That's what it seems like to me anyways.
Right.
I don't know. But I just think that Johnny's lawyers need to get fired up. I mean, if this is their last chance to win, then they need to throw some bombs out, you know?
Maybe I'm wondering if maybe once Amber's people start to come out and testifying on her behalf, that maybe that's when they'll kind of fire up. I don't know.
You could be right. They could be waiting. I mean, I'm thinking though, you know, like if that lady Amber's lawyer was going out this hard on this one guy, and Johnny's going to testify, how hard are they going to go on him? You know?
Right. Yeah.
I'm worried for him, man. I don't know. It's getting kind of crazy, but it's getting interesting at least.
Yeah. I definitely
But
think maybe
I
they're
just
gonna pick
wanna-
up hopefully when they when her people come out, because I haven't really been seeing. Yeah, we're looking at JD's people. All right, I see what Vic is saying. So maybe that's why. I mean, I feel like even with the objections, there could probably be more. But who knows? We're just on one side of things. So maybe when things turn to the other side, we'll see hopefully a fire.
Them more fired up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so too. But okay, I just wanted to call and say that, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Definitely, you definitely make the show like more interesting, and so I'm glad I found you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye.
All right, talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. Okay. I think that was it. Somebody else was on the line, but they hung up. Oh my God, we're on a 2-hour lunch break. Okay. All right, I think I'm gonna. Oh, we got a call. Let me take the call. I was gonna say maybe just take a break, leave the stream up. 530. How you doing? Where you calling from? Hi. Hello. Oh my God, you have to turn me down the background if you can, please. Oh, they hung up. Oh, they're back in the queue. Let me try again. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling. Can you turn I guess if the TV's on, can you turn that down?
Calling from California.
Kelly.
So I was just thinking, like, oh, sorry.
It's okay. And just listen to me on the phone. Yeah.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, great.
My mother-in-law and I watch you, and we've been listening, and I was just wondering, like, you would think that anybody that, you know, drinks alcohol in a relationship or dabbles in this or that or whatever would have issues. I don't know. I just feel like this whole lawsuit is just almost humiliating to both of them and just hurting them, you know, hurting their careers even more with everything coming out.
Right. It's definitely damaging to both of them. And I guess it's kind of ironic that it's a defamation lawsuit, but at the same time, they're gonna have to trash each other in the process. You know, it's like, I mean, because
Yeah,
I've been learning
I don't
things
know.
about these people that I never even knew. 1 hour and 47 minutes.
Well,
Thank you,
that's how I
Mojo.
feel. Exactly.
Yeah, they're trashing each
So
other in the
I just
process.
want
I mean, I don't know how some people are gonna, I don't know if this is gonna, for some people, change their view of these people or if they even care. But I definitely learned a whole bunch of mess that I didn't know before this trial.
Well, absolutely, and it just kind of shows you that everybody has their shit.
Mm-hmm.
No matter if you're Johnny Depp or Amber Heard or whatever. But yeah, it's just it is ironic that it's just like spilling everything. So I don't know. I just wanted to call and see what your thoughts on were that, and do a shout out to my mother-in-law Deb because I love her.
Hey, Deb. Shout out to Deb. Hope you're having a good time.
Awesome. Well, have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Thanks for the call.
Bye.
Bye. All right. There's another caller, but let me skip to get the timestamp.
Stuff like that.
So would it be fair to say that you don't know whether Mr. Bailey had determined that Mr. Depp would not be in Pirates 6 as of October of 2018?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, especially based on this. I don't believe this stuff anyway.
Okay, we can take that.
All right. Take the call. 318. How you doing? Where you calling from? 318.
Hey, Mel. This
Hey.
is Terry.
Hi, Terry.
I'm calling from.
Oh, Terry.
Louisiana.
How you doing?
I called in because all the people are asking about all the legal questions, and I was like, I was
Yes.
losing my mind watching that cross-examination.
What do you think so far?
Well, first of all, I don't think any of these lawyers are superstars. Like, I would think that people with this kind of money would throw down for the superstar. I mean,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? For the dream team. And also, I don't think they're doing themselves any favors. That cross from the lady attorney, that's Amber's attorney, right? The lady?
The lady is Amber's attorney, yeah.
Or
You're
one
talking-
of them. I know she's got
Yeah,
a
like
couple of
she's yeah, I think if you're talking about this one, there's gonna be a delay on the YouTube
that was on
feed,
the
but
cross.
yeah.
And she was, I mean, everything she was doing was objectionable. It was as though she were testifying. That is not allowed. You cannot just ask a question with no foundation. You cannot just continue to ask the same kind of question with no foundation if it gets objected to and sustained. And all she did was ask those horrible questions, just one after the other. I mean, it can be effective, but it could also be a big turnoff to the jury. And the jury, I think, is sympathetic to Johnny Depp and probably to that witness, because that witness is like, I don't know what they did in private, or I don't know what was in his cocktail, or and he doesn't, and he can't testify that he did. That would be speculation, which is not allowed, or hearsay, which is also not allowed. And the people do not, the lawyers do not appear to understand just basic trial procedure in terms of setting up their question or in terms of laying the foundation. I mean,
She was doing that, I feel like, to plug in information. She just kept like inserting things that he didn't know the answer to, but it's like she just wanted the jury to hear it. And like you said, there was like kind of no foundation, and she just
the jury to hear it. And that's going to turn the jury off, particularly the way she did it. But that's going to turn the jury off because, I mean, the jurors aren't stupid. They know what she's doing is just trying to get that in the air with absolutely no evidence to support it. But at the end, the judge, if the judge is any good, well, the lawyers really write the jury instructions, but the jury instructions will include an instruction that says something akin to what the lawyers say is an evidence. What they ask is an evidence. Stuff that I've told you to disregard or to strike is not evidence. You may not consider it in your deliberation. So, I mean, they'll get that instruction, but you can't unring a bell. But I
Right.
think the jury's probably smart enough to know that a lot of that stuff was just inappropriate. And the witness was completely likable. Like, he was trying, you could tell he was trying to be as honest as he could. And it wasn't like he was a jerk witness. Sometimes that tactic that the lawyer was using works better or works at all on a jerk witness. But that guy wasn't him. I mean, he was doing it. He was answering. He was being nice to everybody, and he was answering the same questions he did on direct as he did on cross. I mean, he was not trying to do anything wrong. And she just blah.
Hey, Terry,
But
somebody.
I agree with.
Sorry, go ahead. I'll ask you after.
Oh, I was going to say I agree with you and your last caller, because I think what's going to happen is everything has been understated so far from Johnny's side. And I think Johnny's going to get up there, and he's so loved, and I really do think he has a good heart and personality, and they're going soft. Their team is just playing by the rules. I think what's going to happen is they are giving Amber's team enough rope to hang themselves, because they're going to get up there and be all drama and Me Too and believe not that I'm not a diehard feminist. I'm just saying I recognize a narc when I see her, and I don't believe it. I don't believe her. But
You think she's a narcissist, right?
Yeah, but what you and your last caller were talking about that's what I think is going to happen. I think Johnny's team is going to have to respond to the whiny, bitchy, complainy, drama-filled BS that Amber's going to put on. So
somebody wanted to know too. Laughing beside you says, Ikema, ask Terry's opinion on the judge. I'm curious. I think she's come across as biased. Have you felt that at all, or I don't know how much you've been watching of the trial?
Well,
but...
I heard y'all talking about that earlier this morning. I don't think so. She seems to me like she's fairly handling objections and everything. I mean, I think probably women in general, when they're on the bench in cases like this, really have to walk a very fine line, because women get judged harder than men do in this situation. So people are going to be looking at her closely, seeing if she's, biased towards Amber, or, with her and all the Me Too stuff, or whatever. I think she's going to get judged harder, but I hadn't seen anything horrible. Okay. I hadn't seen her do anything unfair. Oh, and also, this isn't Johnny's last time to win. If he loses this, he just appeals. He's still got 2 more appeals.
Oh, okay.
So I remember somebody was saying that. So, but no, this isn't the last time. He can appeal. The UK case doesn't have any jurisdictional application to our case, so to this case. So it doesn't matter what happened over there. This is a whole different kettle of fish.
Was that considered badgering, what the Amber's attorney was doing to this guy?
Yes.
Yeah. And so Wayne was asking, she said, could JD attorney have allowed Amber's attorney to badger the witness so they could do it too?
No, that's not why you'd allow it. I mean, that's not why you wouldn't object. For one thing, like when I'm in trial, I don't object a lot, only when it's egregious, because the jurors don't like it. They don't like it when you object and you mess up and there's all this talk and the flow gets messed up. But if it's bad, I'll object. But no, I think what happens, I think why they didn't get more aggressive in terms of opposition to that kind of badgering, testifying questions was because they're giving them enough rope to hang themselves. I mean, you can't just testify, which is what she was doing. Isn't it true that blah, 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 blah,
Right,
blah?
right.
You got to have a basis that that witness knew anything about what you're talking about. You can't,
Right.
you have to lay down the foundation. Were you at this house on this day? Were you done it? I mean, were they in your vision? You have to lay a foundation for every single one of those questions. And she didn't for any. So she was, in effect, testifying.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And she was certainly badgering the witness. But I think that, we thought it looked bad. Think about how the jury thought that looked, because they're in there. I mean, that must have been terribly uncomfortable.
Well, thanks, Terry. I don't know if anybody else has any other questions, but that was did you see the whole pussy part too? I couldn't believe. I was kind of like, what is going on here?
Yeah,
and that goes back to what you were saying. They're just putting in all the.
Yeah.
I don't even think the guy knew what the hell she was talking about. He's just like, what?
I don't either. She was quoting apparently what her client told her. I don't know where that came from. But that evidence should be stricken. That would do it. I mean, because it wasn't evidence. It just came from the lawyer. So
Right.
yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. But it's gonna get. I think Johnny Depp's going to be a great witness. I think Amber
I can't
Heard's
wait.
going to be a terrible witness. And
Yeah.
because unless she's heavily sedated, she's going to be terrible. And if she's not heavily sedated, and if she is heavily sedated, she's going to be heavily sedated. So that's also terrible because that's
Right.
obvious when that happens. I always ask the witness, are you on any kind of medication today that could
Really?
interfere with your ability to, yeah.
Oh, I never thought about that. So you asked them when they're
It locks them
testifying.
in. It puts them out on the skinny branches because they can't come back later and say, oh, I was stressed out, so I took, well, you told me you weren't on anything. So anyway, it's exciting. I mean, I miss trial. I don't miss all the other stuff about lawyering, but I miss trial. I love a courtroom.
Yeah. How long you stopped practicing? When? Like, when was the last time you were on a trial?
2016.
Oh, okay.
So, it's been a while, but I tried a lot of cases. I'm one of those lucky people. I worked for the state, and I worked for the Attorney General's office for a long time, and I worked for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a long time. And when you're working for the state, you go to trial. When you work at like a private firm, which I did right out of law school, I want to get in the courtroom. So you go work for the state, and they put you in the courtroom. You go to trial. I tried cases all the time as a very young lawyer, and it's just there's just something about it that's wonderful. It's great. It's great to have a job to go to that you love. It's like not working.
Right.
You're just going to have fun somewhere. So anyway, I loved it. But
somebody said the witness has had his name specifically in the contracts by Johnny. Do you think he has a reason to lie? I was a little confused about the exact contract thing, because he said that, I thought at the beginning he said Johnny, he doesn't get paid by Johnny, but then when they brought up the contracts, so they're trying to like stump him, he was saying he gets paid by the union, but he was in the contracts though. So I don't know how this stuff works.
But
what
the lawyer was talking about that Johnny made sure as a part of Johnny's contract that the union hired his friend on. So Johnny made it a part of his contract that they hire his friend on.
Okay.
That's it. That the friend doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, he
That's
didn't.
something that Johnny negotiated with his contract, with his own contract.
Okay.
And so all the players are in a union. You know, everybody on the set's in a union. So it's usually the union dictates what he gets paid and all of that.
Okay.
I've been on a few movie sets. It's the weirdest thing.
Is it?
God, I wouldn't want to do that for a living. It's just hurry up and wait. And you know, they spend a lot of time setting up a scene, and there's about 25 people trying to figure out how the camera should go, and blah blah blah.
Well, thank you, Terry, so much. Thank you for the call. I might have to hit you up. No, you're good. I really appreciate your call. I might have to hit you back up when we had a really good conversation too the last time we talked. I forgot what story or case, but when we have a crazy moment, maybe on a break or something, I'll call you back just to maybe you could explain whatever.
I'm curious to see. Oh wait, they're back. They're back.
No. Are they? No, they're not.
Oh, they're not back. Okay.
No. Oh, you talking about you probably looking at my video? No, they're not back. They're coming back at 2. They're taking 2 hours. Hey, let me ask you real quick too before we get you off. I mean, the lunch breaks. I mean, I guess they're doing that, the longer breaks so people can eat. Is that like what are the normal lunch breaks? Does it just it's the judge's call? If the judge wants to say 3-hour lunch break, 4-hour lunch break, they could just do a 4-hour lunch break.
It's my experience in state court. It's pretty flexible. It's usually an hour and a half. In federal court, it's like 30 minutes or 45 minutes. And breaks are hard breaks. So it's like 10 minutes, do not pass go, do not collect $200. You've got to be back here in 10 minutes. But in state court, it's a little bit looser. But I still think that was too long.
Yeah, 2 hours.
It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Let's get the case done. I don't know. I love going to trying cases in federal court because it's usually a rocket docket and they want you in and out and they tell you how much time you have and you just have to get your case done in that time. And it just works better.
Wow. All right. Well, thank you, Terry. I appreciate it.
Oh,
appreciate your support.
Anytime.
Yeah. Lovely call.
I sent you a message on your Discord. I'll just
are you under technical, right? Is that you on technical?
I private messaged you.
Right. When today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I think that would be a good idea for you. I'll hit you up. Maybe I'll call you after the stream. We can talk a little bit about that. But I think especially for what you do, you used to do, you have all the experience and stuff. That's a big thing right now for people online. They want to hear the perspective, like kind of like how you called in. You can do your own thing. So yeah, let's talk for sure.
Okay, let's do.
All right.
I'd appreciate it. Well, I'll be eyes on all day today.
All right, Terry. Thanks.
I've been chatting, but not. I only super chatted 1 or 2 times. But I'm commenting like, oh my God. I know it seems so. I guess it's crazy for me to not be able to go. This is so wrong. So anyway, okay. Well, we'll catch later.
All right. Thanks, Terry. Bye.
Have a great day.
You too.
Great job.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We have 2 other callers. Let me take these calls because they've been waiting for a little bit, and then we'll listen to this clip. And then I think I'm going to take a little break just to eat or something. And we'll come back and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we go. We're just riding through. 725, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Texas.
Hey, Texas. How you doing? Who's this? What's your name?
It's good. I'm good, Mal. It's good to talk to you finally. It's Spicy.
Spicy. Hey. Thanks for calling. Yeah, I see you in the chat all the time.
Long time listener, long time watcher, first time caller. I was calling because I've been watching this. I had no idea about this trial until you put it up. And the more I watch it, I just want to say before Johnny goes on, I really have a feeling that Amber, this, you know, she is doing this as her last attempt to abuse him. I really think that, you know, she's gone through all these other channels to, like, defame him and do all this, you know, horrible, mean stuff. And then I'm, you know, watching these videos with you guys and reading the comments and stuff. It's like you can see Johnny he's like all this personal information getting out on him. And it's almost like she's just sitting there, like, you know, just
enjoying it almost.
reeling it in.
Yeah, like smirking, smiling, all this kind of stuff. Oh, I forgot to ask Terry too about this other woman too that got kicked out, Eve Barlow. I mean, I should have asked Terry about that too. You saw the whole Eve Barlow thing where this woman lied about an Instagram post to get this other person kind of thrown out, even though what that person did was wrong, Gina Deuters. But that was Amber's people, or Amber's girlfriend.
Yeah, it's just like their little, like, it's like their mission, you know, and it's so trivial. It's like, okay, yeah, he drinks, he does drugs. I mean, big deal. Like, if you look at her character and her body of work and just look at what she's done in her life, like Amber Heard, you know, the person, you don't see her going out to hospitals and, you know, doing all these things that, you know, Johnny does. Yeah, he's a celebrity, you know, and he's got people like to set that stuff up for him, but that's his like whole character. You know, you can see that he's not going out just, you know, talking about Hunter S. Thompson being some jerk who waved guns around, which he did, you know what I mean? But he doesn't like put people's stuff out there, you know? So I just wanted to say that before he goes on the stand, because I have a feeling that she's going to use that to try to attack him again, you know, and just like go through all of that abuse. And like, it's her last chance, because after this, you know, he could just be done with it, whether he wins or not, you know, but this is like her last hurrah. And I think she really likes it.
I think she does too. I think she does too. And she's counting for twice the amount.
Yeah. Yeah. And even her lawyers. I mean, like she was just like that poor guy. when she said that I couldn't believe she just said that. Mm-hmm. And he's just like, you could see he was just flabbergasted. He was just like, what did you just say? So anyways, that was it.
Thank you, Spicy. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. And thanks. And I just want to say the mods are great and the chat is great.
Hey.
And you're great too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, take
it easy.
All right.
Goodbye.
Bye. That was nice. Thank you, Spicy. Appreciate that. Especially, you know, helping out. It helps out with the stream too when you guys want to call in. 434. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, Mel.
Hi. Thank you for holding.
Calling from Tampa, and it's Anne-Marie Singh again.
Oh, Anne-Marie, how you doing?
I'm great, thank you. Look at your face. I have a serious question to ask you as a male. Yeah, because this is going to be good to hear, because we're going to watch Johnny today, and his human reactions and human behavior is nothing out of the ordinary when you think your woman is cheating. Going back to the video, when Amber came out of the the complex with Franco, and she was leaning on him, and he was covering his hat and his face with his hat. Was Johnny there at that moment, or was he performing somewhere? And so, what were they doing in the apartment together?
So a lot of people think they were sleeping together. A lot of people think they were sleeping together. Okay. And I don't know the full story behind that, but even when it was referenced, I believe it seems like she was allegedly cheating. And so like with Franco kind of doing that with, I think, Elon too. Uh-oh.
Oh my God. So sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, four pit bulls. A single woman's got to have some protection if she ain't got a gun. Okay. So my question to you is, when he was angry and saying those vagina things at court, as any man would when you think your woman's cheating, do men have the same instincts women do? Do you think he's just imagining this because he's on drugs and alcohol, which every Hollywood star is? But or do you think he's feeling this the way women feel it?
I think, given that we've seen the videos, to me they look suspect as hell. I think that they were messing around. I think, in my opinion, she was cheating. I mean, look at the shit that we're saying. I'm trying to think of like the timeline of when the video happened where they're in the elevator, because Elon Musk, I believe he denies. He says that, like, I don't know if it was like he said like a week or something after they divorced, or they were, I don't know. Elon Musk said it was after the fact, and he denies this stuff. But we saw Isaac testifying and saying that he saw Elon Musk in the penthouses when they were together, and she was, when Depp and Amber were together, that Isaac said he saw these people over there, Elon or whatever. So I mean,
so she's been cheating, and not just with Franco. She's a natural born cheater. Oh,
allegedly.
Wow. Okay.
Make sure people don't want to come from you. Yeah, allegedly. So.
Yeah. Yeah, me allegedly too. Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you. It was nice.
Thank you.
To hear that from a male perspective. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Molly, you want to call into the show?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me call you right back. I'm going to call you. All right. Let me see. How do I make a call on this thing again? I'm sorry, Anne Marie. I just my bad. But yeah, no, I think guys can. I feel like women maybe have more of that intuition, but I do feel like guys can have that instinct gut feeling too. I think just like anybody, as far as like cheating and stuff like that. But I mean, it really depends, I guess, on the circumstance. But like this stuff with I don't know what the hell I'm doing. How the hell do you make a call? Okay, make outbound call. In this instance, clearly, like, this woman was getting around, cheating, scandalous. I mean, that's what they're claiming it was after the fact. But I mean, who wouldn't be pissed off and mad and whatever else? Okay, let's see. Call. Give Molly a call. I saw some people asking. She was doing some stuff when she got out, so I was trying to give her a little bit of time. But since we have 2 hours, we got plenty of time, right? Let's see if the audio is calling. If it doesn't work, I could just hang up and call her and go straight through Google Voice. Oh, here we go. Hey, Molly.
Yo.
How are you doing? What's up? What's going on today over there?
Oh, my lordy.
And you guys can find Molly on YouTube. Make sure you go check out her channel. I'll plug in the link again. Molly Go Lightly.
Thank you.
Let me do that. How's it going?
Boy. I'm very irritable, but that's okay. Have some really cute kids outside with some signs. I don't know if you've seen them.
No.
They're Pirates of the Caribbean. I got a nice little interview with them. And it turns out that there's a girl that is for very much Amber Heard. She's she's a spectator like I am. But what she's doing is she keeps, ever since day one, she keeps coming up to people and wanting to know if they support Amber. So she's been on her own for 2 weeks. This is the second week, and no one's biting her. And she's just they labeled her creeper. So she's very pro, So anyway, these poor kids are outside in the cold with their Pirates of the Caribbean stuff. And I talk to them, great kids, and then all of a sudden she comes up thinking she's going to step to me. And I'm like, oh, this one right now. She starts talking to them, and I'm standing by them. She goes, what are you doing? Why are you encouraging these death threats? I was like, excuse me?
She said you were encouraging death threats?
Yeah, because those 4 kids had signs. It's a girl and 3 guys.
Oh.
They came from out of state, Delaware or something, Maryland, same state to me. And they were just like, well, it's just saying ahoy, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what the heck these signs are. And you're encouraging death threats. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So she yelled out, bitch, to me. And I'm like, oh, this girl wants to rock. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to control myself. Okay? Because I can't say, you know what, catch me outside, because we're already outside. So I look stupid.
Yeah.
And then, So we're out there, and she's this tiny little, she's just one of those power feminists, and she went nuts on me, and not on those kids, and the kids are basically laughing at her. All of the media, I just saw like 6 or 7 cameras come running up, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, oh my God. So she's calling me bitch, asking me if I've ever been raped, if I've ever been, I'm like, no.
Jesus.
No, I haven't. Thank God I haven't. But you want to know something? I'm still a victim's advocate. And right now, in my opinion, I believe that Amber Heard is the aggressor. She's very vulgar, and what she's doing, Ikmel, is she's trying so hard to make him out to be the biggest drunk in the entire world, and that's the only thing she's bargaining on. There's just no evidence that he hit her, and she's getting very upset. You can tell that she's been nervous for 2 days. I hope that you guys are... have you guys noticed that she's copying Johnny Depp's
what he's wearing? Really? His hairdo too?
Yeah, and yesterday I said, if it's $1 million, she pulls her hair back tomorrow. And then all of a sudden she walks to the courtroom and everybody looked at me and was like, oh my God, you called it. And I was like, dude, it wasn't that hard to call. It's not like I'm psychic. So anyway, she's out there, and I videotaped this girl, and she just does not know what she's talking about. And this is the thing. I just talked to Court TV, and I said, you want to know something? In this moment of time, the world is seeing, domestic violence from a different perspective.
Right.
Which we never get to see. So he's doing a service for real victims in such a way that to me, I applaud him for that, because sometimes, listen, I believe that people just don't change overnight. Do I believe that this woman drove him, to want to drink? Listen, I even said to Court TV, if I had to be around that girl, I would definitely need a shot.
Yeah.
I would definitely need too much.
That 2-hour conversation that we listened to was horrible. I mean, it was dreadful. I couldn't. My God.
Did you hear about the wet pussy and shit like that?
Yes.
You want to know something? If that actually ever even happens, all right? If it ever happens, why would you want to have those words come out of your attorney's mouth on TV? This is her playing games. What I'm hearing, and I'm just saying it's a rumor, is Amber's going to be in contempt of court for what she pulled last week. The judge is not playing with her anymore. The thing with her friends, Eve, what happened with that tweet, she edited out the date. It was from the London trial. That was the woman that was excused. So yeah, Amber Heard realizes now, so her whole demeanor has changed. And what she's doing every day, she's trying to get Johnny to look at her, and he won't. He won't even look at her. When he comes in, he's not allowed to wave to us, but the winks and stuff. And you got to see him like when he's cracking up at stuff. You just got to see this.
I feel like
I would love to know.
The feed that I've been watching today, they haven't really been showing too much of their faces. It's just been focused on the witness. I'm gonna try to find a different camera. I don't know if they're all doing that, but they all just seem kind of focused, so we can't really see what's going on as far as like facial expressions of Johnny and Amber.
Yeah.
And what do you think about this? The 2-hour break is because I remember yesterday you mentioned like the lunch was kind of a mess. Is that why?
Okay,
I guess,
this is what happened. All right, I'll break it down for you. So what happened yesterday is there was a gentleman, the Latino guy, was excused from the jury because he had a hernia operation recently, and it was giving him some problems, and they did excuse him. So then, later in the afternoon, when we broke for lunch, the cafeteria was jam-packed. I looked at it and said, you know what? Felicia's going to lose a pound because I'm not going to eat. And she said she didn't want to cheat them. The judge is mad cool. She's a Marine and everything. She's really, really cool. She's got a really good reputation down here in from what I was told from the sheriff, the one that looks like Lisette Melendez, there's an officer here that looks just like Lisette Melendez. And I said, anybody ever tell you look like Lisette Melendez? She's like, hell yeah, girl. I was like, what? She's like, no, she was great. Oh man, it's another producer. All right.
You gotta go?
No, just everything's good. I'll wait until I'm finished. She can wait. She can wait. I don't think that she's there. Oh no. So right now we're all just kind of hanging around the cafeterias, sitting upstairs. I don't know if Johnny's the next witness to be called, but woo, I'm very irritable. I'm very tired. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to last.
It's tough, right?
You know what I mean? It's just all the waiting. It's cold. It's stressful. It's just wait. And then, I'm not going to lie, like listening to these very personal, intimate stories is, it's uncomfortable. It really is. I don't want to know Johnny Depp like that. I don't want to know Amber Heard like that. Even though I don't know bitch, but I definitely don't want to know it now.
Right. Was there any reaction? I know they're not supposed to react. Was this somebody was asking, I forgot who asked. Somebody asked Mel, ask her how the jury reacted to the P word. Was there, I don't know, any facial, or did anybody gasp or anything like that?
I'll tell you what. The makeup of this jury is so interesting. What they replaced the Latino man with was another young white male.
Okay.
It's very interesting, but I keep my eye on them the whole time. There is no reaction from any of them. And remember, there's a lot of Asians, and they're all wearing masks. So they're looking at computers, but I do see a very attentive jury. They are taking notes. They're looking at the lawyers. They're looking at the witnesses. So that's one of the good things. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, appreciate some of the little bit the in-person insight. Yeah. So you think when we come back, we're going to listen to Johnny, or is there maybe somebody else before Johnny?
He's on that docket.
Yeah, he's on the docket. Okay.
When I was at dinner last night, Vinnie Politan sent me a text message and said, Johnny Depp on the thing tomorrow. And I said, yeah, I know. We found out this morning. Where are you? Because you know me. I go around. I talk to everybody.
Right.
So.
All right. Were you happy about the 2-hour lunch, or are you kind of like disappointed? Like, damn, 2 hours? Like, what the,
Oh yeah, I want to go home.
Yeah.
I want to go home. This is, you know what? I mean, I can say I came, I saw, I conquered, and that's it.
Right.
So.
Okay. All right. Well, appreciate it. Oh, the jurors are wearing masks. People are asking that. Is that what you said? The jury?
Some of them.
Some of them.
Some of them.
Okay.
Yes. There's only like 3 women.
Oh, okay.
It's only 3 women. A black woman, an Asian woman, and an old white lady.
Maybe that's why she's trying to shock these people. Amber's attorney trying to
One just walked right past me. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the table of all of them. They're just eating. I'm looking at the jury right now at lunch. But yeah, I was in the elevator with the last witness, and you want to know something? It's like there's a pattern here. Notice that they keep asking all these questions of all these people that Johnny takes care of. Why? Well, you want to know something, Amber? It was okay for Johnny to take care of all your friends, put them up in all these penthouses, eating his food, drinking his wine, and driving his cars and going on vacation. Johnny paid for everything.
Yeah.
Everything. And now she's throwing it in everyone's faces and making these. I know what she's doing. It's manipulation tactic, trying to make them feel like they're low life and stuff. You know what I mean? And how dare Johnny have friends with the people that he works with? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like YouTube. How dare you become, friends with people you work with? You know what I mean?
Shit.
You're around them so long, you're gonna start talking. That's it. But yeah, keep your eye on her. She's a little sneak, in my opinion.
Right.
In my opinion. But what is my opinion worth? 0. Not to court TV. They keep pulling me out. I'm like, oh, yeah, we gotta get another. What's your reaction? They were like, can you come back out later? And I was like, yeah.
We need another shot for the video.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
but
Marissa.
they still want to do the Molly Golightly. Thank
Hey,
you, Egg
well,
Mel,
thanks
and
for coming on.
everyone.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Bye.
All right, take care. Bye. Okay, so that was a little insight. Appreciate that call. I think I can hang up now. We can watch the P part. But that was, yeah, that's her channel. Whether you like her, you don't like her, whatever. Not my problem whether you do or not, but you can go check her out, and the link's in the description. Let me see here. Fix this. Let's see if we can actually listen to this, and then I'm gonna eat a little bit. But I see more people joining to kind of come hang out. But we're stuck for this 2 hour break. We've made it 1 hour so far. I don't know how, with nothing planned, but we made it 1 hour. Let's play this.
Not that I recall.
Do you know whether he took any drugs before he got in the car?
I wasn't with him before we got in the car.
All right. And I think you testified in response to the question that you didn't think that he was intoxicated or
True.
high?
No, I mean, he seemed like Johnny.
Molly's not worried about the
Take any
haters.
Red Bulls that you saw?
Took any what?
Red Bulls.
Red Bulls? I don't know. There was occasion where he would drink Red Bulls. I don't know if that was the same time or not.
All right. Was he drinking vodka with any Red Bulls?
I don't know.
Was he drinking whiskey?
I don't know.
Was he taking cocaine?
I've never seen it, no.
Did you see any powders?
No.
So you get on the airplane, and it's your testimony that Ms. Heard had a bad tone of voice with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
She had a bad tone of voice with me.
Okay. In fact, wasn't Mr. Depp saying pretty horrible things to Ms. Heard?
I don't recall that.
Like, get fucked on set, get fucked with fucking James fucking Franco? Did you hear that?
I don't recall.
Did you hear him say, at least you fucking liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, I bet you slipped a tongue in there and you liked it?
No.
Did you hear him say, make references to Amber's pussy and asking her if her pussy was wet?
Your Honor, lack of
My
foundation
God,
or
yo. This shit
harassment.
was crazy.
Did you hear any of that?
No, not that I recall.
I'll
Okay.
overrule the objection. It's fine.
And it's kind of like what Terry was talking about, where they're just, this lady is just inserting things, just throwing it out there, and it's basically all it is for the jury to hear it.
Thank you. Now, you shared an oxygen tank with Mr. Depp on that Boston plane, didn't you?
No.
You don't recall Mr. Depp insisting that the flight attendant give him an oxygen tank and the two of you used it?
No.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Depp drinking champagne on the plane?
I don't know what he was drinking. I'm sure I was having wine. He could have been having champagne.
Do you remember him drinking a couple bottles of champagne?
I don't know how much.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp didn't kick Amber?
I didn't see anything like that.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Depp go to the back of the plane and pass out and moan loudly?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that either?
No.
Okay. Can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245, please? And Your Honor, I show no objection to it in the filings. So I'm going to move the admission of it, and I'm going to ask it to be published.
No. Any objection to 245?
Yes, Your Honor, it's improper impeachment. It's not to him.
All right. If you want to approach, we'll see what your objections. Do you have your list of objections?
All right, I think I'm going to take a little, 10, 15-minute break. And I'll just leave this up for now, and I'll come back. I think that's what we'll do. So 2 p.m. Let me see here. Yeah, we still got a long way to wait. So I'm going to take like 10, 15 minutes. I'll let this play. The volume's super low. I can't hear anything except Mel. Okay.
Objections from your exhibits?
Okay, yeah, I could fix the volume. I bumped the volume down. I forgot because we had the calls. But I'll bump it up for this. moaning, right? Like, yeah, I'm just gonna let this play, I guess. I just want to make sure the volume's good. Yeah, they'll be back at 2 p.m. Eastern. We killed about an hour, which was actually wasn't too bad. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little stretching, have my little tuna, and some spinach. Hopefully the spinach is still good. Yeah, check it out. Let's see here. And when they come back, yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll see if it's Johnny. I would think it should be if he's on the docket and we're already in the afternoon. All right, so I'll be back.
Mr. White, are you aware that Mr. Deuters apologized to Amber for Mr. Depp's conduct afterwards?
Lack of
After the
foundation,
Boston
hearsay.
About 10
Your
minutes
Honor.
or so, I'll be back.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Okay.
Where did you go? Were you with Mr. Depp
Excuse
after
me,
you
Your Honor.
left the plane?
I apologize. May we take this down?
It's just on the witness, but yes. Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you leave the plane with Mr. Depp?
I mean, I got off the plane at the same time. I'm assuming I went to my own home.
Okay, and what was Mr. Depp's state?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if he was passed out or not?
No.
When you say you don't recall, as you're sitting here today under oath, you honestly can't remember if Mr. Depp was passed out when you left the plane?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
All right. I'll allow it this one time. Go ahead. You can answer, sir.
There was lots of plane flights. I mean, the only reason I remember this one was because Amber yelled at me on that flight.
Do you remember my question?
I don't recall.
All right.
I mean,
so-
I could have gotten off the plane and just left. I don't know.
And Mr. Depp could have kicked Amber on that plane, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Not that I saw.
Okay. And he could have passed out.
Not that I recall.
Okay. How many times were you with Amber and Mr. Depp together?
Oh, I have no idea. No idea.
Well, what would the circumstances have been?
Invited over for something or other, or, Johnny and I may have been recording some music or something, and she was there. I don't know, at work. I don't.
No, you had a very close personal relationship with Christy Dombrowski, didn't you?
We're friends, yes.
Yes, and you were more than friends for quite a few years. were you
Your
not?
Honor, relevance, may we approach?
It's impeachment.
All right.
It's bias. It's bias.
Approach, please.
Now, you testified that the wedding that you went to, the one in Los Angeles, seemed to be a little rushed.
Yes,
How long were they engaged?
I don't know.
Could it have been a pretty substantial period of time?
I don't know.
Okay, so when you say rushed,
We didn't know a wedding was going to happen.
well, and you said you were at the offices of Ad Infinitum, is that right? Okay, when you say we didn't know any wedding was going to happen, Who's we?
Several of the people at the wedding didn't know it was going to
Okay,
happen.
okay. Now, did you know what Amber's film schedule was?
No,
Did you know whether she was out of town, coming back in, and leaving again?
I did not know.
Did you know what Johnny's film schedule was?
I probably knew we were off.
Because you were his sound technician, right?
Yeah, we were
Okay.
starting a film
And
or ending
when-
a film or whatever, yes.
Okay, and when did you leave for Pirates 5?
I don't recall when.
Was he filming right before Pirates 5?
I don't recall.
Okay, so as soon after they did the Los Angeles wedding, they went to the Bahamas, correct?
I don't remember the time difference.
But you didn't go to that wedding.
No,
Do you know how many people did?
no.
Do you know how much organization was involved in getting that wedding together in the Bahamas?
No, I don't know.
Do you know whether, do you know, well, okay, I guess you don't know, so I guess I shouldn't ask you then. So as a practical matter, you don't know about any of the communications between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard for when they wanted the wedding to take place, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay,
Your Honor, I just have a few.
sure. Redirect.
Mr. Wyatt, you testified earlier that you worked with Mr. Depp as his sound technician on more than 10 feature films. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you ever worked on feature films as a sound technician or in any other capacity on films without Mr. Depp?
Yes, I have.
On those instances and those films not involving Mr. Depp, were your travel costs covered?
Yes, they are.
Were your hotel costs covered?
Yes, they are.
Was your airfare covered?
Yes.
Were those arrangements handled in any way different from the films on which you worked with Mr. Depp?
No.
What was your understanding of why Mr. Depp was late on the set to Pirates 5?
I'm just going to use your microphone.
Objection, Your Honor. He's already testified he doesn't know, and he wasn't there with him, and he doesn't know.
Directly related to the cross.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
What was your understanding of why Mr. Depp was late occasionally on the set of Pirates 5?
My understanding was he was having arguments with Amber.
And the wedding that you attended, or the ceremony in Los Angeles, that was right before Mr. Depp was to start filming Pirates 5, correct?
Yes.
Is that one of the reasons Amber wanted to be married right then?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
All right, foundation. I'll sustain as the foundation.
Mr. Wyatt, you've known Mr. Depp for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And you've worked with him for a long time.
Yes.
Has any woman, other than Ms. Heard, ever accused him of raising a hand to her?
Objection, Your Honor. He's already asked that beforehand, and I went into the cross with it.
Asked and answered. Sustain the
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you, Mr. Wyatt, and thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody and do not watch anything in the news media at this time, and you may be recalled at a later date, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. You have a good day. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few housekeeping matters to take care of, and also I know the cafeteria was a little rough yesterday, so I'm going to go ahead and give you an extended lunch today until 2 o'clock, so just do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m., okay? If you just go with Deputy Lisa. Email that I emailed you. Tell Halusa. All right. Okay, so you had some housekeeping matters to take?
I'm not aware of any.
We'd like to speak with you about some of the videos, if you have a moment.
I'm happy to chat with them, but I
Okay, so you don't need me for that. Oh, okay. I thought you needed me for that.
So you ought to get an extended lunch.
So I get an extended lunch. Okay, well, what I'm going to do, just to let you know, actually, if you approach the bench.
All right.
What is up? Let's see what's going on here. Mm, 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 mm. Let's see, Doc. What's up? Let me myself situated. Damn. All right. So, Court TV is live, showing both Amber Heard and Johnny's faces. The only thing is, I don't know that I could use their stream, though. I mean, they're showing it right now. Maybe we could take a look if they're just watch for a little bit. I'm at the trial. Let's take a look. Sound engineer testifies. Take a look at the website.
Door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God. No.
And a reminder, Johnny Depp himself is expected to take the stand at 2 p.m. So less than, just a little more than half an hour from now. Still with us to discuss, we have criminal defense attorney Greg Isaacs in Knoxville, Tennessee. Also retired DEA special agent Ted Golden in Atlanta, Georgia. So you're hearing about two incidents. In one case, it looks very unfavorable to Heard. In another case, it looks very unfavorable to Depp. Ted Golden, what's your take on what you just saw and heard?
Well, they both have made some admissions about the involvement of violence in the situation. It's not going to look good for either one of them, but it seems that they're carrying on a conversation that tries to explain why, who did what, and why. But essentially,
yeah, that's what I thought.
Anytime you're under the influence of alcohol or drugs, you tend to do things that you don't normally do, and a lot of times you don't recall it. So for them to be able to recall the incidents, it shows a degree of at least consciousness about what they were doing.
You know, Greg, in that first video, I had a lot of trouble, me personally, kind of deciphering what was going on. I mean, Johnny Depp appeared to be breaking things. It appeared that he had been consuming a lot of alcohol. But what else did you pick up on in that video that could be harmful or even helpful to him?
Well, Joy, the first video I felt was very grainy, and I don't know that it tended to make any fact of consequence more or less probable as it relates to defamation for the Heard camp. Again, if you're trying to paint Johnny Depp as someone that had a drug or alcohol addiction issue,
I thought they said it was Law and Crime that got Emily. Was it Court TV? I shared maybe 6 videos on your FB page, I think, 2 days ago. Oh, did you? but it's all good stuff. Okay, I have to be careful what I use. Let me see if I can find that. Facebook Messenger. Crumley hearing. Looks like let's look at the hearing while you wait. Oh, I didn't know there was a Crumley hearing. Which hearing was there? When was this? Today? Three hours ago. There's a 27. Hey, watch this. Hey! Something to watch, I guess, in the meantime. Shirley sent this. Thank you. So Johnny Depp's at 2 p.m. when we get back, and we can watch this for a bit.
Nope, you're gonna stay right there.
Oh, Lori Vallow's in court.
Suck it.
Morphy case dismissed.
I talked to your dad this morning. He said you're concerned because they don't have any. I called the court and they assured me that you were on it. And also they got a hearing piece so that James can hear.
Why was it dismissed?
They had to order it from the county so he can hear a little better.
Hey, Kimberly. Thanks. This is the Crumleys, the school shooter's parents. Yeah, you can message me on Facebook. It can mail. It can mail something. I don't know. It can. Oh, let me just do the. Or is it Facebook? I don't even know what it is.
I think it's because I'm so used to saying hi. Because most of my clients end up being hi. Good morning, James.
So I guess they're not separating, because remember the last time we were talking about these people, they had to make a decision whether they were going to separate or not. Or different attorneys, I think, or something. I don't know.
Hey, Brian, is that too? Yeah. I left it on a notepad, but I had everything like written down and typed out. Thanks. Today's Marielle's 40th birthday, you guys. Doesn't she look older? Okay. I called her and I said, "Is this Marielle? You just sound so old."
Thanks, Mo. Yeah, we're going to watch a little bit of this until Johnny comes back. We're gonna have to make a decision too. I don't know if this is a new thing they're gonna start doing with the Johnny Depp thing. If they're gonna take 2 hours every day, and so then we'll have to figure out if we want to end the streams during the lunch breaks and come back. I mean, now we're here already. We're almost done, but if that's gonna be every day, we'll have to figure out what we want to do. Scamber. Yeah, I should yeah, if it's gonna be 2 hours, we might. I'm thinking every day. I don't know if this was just today or what, but I'm gonna leave it for tomorrow, the poll. I think that would be a good poll, but tomorrow, since we're I don't want to confuse people and make people think we're leaving now. But tomorrow, I'll run that poll. I mean, because I don't know about 2 hours every day. Goddamn, go do a couple things in 2 hours, you know.
Mario, on this video that you have later today, can you do by video or do you have to go with video? Oh, good.
All right.
I didn't know how to do
Court
it.
is now in session. The Honorable Shirley Matthews presiding. Your Honor, calling People versus James Crumbly, case number 22-279-989FH. Calling People versus Jennifer Crumbly, case number 22-279-990FH.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDonald appearing on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Thank you, Mark Keith, on behalf of the people.
Good morning.
And good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith. To keep it easier for the court, I'm going to continue to represent Jennifer Crumbly.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbly.
Well, I hope you're feeling better.
I am, thank you. I'm down a gallbladder, but doing much better.
Glad to hear that. Well, you can all be seated. There's an agreed upon joint representation waiver form, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And are your clients prepared to sign this form?
They are, Your Honor.
They are, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm going to ask each. You can read it. You can stand if you like, or
Go ahead and
sit.
stand up.
Could you both raise your right hand? Could you raise your right hand, Mr. Thomas? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the true self of your God? Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. You can put your hand down.
You know what, Your Honor, we had asked Ms. Burgess if there was a earpiece Mr. Crumbly could use. He's hard of hearing.
Oh.
I know that an order was placed to the county. He has just
I was not aware of this at all.
Okay, I emailed your chambers. Is it possible if we just check and see if it's available?
Yeah, it's a court administration issue. This is the first I've heard of that.
Mr. Crumbly is indicating he can hear you. He's saying it's okay for today.
Okay.
Well, he can't hear now? He has hearing problems now?
Okay. I think they might be writing it down. It's at the court administration. But this is the first time I was made aware. Can you let me know if you can't hear me? It's important to hear everything.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so you can both put your hand down. Could you tell me your name?
Jennifer Crumbly.
And your name.
James Crumbly,
And how old are you?
44.
45.
Can you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you hear and understand? Can you hear and understand me?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you hear and understand your attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
And you understand that you are charged with 4 counts of involuntary
Already
manslaughter. Do you each understand that?
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you understand you have a right to have your own attorney, and conflict-free representation? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that there are various risks related to joint representation, and they can include the following: Joint representation can compel a lawyer to refrain from taking certain courses of action during trial, before trial, and even after trial and sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Joint representation can affect advice regarding the decision to plea negotiations themselves, and decisions during jury selection. Because a lawyer will have the duty of loyalty to both clients, the lawyer may not be able to suggest or take courses of action that would benefit one client but hurt the other. The duty of loyalty could prevent counsel from pointing out the differences between the client's culpability and potential plea negotiations.
Look at that, Hayden.
In making comparisons between the two clients, it could put one client at a disadvantage. Do you understand that, Mrs. Crumley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Crumley?
Honor.
The duty of loyalty to both clients can affect counsel's decisions regarding matters of trial strategy. For example, it could limit the presentation of evidence, the examination of witnesses, or even decisions to call certain witnesses in an effort to protect the other client. As such, in the examination of witnesses, counsel may not be able to ask a question that would help one client but hurt the other. The duty of loyalty to both clients could also prevent counsel from pointing out the differences between the evidence against them or from objecting to the admission of certain evidence as to one client. That is, arguing that certain evidence does not apply to one client can highlight its impact as to the other client. Being duty-bound to protect the interests of the other client can prevent counsel from being able to present a defense that implicates the other client. Do you understand that, Ms. Crumley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand
Yes,
that,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Crumley? There may be situations where counsel cannot effectively assist one client due to the necessity to protect the other. For example, if your co-defendant chooses to testify, your attorney may not be able to cross-examine them on any testimony that may implicate you or challenge your co-defendant's credibility. Do you understand that, Ms. Crumley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that, Mr. Crumley?
Yes, Your Honor.
A lawyer has a duty to preserve their client's confidences and secrets, and either that duty may become compromised in the situation of joint representation, or counsel may not be able to share certain facts with one of the clients. Do you understand that, Ms. Crumley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that, Mr.
Yes,
Crumley?
Your Honor.
Have you had the opportunity to consult with your retained counsel as it relates to the issue of joint representation? Ms.
Yes, Your
Crumley?
Honor.
Yes.
Have you been given the opportunity to consult with independent appointed counsel regarding joint representation and the potential for conflicts of interest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Having been given the opportunity for such consultation on understanding the risks, do you wish to proceed with joint representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that your attorney will not be able to act as a witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by entering this waiver, you will not be able to raise these issues in an appeal should you be convicted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask that the defendants sign this form.
May I approach to grab it?
Sure. I have many.
Your Honor, is it possible to uncuff their hands so they can sign?
By the way, I would have done that right at the beginning of the hearing, so could you uncuff so they can participate?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
very
they're going to
much.
stay together.
Are you right-handed or left-handed? Oh, right.
Joint representation.
Yeah, just for the record, this is the same form that was omitted as people with capacity that had G to the original motion, and it was read verbatim.
Yeah, it was supplied to me, and my understanding is that both defense counsels and the prosecutor agreed to this form.
That's correct, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
There's a video that
Thank you. All right, today's the date and time set for our pre-check trial. I'm in receipt of the defendant's motion to modify bond and the response by the prosecution. I've thoroughly reviewed both motions. I've reviewed the transcript of the bond hearing at the district court and the transcript of the preliminary examination at the district court. I'm ruling on the motion pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 2.119E3. Pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 6.106H1, this court does not find an abuse of discretion by the district court judge. However, pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 6.106H2B, this court has jurisdiction and may make a de novo determination and modify a prior release decision. We look to Michigan
Ride or
Court
die.
Rule 6.106F, which dictates the relevant information that this court is to consider when determining pretrial release. First, defendant's criminal records. Based on the report of pretrial services, Mr. Crumley has older convictions for traffic offenses, including drunk driving and some old misdemeanor convictions for bad checks. Similarly, Jennifer Crumley has older convictions for traffic offenses, including drunk driving and a misdemeanor conviction for a bad check. Next, history of substance abuse or addiction. Although both defendants have a drunk driving conviction, those convictions are at least 17 years old. The court has not in receipt of any documented history of substance abuse or addiction. Defendant's mental condition, including character and reputation for dangerousness. Neither defendant has any documented history of violence, dangerousness, or a mental health condition. Seriousness of the offense charged, the presence or absence of threats, and the probability of conviction and likely sentence. These charges are obviously very serious. The sentencing guidelines in these matters indicate a prison term. The defendants argue that there is a low likelihood of conviction on these matters, while the prosecution indicates they expect to convict.
That's Johnny in the orange.
I reviewed the testimony of the preliminary examination in this matter, where the district
Somebody
court
was saying
found
that.
probable cause. However, this court finds that the probability of conviction in this matter is too difficult to gauge or predict. Defendant's employment status and history and financial history insofar as these factors relate to the ability to post money bail. Both defendants were employed at the time of these events, and their counsel seems to indicate that they would each be prepared to post a $100,000 cash or surety bond, but the court has no additional information beyond that. The court must next consider the availability of responsible members of the community who would vouch for or monitor the defendants. Defense counsel has indicated they would be willing to supply information with regard to this factor in confidence, although at the moment these individuals are unnamed and unknown. Facts indicating the defendant's ties to the community, including family ties and relationships and length of residence. The defendants owned a home in Oakland County and both were employed. However, neither defendant is still employed, and the defense indicates the home was sold and used for attorney's fees. Therefore, although the defendants appear to have strong family ties to Florida, the court is not aware of current ties the defendants have to this community. Last, the court must consider record of appearance or non-appearance at court proceedings or flight to avoid prosecution. Defendants indicate they were devastated when they heard about the alleged actions of their son, felt unsafe in their home, felt hounded by the press, and found it necessary to leave. However, the chronology of events that occurred subsequent to the defendants leaving their home is not consistent with cooperation with law enforcement. Defendants seem to allege some kind of foul play or deceit by law enforcement in their approach to the arrest of the defendants. Upon a warrant being issued, law enforcement is not required to make an appointment with the defendant. It is the job of the police to ensure a swift, safe, and secure arrest, and this court believes that would have happened but for the defendant's actions. The defendant's actions were premeditated to conceal their whereabouts. The defendant's alternative view of the chain of events cannot be reconciled. The series of actions by the defendants and resulting manhunt supports the prosecution's proposition that the defendants were fleeing the jurisdiction. The behaviors supporting flight are insurmountable, as a primary purpose of a bond is to ensure a defendant's appearance. The defendant's own actions leading up to their arrest make the current bond appropriate. Therefore, I'm denying defendant's motion to reduce the bond. I'm committed to providing the defendants and the prosecution with a speedy trial. A trial in this matter will not be routine. arrangements to be made by this court to accommodate the trial, including juror summons and jury selection, will be extensive. So I want to know what motions to anticipate, as well as when you will be trial ready at the proposed trial date. So.
Okay, Your Honor, the defense anticipates filing approximately 10 motions at this time. I spoke with Ms. McDonald this morning to see if we can set up a time, either by phone or to do an in-person meeting, to see if we can get some stipulations versus filing the motions. We will be ready to start filing motions later this week and certainly next week. With respect to the bond motion, the defense is going to ask the court for a stay in this matter, only so that we can file an interlocutory appeal with the Court of Appeals. So if I can submit an order to the court today.
A stay of?
We have to ask the lower court for a stay so that we can file an interlocutory appeal on the bond issue. So I'm asking the court to stay this matter. I'm assuming this court's going to say no.
Well, I'm not having the same orders, but I don't know why I need to stay it for you to appeal it.
Right. I'm required to ask, and you either have to grant or deny, and then if I don't ask, the Court of Appeals makes me come back and ask. So I can just put together an order saying it's denied, and then we can file our appeal.
The people would object to saying, Judge, we want a speedy trial.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to stay.
Okay, and that's just a pro forma order we have to follow. We do anticipate in terms of our motions, mostly motions that would not require evidentiary hearing type issues. We have motions to quash, motions in limine, a motion about medical records of the shooter, motions about some much more minor things that I'm hopeful we can work out with the prosecution.
I'm assuming they will work out a lot of your evidentiary issues.
Yes, Judge. Counsel and I will communicate.
Okay. I would meet with you in chambers at some point if that was helpful too. I don't know if it will be or not, but you can let me know. Okay?
Yeah, that might be helpful too.
From the people's perspective, we would like a speedy trial. And I know the court is very much in tune with that. We asked for a scheduling order as well.
Okay, well, I can give you the good news or the bad news. The bad news is because of the pandemic, we have them stacked to the ceiling, and I have other people that are still in jail.
Still a pandemic?
We have people, defendants who've been in jail over 700 days.
Oh, because of what happened. Okay.
My documents.
Things behind.
So I was going to propose to you October 24th.
That's fine with us, Renee.
And I'm sure that's fine with us, Judge.
It might seem like a long time away, but I went through the calendar and I'm trying to avoid things like the 4th of July, Labor Day, and I don't want a jury, during Thanksgiving or Christmas.
10 minutes. I can't wait. It's dragging.
Like I said, I feel like if we don't start the trial in the fall, then
We're going to take a look at Trinity Case 17. Taken after work. What?
If you guys
10,000 ransom.
Date, you should let me know because my court administrator is here, and the courthouse has already been moving heaven and earth for the pandemic, to accommodate the pandemic. But this trial will take a Herculean effort.
Hey, Elizabeth, what's up?
Thank you, Judge.
In 10 minutes, we're going to watch JD testify.
Just a couple of them. A motion to quash, some motion in limines, a motion regarding the shooter's psychological records that have recently been put together, a couple of very minor issues that we'll talk to the prosecution about.
She looked like she's sick still.
We're going to file a motion for a change of venue.
She was sick, right?
There's about 10 that we have on our list, and we are working on them actively right now.
Looks like a ghost.
So that we can just we don't like to file, 20 at once. We'll file a couple next week, a couple more. We'll keep it moving so that it's not overwhelming one day with just a pile at the end, so.
All right, I appreciate that. How about the prosecution? Are you filing any motions?
Judge, I anticipate we will. I think at this point, most likely would be a motion for a non-standard jury instruction. As well as a motion limiting regarding the introduction of evidence. I think a lot will depend on the motions filed by defense. but we'll take it from there. And whatever scheduling order the court gives, the parties will adhere to that.
All right, can I give you a scheduling order now, or do you want to wait till some of these motions are filed?
I'm fine with the scheduling order now.
Okay.
In particular, we were curious if the prosecution is using any experts, only because we would need to find rebuttal experts and that kind of thing. So,
Do you know that yet?
We'll let the court know as soon as that's determined.
Okay. Yeah, I think that both sides are familiar with cases where, you know, someone's not available or something happens and you ask the court for adjournment, and the court is willing. I'm not wed to October 24th, but I'm now going to read this motion, and it's going to be a lot for the court, so it's not easy to change. So if you find that that's difficult, I don't. Maybe you think it should be sooner. I don't know. I do have other people in jail, but I don't have as many defendants in jail as most of the other judges in the courthouse. So.
Your Honor, I think that October 24th is reasonable. It does give us a lot of time. We could ask for something sooner, but then not be sure we'd be ready. I know myself and Ms. Lehman, we can be ready by that date. And if that can be a sure date, we will marry ourselves to it.
Because, I mean, you know, we have Labor Day, there are, there's Rosh Hashanah, I wonder.
Right.
And it's hard to predict how long the trial will go and how long it will take to select a jury. I think probably it'll take at least a week to select a jury. Does that make sense to you? So.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So if you have, if you look and you have your niece's wedding that week or something, let me know. But I'm just kind of throwing that date to see if I'll be ready. All right. So I don't think I'm going to do a scheduling order yet. I think I'm going to wait till some of these motions are filed. All right. A trial date working backwards is helpful.
Well, we will keep things moving.
All right.
Please. Nonsense again.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. One other matter, if I could. Mr. Crumbly is currently housed in K-Block, Your Honor, and he's under constant monitoring, constant observation, 24-hour observation. He's housed with individuals who have some significant mental health conditions, as the court is well aware.
Good.
The lights, it's my understanding that the lights are on 24 hours a day. Your Honor, I'm asking, and I know that Mr. Crumbly has previously made this request. We have not. I'm asking that the court direct the jail to reclassify Mr. Crumbly and allow him to move to a different unit. Obviously, if the jail has some concerns that they would like to share, we'd be more than willing to listen, but he's been on that unit since he was arrested and taken into custody. So I'm just asking that the court direct the jail to reclassify him and take these things into consideration.
Okay, well, I'll say a few things about that. Because of the posture of this case, I think all motions should be filed in writing, but I can tell you that I don't direct what the jail does. We have a separation of powers here, and I don't direct the jail. Mr. Bouchard does not listen to me. So if you find...
All right. For this dragon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Enough for the dragon. So yeah, we should be getting started here in 5 minutes. JD is supposed to be testifying. We're gonna see how we proceed depending on how tomorrow goes with the live streams. If they're gonna plan on doing 2-3 hour lunch breaks every day, then we might, in the future, we might be taking breaks in between and then just coming back. Because this like 2-3 hour thing is, I keep throwing 3 in there just to take digs, but it's kind of like ridiculous. So I'm waiting. I see a feed. I'm just kind of waiting to see a little bit. Maybe I'll put this in the background to have the feed ready to go. And oh yeah, there was this Trinity thing somebody mentioned. I don't know what's going on right now. Trinity. Let's see real quick. Take a couple minutes to see what this is about. Arkansas. Amber alert. Man threatens to kill teenage girl.
Arkansas police have issued an Amber alert for a teenage girl. A 17-year-old
Trinity Case was seen last Monday around 9 o'clock near a Hot Springs bakery. She is 5 feet 6 inches tall. She has hazel eyes and weighs about 115 pounds. And she was last seen wearing a blue hoodie with the Pour Some Sugar on Me logo, leggings, and white tennis shoes. Anyone with information.
Arkansas police sent out an Amber Alert after a man told a missing 17-year-old girl's mother that he would kill the girl without $10,000. Trinity Case and a co-worker were walking to their cars at the Pour Some Sugar Omni Bakery in Hot Springs shortly after 9 p.m. Monday when they saw a stranger standing near a parked vehicle. The stranger said she was lost and her parents were staying in a condo in Hot Springs. She asked to borrow a cell phone to use the GPS coordinates and then asked Trinity to walk closer to her. Trinity's co-worker left to go get her car in a nearby parking garage. When she returned, Trinity and the stranger were gone. So was it like a luring technique, method? Send out the woman first and there's a guy waiting or somebody there waiting? Or maybe there was other woman. The friend called Trinity's phone but didn't get an answer. She then called Trinity's mother. The mom called Trinity's phone several times. Trinity answered once and said everything is fine. That's odd. A male voice then came on the phone and demanded $10,000 for Trinity's return, or they would kill and cut up the victim. The phone went dead. Trinity's phone was last pinged headed south on U.S. Highway 7 south of Hot Springs. And there's her description.
Information about her disappearance or asked to call the Hot Springs Police Department, and the number is there for you at the bottom of your screen.
We're kind of waiting, still waiting to see. They should be coming back soon. Let's see if the other feeds come up. Very little information on this story, but it's just happening. It's breaking, and it seems highly sus. Highly sus. It reminds me of the last Florida story we covered where the girl was supposedly kidnapped. Well, at least that's what the story was. And then you see her on video later walking away on her own. And it says she was found safe. So I don't, the other story, it seems like she maybe made up the story, or I don't know, because we never got an update on that after, really, besides she was found. Seriously, SB said, dang, the 2-hour break gave me a chance to catch up. You seriously could have watched everything. And yeah, caught up during the lunch break. Oh, hell no. Squid Game, stop a shit over there. Jade. Oh, let me stop recording. So I'm going to record this too so I can clip it later. Thanks, Bree. The mail, like your thumbnail. Oh, Lord SG, thank you so much for the super chat too. Appreciate that. And thank you for the new subscriptions. Cheryl, Connie, Tanya, Dactylic, Sabrina, Mastermind Productions. There was an Amber supporter in the chat earlier too. Oh, let me take this away. I see everybody's coming back. Starting to come back now. This should be really interesting. Sicily. Oh, what? Hey.
Sorry, my microphone was off. I'm sorry, Judy.
Oh, there we go. I thought it was okay. Okay, you guys ready? Let's hear what JD has to say. I'll see if I can find something like that, actually. This is a different one, but I'll see what we get. See what happens. Okay, we got some more coming up. Everybody's waking up now. Everybody's back. The news is back. The feeds are back. Okay. I'm gonna keep an eye on 2 other ones to see if they switch anything up. But it looks like the same, well, slightly different. No, it's the same.
All right. I hope lunch went okay. All right, good.
Yeah, it's 2 hours.
All right.
Sure,
Your next
but it's
witness?
fun.
Your Honor, we call Mr. John C. Depp.
All right. If you could stand, sir.
Damn. Thank you, Stephanie, for the super chat. There we go. Let me take this off.
Okay. All right, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury why you're here today?
Yes. About 6 years ago, Ms. Heard made some quite heinous and disturbing, brought these disturbing criminal acts against me that were not based in any species of truth. It was a complete shock that it just didn't need to go in that direction, as nothing of the kind had ever happened, though the relationship, there were arguments and things of that nature, but never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. And so at the time, because the news of this, her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through media, and social media became quite a global let's say, quote unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand up not only for myself in that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16, and so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to school and have their friends or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a dark bruise on her face. And then it just kept, it kept multiplying. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt, to not only attempt to clear my name, for the sake of, well, for many reasons, but I wanted to clear my children of this horrid thing that they were having to read about their father which was untrue. And also, after many years of being in this industry, at the time, I'd probably been in the industry 30 plus years, 35 years. Never had any problems, anything like that. And I had met many people over the years, many of the people, and had the opportunity to talk to those people and to even give advice to these people. And I'm not, my goal is the truth. My goal is the truth because it killed me that people that I had spoken with, that I had met with over the years, who maybe were in a not such a great position and they needed advice, and I gave them the best advice I could. All I could think of was that those people would think that I was a fraud and that I had lied to them. And so I had to wait for my opportunity to address the charges, which were criminal charges. And they just weren't true. So I felt the responsibility of clearing the record as the only way that I could get to the point where I could speak has really taken this full 6 years. And it's been 6 years of trying times. It's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. And I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people who have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud. I pride myself on honesty. I pride myself on truth. Truth is the only thing I'm interested in. Other lies will get you nowhere, but lies build upon lies and build upon lies. It's too much to cover. I'm obsessed with the truth, and so today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case in full for the first time.
Mr. Depp, how do you feel about the intimate details of your life being aired in this process?
As a father, raising kids, when they were very, very little, it was important to me, very important to me, to try to shield my children as much as possible from looking at their father or their mom, for that matter, as novelties. I didn't want my children to experience hordes of paparazzis. So I was always a very private person. So for me to come up here and stand before you, or sit before you all, and spill the truth is quite exposing. And it's unfortunate that it's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard, it's exposing for, it never had to go in this direction. And so I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister Christy last week, but can you please tell the jury in your own words about your childhood upbringing?
I had a very interesting childhood, one that I thought was normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and then we moved, in which we moved around quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just, my mom had this, her feet were on fire and she had to move, you know, so we moved constantly. So you were always the new kid, and that wasn't ever particularly pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved several times. But my mother was quite unpredictable. She was very unpredictable. She was she had the ability to be as cruel as anyone can be with all of us. That is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Danny and my sister Debbie, and also my father. So, essentially, she could become quite violent, and she was quite violent, and she was quite cruel, and though there was physical abuse, certainly, which could be in the form of an ashtray being flung at you, you know, it hits you in the head, or you'd get beat with a high heel shoe or a telephone or whatever's handy. So in our house, there was no, we were never exposed to any type of safety or security. The only thing that one could do, really, was to try to stay out of the line of fire. I started to be able to observe, and I could start to see when she was about to head into a situation where she was going to get riled up and somebody was going to get it. Generally, it was me.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned that your mother could be cruel. How could she be cruel?
The various categories, I suppose, there's physical violence, of course, there's physical abuse, to which she was That was a constant. That was just a constant, you know. We were all somewhat shell-shocked, you know. Even if she just walked past us, you'd sort of shield yourself because you didn't know what was going to happen. Excuse me. And so there was the physical abuse, which was a constant. There was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name calling and bullying. You know, making fun of whatever defect, you know, one might have. You know, if my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, and his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck-toothed as well. My sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. My father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, you know. And my mother despised my father's parents. And my grandmother's name was Violet. And every now and again you would hear my mother just scream across the house, "Come here, Violet, get in here, Violet." And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut, psychologically, emotionally. But we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it was a very rare thing in my eye, as the back of the lens is spherical, normally is spherical, so in this eye isn't normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye, and they noticed when I was about 3, 4, that I had a lazy eye, a wandering eye, and she would call me cockeye, one eye, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye to strengthen my bad eye, so that it would cease to wander. It was exercising the muscles of the eye, though the brain had never learned to see. So I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain, and the physical pain you learn to deal with, you learn to accept it, you learn to deal with it. But the psychological and emotional abuse, that's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. In fact, he's very shy. Not a confrontational person in any way. And when Betty Sue, my mother, would go off on a tangent toward my father, and of course in front of the kids it was no matter to her. He amazingly remained very, very stoic, and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things, he stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. There was never one moment, never a moment when my father lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed were, there were a couple of times when it got too far, that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall and shatter his hand because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her, never argued with her. He remained a gentleman. And to me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? But he didn't, you know. He was able to maintain his calm and his composure. He was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of, I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand, but yeah, 2-3 times at tops, you know.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was not an abusive man. At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue, because if he argued with what she wanted done, that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at school, or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, "John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt." And he wanted to know what it was about, so he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what Betty Sue, what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me for having gone through with the whipping, with the belt. And I have to say, my mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her,
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Your daddy's gone." I said, "Well, yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning." She said, No, he's gone. And she ran into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his rack of clothing and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset. And I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, "Listen, seems as though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet." And he said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man. You're the man now." And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words. But that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine. And one afternoon I woke up, I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw Do you mind, Your Honor?
No, you can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there was drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and 2 paramedics came in and threw her on the gurney and whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. And she had swallowed a multitude of pills to try to take herself out, to try to commit suicide. And when she got out of the hospital, she was a small firecracker of a woman. She was about 5'2". But when she got out of the hospital, the depression was so deep. She was down to she lived on the couch, and she weighed about 70 pounds. And all that imagery spun into my head at that time, that I thought that was in my head at the time, I thought that was a cowardly way for my father to have left. And I was deeply upset by that. Until my father and I had a conversation years later, where I asked him what really happened, how did it happen when I was older, and he told me the story.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay. So I missed a little bit because I'm running a bunch of stuff in the background, but yeah, he's telling his childhood story. By the way, this particular feed that I'm using right now, I don't have captions on it. I can look for another one, but I have YouTube captions enabled. And so if you turn that on, you should be able to get captions on your screen. I mean, if you like the on-screen stuff, I could try to find a different one. Maybe the next time they pause. I wonder how long they're going to be doing this. It's probably going to be a while because he's the main, and I would guess she is. Both of them are the main characters or witnesses to the story. So I could imagine this is probably going to go on for a while, and he's still working through the very beginning of his life, which mimics a lot of what his mother and father, their relationship was like. It's almost like he's his father reliving that life, or his father's life, kind of. Yeah, YouTube has captions. You guys can turn that on. You might have not known, but yeah, it has captions. It's enabled.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel about your father when he left?
I was very disappointed in him, because I started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't, when he said goodbye to me, when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye, goodbye, Bob. And I went, see you later, Pop. That was it. Until I learned the truth from him.
And without getting into what your father told you, how has your impression of your father changed now?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, this is just an understanding of his perception of his family.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children when my girl Vanessa got pregnant. I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that, I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing, but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know. But that will clearly, that could kill you. So I would ease them away from things of that nature with a more of a conversation as opposed to a flat out, don't you ever do that again, and threats and things of that nature. I did not raise my children that way. Nor did Vanessa. We never raised our voices in front of our children, ever.
How do you think your experiences with your parents in your childhood affected your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
I'm sorry, one more time.
How did your experiences observing your parents as a child affect your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
Well, in the beginning of my relationship with Miss Heard, there was, from what I recall and what I remember, she was it was as if she was too good to be true. She was attentive, she was loving, she was smart, she was kind, she was funny, she was understanding, and we had many things in common, certain blues music and, well, music, literature, things of that nature. So for that year or year and a half, it was amazing. There were a couple of things that, I don't know, stuck in my head that I noticed that I thought might be a little bit of a dilemma at some point. For example, I worked quite a lot, and when I would come home from work, I would come in the house or the hotel, and she would sit me down on the couch and give me a glass of wine and take my boots off, set them to the side, and I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. I just never thought I just never experienced that before. And it became a regular thing that she did, this kind of routine. And I remember one night I came home from work, and I think she was on the phone or something, or busy. She was doing something, and so I sat down on the couch and I took my boots off, and suddenly Miss Hurd approached with this look on her face and she just said, "What did you just do? What did you do?" I said, "What do you mean?" "You took your boots off." I said, "Yeah, yes, I did. You were busy, you know." No, that's my job. That's what I do. You don't do that. I do that."
Wow.
"Okay, all right then." And then she said, "Let me get you a glass of wine." And she brought me the glass of wine. But I did take pause, of course, at the fact that she was visibly shaken or upset that I had broken her rules of routine. I thought that strange. And then once you notice something like that, then you start to notice other little tidbits and things that come out. And then within a year and a half, she had become this another person almost.
Mr. Depp, we're going to talk about Ms. Hurd in a couple minutes, but I'd like to first talk about your career in Hollywood. And so could you please tell the jury how you ended up acting in the first place?
I ended up acting by accident. I was a musician, and I'd moved out to Los Angeles with my band when I was 20 years old. And then there were a couple of things that happened in the band where the band split up, and I remember I was filling out job applications, and then Nick, with a friend of mine who happens to be, he was an actor, less known then than he is now, Nicolas Cage. And I was filling out job applications at any, video stores, clothing stores, anything, just to be able to pay the rent. And Nick Cage said, why don't you meet my agent, because I think you're an actor. I think you could be an actor. And I said, look, I'll meet anybody, I'll do anything at this point. And so he sent me to his agent, Eileen Feldman, and I met with her. She sent me to read for a casting director named Annette Benson, who was casting a film called The Nightmare on Elm Street. And they brought me back to read for the director, Wes Craven. And I read for Wes Craven and somehow got the job. But I mean, I was by no means an actor. I didn't have any desire to be an actor. I was a musician. But the fact that these people were going to pay me what I found to be a ludicrous sum of money, which was, it was kind of the SAG minimum. It was $1,284 a week, which I mean, I'd never seen that kind of dough before in my life. And so I suddenly, and then I did some other couple of dumb movies because I still, in my mind, I was a musician, and this was just a way to pay the rent, pay the bills, live. Then suddenly I found myself on that road. I had been placed on that road as an actor, and then one thing led to another, from film to film, and then I was cast in a TV series called 21 Jump Street when I was 22, I believe.
Mr. Depp, between the time that you were cast in Nightmare on Elm Street and you were cast in 21 Jump Street, how did you enjoy acting during that time?
It was foreign to me. But I didn't have any great ambition to be an actor. I'm a naturally, normally, I've always been quite a shy person. I've always been quite introverted. And so there was a very strange metamorphosis from being one of four, that is to say, one of four in a band where you have this fraternity or this brotherhood, and you're out there fighting the world together to try to get that record deal or whatever you're looking for. And when I got on the series and my life started to change in various ways, that is to say that people started to, you go into a restaurant and you'd see people whispering and pointing and all that. I was very uncomfortable with it. And I didn't like it. Just because I never wanted to be the lead singer and the guy out front and will get all the attention, and I didn't. So suddenly I was on my own, and I was having to deal with this newfound sort of notoriety, and it was odd. It was very odd, and it was. Yeah, it was a very uncomfortable thing. I don't think it's anything that one can get used to. I'm still not used to it now, which I'm actually glad that I'm not used to it. Because if I were, I don't think I'd be the same person that I am.
Mr. Depp, did there come a time when you became passionate about acting?
Once I realized that that's the road that I was on, and that any attempt at going back to music would be it would have been. I hated the idea that since the television series had come out and I had been exposed as this character or this actor, I had to realize in my own mind and heart that there was no going back to music, because I didn't want to, I didn't want to use whatever amount of success that I had attained from the TV series and that sort of thing. I didn't want to use that to influence, some career in music. I had far too much respect for music than to just become what they wanted me to become, which was a teen idol or a teeny, that sort of thing. I fought that with everything in my being. So once I realized that music was no longer an option, then I began to study at various places, the Loft Studio, which is now long gone, in Los Angeles. I studied with some other teachers, Saunders Seacat. I read all the books that you could read, and all that was great, but you realize that the only way to learn, or the only way to learn how to, it's not act necessarily, the only way to learn how to react and behave, because it's just behavior and it's reaction, was to do it. It's on the job training, it's trial by fire. So I did my best to work up my own approach towards a character and such.
And what were a couple of the first few projects that you worked on where you were really able to implement that approach?
I would say I would say that the first film that I had done, that I really took, where I really felt, okay, I've done the work, I know what I need to do. I would say that was where I considered myself an actor, I suppose, was when Oliver Stone cast me in Platoon in 1986.
How did you come to be cast in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Well, that's many years later, but I had been, Disney had offered me a film called Hidalgo, when it was about a man and his horse in the desert and stuff, and I read the screenplay, and I just didn't think it was for me. But I wanted to have a meeting with them because at that point I had a 2-year-old, 2.5-year-old daughter, and so, or 3, and for 3 years I watched nothing but animated films, cartoons from Tex Avery to Bugs Bunny to that was all I watched with my little girl, and I received the screenplay for Pirates, and it was I somehow in my mind I saw this opportunity, like a way to mesh characters like cartoon characters. For example, Wile E. Coyote gets a boulder dropped on his head and he's completely crushed, but they cut to the next scene and he's just got a little bandage on his head. So I started thinking about the parameters that were available to cartoon characters, and if they were available to cartoon characters, and nobody ever asked a question, whether you were 5 or 95, you didn't ask a question. Oh, Wile E. Coyote, of course he's still alive. So I tried to incorporate these kind of ideas into the character of Captain Jack Sparrow, so that I could try to push those parameters and and control the sort of suspension of disbelief, to be able to control the characters' actions, words, movements, and put them in a place where the things that he would do or say were so either ludicrous or mainly something that also something the cartoon characters can get away with things we can't. Captain Jack Sparrow can do things that I could never do. He could say things that I could never say. So it was for me a way to stretch the parameters of a character and take a risk in doing that. But if it panned out, and I felt I was on a pretty good mission. If it panned out, I thought that it might be a character who would be accepted by 5-year-olds and 45-year-olds and 65-year-olds and 85-year-olds, and in the same way that Bugs Bunny is,
You mentioned that. Sorry, you mentioned that you received the script. When was that?
Sorry?
When did you first receive the script for Pirates of the Caribbean?
The first screenplay I received was 2002, I believe. Yeah, 2002.
And what did you think of that script when you received it?
I thought that it had all the kind of hallmarks of a Disney film. That is to say, a kind of a predictable 3-act structure and the character of Captain Jack was more. He was more like a swashbuckler type that would kind of swing in shirtless and, be the hero. And I had quite different ideas about the character, so I incorporated my notes into the character and brought that character to life, much to the chagrin of Disney initially.
Now, when you say you made changes to the character, how did you do that?
Just in preparation, the very same way that I've ever approached any character. You look for a back history. You base it on, it could be anything. Like Edward Scissorhands, for example, I based on a dog that I'd had and newborn babies. My sister had a couple of new babies, and I watched them, because I thought that Edward would see things from the sort of from a place of innocence and not knowing exactly what things meant or were, and also that look of a pure, innocent child when they experience something for the first time. Those were the two main ingredients that I thought would serve the character. And with Captain Jack, again, the cartoons, the Pepe Le Pew, it's like making a soup, it's ingredients, it's just ingredients. There's some Pepe Le Pew in there, there's some Keith Richards in there, there's a bit of I figured this is a guy who's been on the sea for the majority of his life. Quite possibly his brains may have been scrambled a bit by the sun. And also I thought that he'd been on the sea for so long that he had his sea legs, but when he got on land, he just didn't have his land legs, so he could never quite stand still.
How did the film ultimately turn out in your view?
I didn't see it, but I believe that the film, well, I mean, the film did pretty well apparently, and they wanted to keep going, making more, and I was fine to do that. There's great freedom in being able to. It's not like you become that person, but if you know that character to the degree that I did, because he was not what the writers wrote, so they really weren't able to write for him. So once you know a character better than the writers, that's when you have to be true to the character and add your words, add the rewrites. I was, I believed in the character wholeheartedly, and initially the Disney folks were somewhat upset.
Now, you mentioned that the film was, to your understanding, a great success. How did your life change after the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out?
Though I'd been around for many years already, and people knew who I was and all that. After Pirates 1 came out, there was a completely different. It was a completely different way of life was being sort of. You know, my family and I were being plunged into. That is to say, you know, at our house in Los Angeles, you would have people trying to climb the gates to get into see Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have people trying to bust in the gates dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have and follow you and your family. So that was the moment when there was no other way but to we had to hire more security guards, and I was certainly worried for my kids' safety. And so then that's when instead of just the one guy, there became several security people, because I wanted to make sure that my kids were safe when they went to school, or when they went to Disneyland, or when they went to the mall or whatever. So yes, more security, and then just getting followed, by hordes of paparazzi and things like that. It's I've had worse jobs, certainly. I can't complain about it, but after a while you realize that anonymity has left the building a long time ago. Anonymity's gone, and that's an odd thing to deal with. When you can't just drive down to the diner and get a cup of coffee or something. It's not possible. It turns into something else altogether. So it's acceptance, and of course there's a bit of sacrifice involved. I can't complain about the work that I've been given. I can't complain about any of that. I have no right to. But it does make you have to think very creatively when you've got little kids about how to take them to the park, or to the swings, or to the this or that, or movie, or it becomes a strategic mission, and that's what happened after Pirates.
Now, you mentioned your family. Who did your family consist of at that time?
Vanessa, Parody, the mother of my children, who we were together for 14, 15 years. Myself, our daughter Lily Rose, and our boy Jack.
Now, you mentioned hiring more security. Did you already have a security team at the time that Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Yes, because there'd been more films prior to that. I mean, a number of films prior to that. So, I was recognized and I was known. So, if you wanted to attempt to have any experience that might be normal, you sort of had to have somebody around to get you out of a squirrely situation should it arise. So I had security prior to that for who would travel with myself and my family. But not like, when I was at work, back then I didn't have security at work so much, anything, not before Pirates. Pirates was really that was the thing that everything, it all turned around. It all just went weird.
So how did your security team change after Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Well, like I said, with anything, it become more strategic, and you had to have more guys or gals, because if Vanessa, for example, she worked in France quite a lot, and if she was in France, and I was in LA with the kiddies, then and working, security would basically pick my kids up at school or whatever and bring them home. So that became the routine, driving them to school, bringing them home. So yeah, and then if I went somewhere, the security guards kind of multiplied because you needed to protect your street, your house, your kids. Endless.
So after Pirates of the Caribbean, who has been on your security team?
Jerry Judge was with me for, oh boy, over 20 years. Jerry Judge we've mentioned it before. He, it was a year or two ago. Jerry would go on film sets with me. He would do reconnaissance missions. That is to say, he would go to a country before we would go there, make sure all the hotel rooms were all taken care of and such. Or when I went on tour with, say, the Hollywood Vampires, which is a band that I played with, he would come on the road with me with another security guard. So there was Jerry Judge, there was Malcolm Connolly, who's been with me for 20 years or more, Leonard Damian, Sean Bett, Travis McGivern, Mark Gibbs. I mean, there are a few.
Are all of these security personnel still with you today?
Jerry has gone on to somewhere else. Jerry passed away from cancer, so Jerry made his exit. But the majority of those, I believe all of those fellows are still with me, yes.
When did Mr. Judge pass away?
I believe it was two years ago, roughly. Maybe a little less than 2 years ago.
Now I'd like to go through a couple of the names that you just mentioned. What is Malcolm Conley's purview in the realm of your security team?
What is his role?
Exactly, yes.
Now that Jerry is, Jerry and Malcolm had worked together for a very long time. So I'd met Malcolm through Jerry. After Jerry's passing, Malcolm obviously took over for Jerry, and so he took on extra responsibilities. He would have to make sure that there was someone on the ground wherever we were going that had done their recon, the reconnaissance, and to make sure that everything was set up by the time we got there, and that it would be a straight shot into the hotel without a gaggle of paparazzi. You didn't have to walk through 50 screaming, hollering photographers. So you'd go in through a garage door and through a slippery kitchen, and you were taken to your room, where you stayed.
When did Malcolm Conley join your team?
Malcolm had joined. Jerry brought him on, so Malcolm has been with me for over 20 years now.
And in those 20 years, how often have you physically been present with Malcolm?
With Malcolm?
Yes.
Endless, countless, all over the world. Everywhere. Los Angeles, Japan, Serbia, films, tour. Malcolm was my, when we were on the Vampires tour in Europe, throughout Europe, and Malcolm was on the bus with me. We lived on the bus together, basically.
How often is Malcolm in LA with you?
It depends if there's or if there was a larger premiere, where where it had to be worked out so that it didn't turn into a chaotic or dangerous event, because sometimes between you and the people there are these barriers, and sometimes the professional photographers or the professional autograph people will surge forward, and in the front rows of behind these barriers, you have little kids and older women and older men, and so when the professionals would surge forward, these people would start getting kind of crushed against this metal deterrent, and that was the most worrisome thing when you're at a premiere and there are thousands and thousands of people there, and I've always called it running the gauntlet. Essentially, what it is that people are there to say hi and to support the film or the cast or whatever. So I've always gone out and signed for those people. I've always gone out and signed for all or as many as I possibly could. I mean, to the point of sometimes Jerry Judge would literally pick me up off the ground to make me stop signing, take me away. So, yeah, it was those kind of things. Again, you don't really get used to that,
Yeah,
you know.
funny.
So I forget what the original part of your question was. I got lost in the gauntlet.
I'll move
remember
on.
what the shit was.
What about Sean Bett? How long is?
You want to go ahead and take a break now? Would that be okay for
That's
afternoon break?
fine. That's
I don't remember
Why don't
any
we
of
go
the
ahead
questions.
And do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please we'll take 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
All right, so
Stay there for a minute.
maybe I'll record this in clips so I don't have to edit so much later or search. What do you guys think so far? It's just still like the very beginning, right? Like I don't think they've gotten into Amber yet. So it's like his childhood and then casting and.
All right. Sir, just a reminder, since you're on the witness stand now, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right. And let's come back. I guess we can come back at
Yo, you guys in the
3:35.
chat.
Is that okay
The
for
chat are
everybody?
funny.
Okay, we'll take a recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yo. No. Wait. Molly texted me. Oh no, that was from before. Oh no, I think she left. I think she walked out. Oh, she must have walked out. No, let me. I can't. Wait, let me see. Yes. Yes. Yo, how is she gonna walk out of that shit? She walked out in the middle of Johnny Depp shit. Molly Golightly. No, bro, that shit is. I'm dying because this is supposed to be like the biggest testimony. I mean, I don't want to put words in her mouth. So I'd rather, if she's gonna talk about it, let her talk about it. But I was just feeling the exact same way. Oh my god. Because I was thinking I was crazy. I was like, let me not say nothing, but I'm thinking I'm fucking crazy. But I'm like, but you know what it is? I don't know. See, the thing is, I don't know what his baseline is and shit, like what he normally sounds like. But they told me, I was asking in the mods, this is what he talks. This is how is his tone and everything is how he talks. My problem is I'm sure he has a lot to tell. The only thing I was a little confused is that because he was being asked questions, but he was just kind of going all the way. What's the saying? Over the tree and around the bush and over the fence when you could just walk straight there. That's the only thing that was kind of like, my friend Alvin, though, he says, I'm starstruck. See, I don't see people who know, and he's a big fan of Johnny. He said, yo, I'm so starstruck. So let me recap. I just think it's taking a long time. Is he on meds? Somebody say he's on meds. I think it's just taking a very long time. Somebody say he's a storyteller to get to the point. Because how many questions did they ask? Like 5 questions? Or was it 2? No, it wasn't 2. It was like 3 or 4, wasn't it? I mean, it was interesting how he was telling his character stuff and all that, but I think what happened was he has so much to say that it seems like he's kind of I don't know. But it could be me. It could be me. Yeah, it certainly says he's very detailed. I can't believe this chick left. They said about the stuttering thing. I heard. I mean, I didn't notice him stuttering here. I feel like he was looking into his thoughts to what to say, but he might have had something from childhood or something like that. It could be a thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna repeat this stuff. I'm gonna look at some of the highlights. I'm curious as to, and I'm sure maybe he has to really be careful of what he says, but we haven't gotten to the Amber stuff yet. Let me stop recording. I'll start recording again when we get back to it. He is shy. It is interesting to see also what people are saying. He's an introvert. It's me. Okay, maybe it's me. I don't know. That shit to me was killing me. It is interesting to see the introvert thing. I mean, if people want to get mad, they get mad. I don't care. Because it's true. Like a lot of times people can be in a position where they're like a movie star or whatever. I'm kind of like me. I get social anxiety sometimes. And when I say that, sometimes people are surprised. Sometimes I get that. I used to get it a lot worse back then, and I'm doing YouTube all the time on video. But a lot of times to me, when I'm on video, I don't feel like I'm talking to thousands of people. I feel like a lot of times maybe like a group of people, one person or a couple people. When I first started YouTube, I used to just think I was talking to one, when you're on camera and stuff, talking to one person. And then he used to stutter as a child, that's what I read. I also thought it was interesting that he said he didn't watch his film, and I'm kind of like that sometimes too. I don't watch myself. I sometimes try to force myself because you learn things. Sometimes you'd be surprised. There's thousands of people watching you, and there's an issue with, like, for example, with audio, or maybe you're doing some weird shit that nobody's told you, or maybe, I don't know, and then you're looking at it and you're like, oh shit, like nobody's ever told me I'm doing this on camera. We're all one person. Yo, now the childhood thing, I definitely feel sympathetic with that, growing up and stuff, to what he's saying and his fathers and repeating. I mean, I think that was great. Eagle says, remember 6 years he has not been able to say any. So that's true. This is his first time speaking, right? I guess, kind of 6 years on the situation. I mean, I'm somebody that I'm a scrambled thinker. I have ADD for sure, and my thoughts are all over the place, and so sometimes too, when I'm trying to express myself, I'm all over the effing place. Like, it's hard for me to, like, you know what I'm saying, like, focus. But I don't like ADD medication, not anymore. So I just don't even take the stuff. I just try to maneuver being all over the place. But yeah, they haven't gotten through many questions, so like, it's gonna take quite a bit. I don't even know if I don't think we're gonna see the cross today, to be honest with you. Which is okay, because shit, we can. I don't mind starting off with a cross in the morning. He spoke about his family and security, having to get more security. He spoke about Depp lists his security team, including the late Jerry Judd, Malcolm Conley, Leonard Damian, Sean Bett, who finished giving evidence in court this morning. It is interesting too. I didn't know about the Nicolas Cage stuff. Depp talks about his earlier days of his career as a 20-year-old when he was filing in applications for anything. I mean, he said that he kind of just fell into it by accident, which I think is kind of dope. How sometimes things in life just kind of happen by accident. The whole, when I was in the hospital, that just happened to me by accident. That wasn't even planned. One day I walked into a pharmacy and they had just offered me the job to be a pharmacy tech, even though I was 17. You're supposed to be 18, I think. And whatever, I took on the job. Eventually I got my license, and then I ended up getting into the hospital, and all that stuff was just by chance, by accident. Why did he split with Vanessa? Somebody sent me an article. I guess I can pull it up after. I'll read the article after. But I can, the tooth fairy says I can't focus without my ADHD medication. He'd be great to have for a campfire. Fear and Loathing Las Vegas makes sense now. Yo, Blow was a really good movie. Blow was amazing. Molly, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe on the end or the next one. She was a little frustrated. I mean, I kind of understand. I have to read I just skimmed the messages, but I have to read it again. And she's team Johnny Depp. Yeah, they both were involved in drugs and alcohol. I mean, that's no secret. Blow was amazing. Yeah, Hopi says this trial is about him, so his testimony should be the longest. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's going to be pretty long. Hey, Mel, wish you had been my student. I could help you with concentration. The reading teacher. Yeah, I'm not the best. Even just a little bit ago when I had like all these screens up and stuff, I was getting a little like in my head, like, oh my God. Too many because I was getting all these messages. But I didn't want to mess and fiddle around with the stream too much because people just want to see, they just want to hear and see. So don't be ashamed. It wasn't for Adderall. I could not sit through this. I thought at one time too, he seemed pretty emotional. Like at one time I felt like I heard him like take a breath, but it was like almost like before you cry, but he didn't cry, but kind of breath. I don't know, but I mean, I'm getting interesting messages. I'm kind of curious. I mean, maybe we should do calls after to hear what people have to say about it. That's how life works, though. Sometimes you don't know what's coming. Get him brains. Hey, I don't know. Hey. I mean, he's done classical shit, right? Edward Scissorhands, yeah. I never got too much into Pirates of the Caribbean. Don't cancel me. I don't even know if I've watched it. I think it's aren't they all long movies? I think I've watched, I don't know. I feel like I've watched one or something. But Blow was really good. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I didn't even know that was him until recently. I was like, that's Johnny. Edward Scissorhands. 21 Jump Street. Isn't that movie with the... I know Johnny's in it, but isn't that the one with... Oh, no. That's the show, because there was a show. He was in... Cancel. I know. Donnie Brasco. That's pretty dope. He didn't even watch the movie, the final product. Sleepy Hollow. Sweeney Todd. Oh, did he do that too? Really gonna get canceled. Oh. I think I saw that movie. I think I remember that. Oh, yeah, like the barber. Sweeney Todd. Secret Window. What's that about? That's another movie that he did? Secret Window. I mean, I'm sure for a lot of people that are hardcore Johnny Depp fans, you know, to hear this stuff that he's saying this stuff for the first time, you know, I'm sure they really intrigued and love it, you know. Secret Window. I think things have gotten so bad that he has no choice, even though he knows it's you know, all this stuff coming out. He said he's not embarrassed because he said it's the truth. And he said, what did he say about the truth? He said that but he said like he loves the truth. There was another word he used. I forgot what he said about the truth. Stephen King movie, Secret Window. 73 movies? Really? Yes, for a lot of people, they're getting to hear some behind the scenes stuff, I guess, right? Obsessed with the truth. Thank you, laughing beside you. Obsessed with the truth. That's what he said. I thought that was interesting too. I'm gonna start right now. Shit, man, you guys know I can barely read, so. I wanted to play a video in the background too a little later. We have time for anybody that watches. Damn it! I already forgot the guy's name. I forgot his name. I have to ask that set. Actually, I have it in my watch history. I could just pull up my watch history a little later, though, because I just thought it was kind of interesting. Ryan Upchurch, he posted a video earlier. He's like a country artist, but he also posts his regular videos on YouTube. And he said it was his last video. He was just talking about like people following him around, stalking him, like all this kind of stuff that comes with, I guess, where he's at, I guess, with his music or YouTube. He was showing up to his house. He was talking about quitting. I thought it was a really interesting video. Chocolate. Willy Wonka. You saw the Upchurch video? Yeah, I saw that. I was like, damn, I didn't know he was going through all that. He said he was being sued by multiple people, like all this shit in the courtroom. I don't know what's going on with him. I was like, I didn't know he was dealing with all this. People chasing him down the road and stuff. I was like, what? I was listening and I was like, yo, this is nuts. He's like, he has to take a break. He's getting off social media.
All right, we're ready for the jury? Yes.
He's not even he doesn't monetize his videos, I don't think. People giving him shit. I start thinking about that because I've been getting recognized more and more. This is like the 5th or 6th time I got recognized in public, which is really, I had beautiful, positive experiences, but you know, you never know. Mickey Mouse, is that you? What?
All right. Okay. You can have a seat, sir. All right, your next question.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to just briefly go through the security personnel that you just listed out before we took a break. How long has Leonard Damian been with you?
My kids are now 20, 23. Leonard Damian's been with me, I believe, roughly the same time as Mr. Bett, somewhere in the neighborhood of 16, 17 years. I can't be precise, but they were very young. My children were very young when they joined the team, which was really after Pirates was released in 2003, the first.
Now, you mentioned your children. What is Mr. Damian's role with respect to your children's security?
Excuse me?
You mentioned your children
Yes.
with respect to Leonard Damian. Is his role in connection with your children's security?
Yes, very much so. Leonard Damian and Sean Bett for quite a while were both sort of assigned, as it were, to my kids, taking them to school, picking them up from school if Vanessa and I were unable to do it, or even if we were there, we would drive with them to take the kids to school. And over the years, obviously, your children, my children have taken quite a shine to them, and they've become like another set of parents in a way.
And how long has Travis McGivern been with you?
Travis, I believe, a little bit less than that. I believe. I couldn't really speculate. If it's a little less, maybe it's 13 years, or I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that you had to bring on additional security after Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes.
How has the fame associated with that franchise affected your personal relationships?
Again, I would never complain about the repercussions, let's say, or the repercussions of the success of that film. But of course, as I said, there are sacrifices that one has to make. Sacrifices that you're not nearly ready for. Just simply when you when you go to a town, or you go on a press tour or something, and you're staying in a hotel. People stay in hotels all the time. I stay in the hotel. We've found that it's just a lot easier if I stay put in a hotel and not kind of again, especially if it's with the kids or something, I don't want them to, I've never wanted them to see me as a novelty. I just wanted to be dad, you know. Now, they're well aware of a lot, and they're well aware of pretty much everything. But no, you know, when you get recognized wherever you go, the basic truth is it's pretty simple. People are generally kind and curious, and if they've grown up with you in their living room, from a television series or from various films that they've seen, there's nothing menacing about being recognized. Sometimes there can be. Sometimes people can get weird, but we've found that it's just it's better all around if I stay in my hotel room and don't go out to too many restaurants or anything, because it generally causes a bit of a hubbub. If you go to a restaurant, someone calls the paparazzi, and you go in for a meal and you come out and there's 30 guys out there. It can be a little overwhelming. It's not something, I think I said it before, it's not something that it's not something that I've ever gotten used to, and it's something that I hope I never get used to. Because I don't think of myself in those terms. I used to be Johnny, if that makes sense. I used to be Johnny, and then my name, full name, which I honestly find still, it's difficult, it's uncomfortable to say my own name, because when I say it, I hear the commodity, I hear the product. So I went from Johnny to Johnny Depp, and then that name, with that name, Johnny Depp, and some image was cultivated. Certainly not by me, but the media, especially in those days, they must label you. They have to give you a label. And labels are one of the things that I've fought vigorously with regard to my work. I never wanted to be the poster boy. I never wanted to be the. I don't have, I'm not built with that kind of hubris. I don't have that kind of confidence. I can do virtually anything playing a character. I can become the character in my work, and that character may be able to spit out 100 words a minute, but me, myself, Johnny, I cannot.
Wow.
So therein lies the difference,
Mr. Depp, other than acting, what other artistic pursuits do you have that may be a little less known to the general public?
Well, I've remained a musician. I've been a musician. I started playing the guitar when I was 12 years old, and that saved my life because I locked myself into in my bedroom at the age of 12, listening to records, moving the needle back, and then learning that piece, and then learning it again. So so much so that I don't remember. I have no memory of going through puberty. I was just playing the guitar. I was obsessed with my guitar.
Any other artistic pursuits?
I've always drawn since I was very small, since I was very little, and always enjoyed drawing, and then began to paint, and so there started learning about painting and trying to I suppose different ways of expressing oneself, different ways to release the things that are living in your head, whether they be beautiful memories, whether they be horrific memories, whether they be I have I need to create. It's a need. It's of course I want to create as well, but I actually need to create because I need to summon whatever it is that I need to summon, to whether that's within a film or a painting or a guitar note. All of those things should come from a place an organic place, a place of truth. Because if they don't, well, then you're just lying, aren't you? Every bit of truth, a person doesn't have to say anything on film. What's important is what's behind the eyes. And if they do say something, what's important is not necessarily the words that they say. It's very easy to say, I love you, but what brings it into the realm of truth is what's underneath it, what's not being said, the subtext, if you will. So, any artistic or creative venture, any film, anything that I do, that's where I'm coming from. That's my approach.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned words, and I think the jury has already seen some words that you've written in text messages.
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about how you write?
Certainly. When I was young, when I was about 12 years old, my elder brother, Danny, walked into my room and ripped the Peter Frampton record off my record player, threw it across the room, and said, "You got to stop listening to this stuff." And he put this record on, and it started, and I'd never heard anything like it. It was called Astral Weeks by Van Morrison. And so I'm a kid, 12 years old. So my brother had turned me on to Van Morrison, then he turned me on to soundtracks like Clockwork Orange or Last Tango in Paris. He turned me on to books by Jack Kerouac. He turned me on to books by Ginsberg, Philip K. Dick. I mean, Salinger. I mean, the whole James Joyce, the whole Hemingway, the whole thing. So I became very interested in vocabulary and the unique voices of these writers. And then I started reading people like Tom Robbins and Hunter S. Thompson, and then ended up becoming very close friends with Hunter Thompson for the last 10, 12 years of his life. And Hunter's writing, of course, because of the amount of time I spent with him, it has influenced my writing greatly. Hunter was known for inventing a thing called gonzo journalism, which is it's the author putting himself in the situation as opposed to writing it from the author's point of view. He writes it with him in it. And there are great embellishments, and embellishments are great sort of ways that he would twist things and express his feelings, and so he became a huge hero, of course, to me, and a great friend. In my texts and in my emails, or sometimes just even in my writing, you take the subject and you try to express it in your own vernacular, and in that, for example, with the text messages that I apologize that everyone's had to experience, I am ashamed of some of the references made. I'm embarrassed that at the time, the heat of the moment, the heat of the pain that I was feeling, went to dark places. There is no, if you're writing, there is no set place that you have to stay in. You can travel, and sometimes pain has to be dealt with humor, and sometimes very dark humor. I grew up watching Monty Python, so yes, it can tend to get into dark humor. It can tend to get words are used that for emphasis, and words are used to express what you're feeling at the time, and it's just like growing up. You learn from those mistakes, you learn from those things, and you move forward, and that's how you start to understand your own vernacular and what's important, what's necessary and what's not necessary. I tend to be quite expressive in my writing, and after after the unfortunate words of Ms. Heard made their way into my heart and my head. Those are two very opposing things. So you're trying to find the best way to express something to a friend. Sometimes you're exaggerating, something that you've done, just to make him understand that, I'm on planet question mark here. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm in this situation, and I know that it cannot continue.
Mr. Depp, the jury's heard quite a bit from Ms. Heard's side about your drug and alcohol use, but I'm sure they'd like to hear from you. So could you please just tell them about your history of substance use?
Certainly. Again, this goes back to when I was a young boy. Excuse me. At about the age of, 4 or 5 years old, I can remember vividly my mom telling me to go get her nerve pills, out of her purse that was hanging on the back of the door. So I'd go get the nerve pills, and I'd bring her the nerve pill. She'd take it, and after a few years, you start to notice, you start to think about nerve pills. And then she seemed to calm down after she took those nerve pills. So when I was 11 years old, I wanted to calm down, and I didn't know how to. So I'd bring my mom her nerve pill, I would walk away, and I would take one myself to escape caring so much, feeling so much, to escape the chaotic nature of what we were living through. So that was the beginning when I realized that nerve pills calm the nerves. It's a pretty young age to do that. I can't say that I'm proud of admitting to that, but I have to say that I knew not what else to do. I knew nothing else that I could do. So as we were all growing up, there was always those kids who would say, "Let's party. Let's go party. I want to party." I've never used the word party in my life. I've never taken any substance for a party. I have taken these substances over the years, on and off, to numb myself of the ghosts, the wraiths that were still with me, and from my youth. So I needed, everything. It was essentially just self-medication. One of those get me out of here moments, and where you want to escape from is your own brain, your own head.
How often have you used substances throughout your life?
Having started with my mother's nerve pills at 11, of course, that's around the age that you're introduced to marijuana. You're introduced to, and also depending on where you're living and who you're associating with, and who's around the neighborhood. I wasn't shy to try a substance to see if the effect of it would maybe even take a bit more of the edge off. So I started at 11, and I even mentioned this in an interview in TV Guide, if anyone remembers TV Guide, in 1989, where I was asked by the journalist why I believed that kids who were watching the show 21 Jump Street about police officers in school as undercover cops, but as students. I was asked why these kids or whoever should believe me or trust me or listen to me, and I said, look, I could, because I've experienced it, and I can tell them that there is no future in it, that there's nothing but a kind of a postponing of the inevitable. That one day you're going to have to face those feelings. One day you will meet those, let's call them demons from your youth. So I was straight up, open and honest at that time in a very, TV Guide was it was right at the register when you checked out at the grocery store. It was like the most popular thing, and it was a very straight little magazine. But I told them I'd pretty much done all the drugs that I was aware of by the time I was 15 years old, and which was true. Now, that doesn't mean to say that I continued into that, forest of possibilities with regard to substances. I wasn't dropping acid every 5 minutes. I wasn't. There were many years that I didn't touch a substance and no drugs. There were many years that I didn't have a drink. So it's, as I said, it's never been for the sort of party effect. It's been for trying to numb the things inside that have that can plague plague someone's who's experienced trauma. But the characterization of the characterization of my substance, quote unquote, substance abuse that's been delivered by Ms. Heard is grossly embellished, and I'm sorry to say, but a lot of it is just plainly false. I think that it was easy. It was an easy. I think it was an easy target for her to hit, because once you've trusted somebody for a certain amount of years and you've told them all the secrets of your life, that information then, of course, can be used against you, especially if it's taken to a point that is teetering on impossible, and teeters over impossible, in fact, at times. It's so, I am not some maniac who needs to be high or loaded all the time. In fact, in Australia, from before Australia and in Australia, I had been off of alcohol for, I believe it was about 18 months.
Mr. Depp, you've mentioned some periods of sobriety throughout your life. How many would you estimate you've had?
Quite a number. You know, on various films, you see. I suppose, I guess maybe by example, if anyone's, well, if you're familiar with Hunter Thompson's book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which I was lucky enough to make into a film with Terry Gilliam. The film calls for myself and my attorney to be absolutely blotto out of our heads constantly throughout the film. And most people just assume that, well, they just got wasted and they filmed them. There would have been no way you couldn't act that. You couldn't make that film with two actors who were loaded. There would be no way. And then to the other extreme, Donnie Brasco, a film that I made about an FBI agent. I had to go into a training regime where I had to eat 5 meals a day, drink 5 shakes a day, you know, these protein shakes per day, work out 3 to 4 hours a day because I had to gain 20 to 30 pounds of muscle. There was certainly no abuse of substances then. There's been no abuse of substances on film sets. There have been there's been no moments where I would have been considered out of control. Never. In fact, it's not been mentioned. I'm sure they don't want to mention it, but I remember that because when I was with Ms. Heard and her friends, and we were all drinking wine, and I smoking marijuana. They used to tease me because of what they said was a ludicrous tolerance, because I never appeared loaded or high or any of that. Even if I felt a little spinny, no one would have ever known.
Mr. Depp, is there any substance that you've ever been addicted to?
Yes.
And what is that?
Roxycodone, or Roxycontin, which is it's an opiate. It's I think oxycodone has the opiate and then some pain, like paracetamol or something, and then the Roxys are just the opiate, as far as I remember. And when I was working on Pirates 4, and there was a scene in which I had to grab this large gold and red, stately gilt chair, pick it up and chuck it out this big giant window. And so I did it, and as I swung around to throw the chair out the window, I felt this immediate electricity from the bottom of my spine down my left leg, and it was like an electricity that burned. So I had obviously it was sciatica, so I had obviously pinched something, done something. So I saw a chiropractor or a kine or whatever. I saw chiropractors, and to no avail. Then I saw a doctor, and the only pain medication that she recommended and prescribed to me was Roxycodone. And there was a part of me that was a little bit worried, just in the sense that I know I've witnessed friends and people over the years who've had problems with heroin, and I didn't want to get bit by that snake. And I started taking the Roxys, and I was bit by the snake. And then before you know it, that monkey is on your back to stay. And it's not like you take those pills to get high. You take them to, once the addiction has grabbed hold of you, you're not taking those pills to get high. You're taking those pills to get well, or to get better. Because if you're without the pill, your body will start to go into various you'll withdrawals. And so I was on the Roxys for a number of years, 4 or 5 years, I think, maybe more, I don't know. But the key was that if you take 2, you will be what they call on the knot. You will be that. You will just drop into sleep. So, yes, I didn't like being dependent on these pills. I didn't like being dependent on a drug that you'd take only so you wouldn't get withdrawals. That's what it becomes. It's like a junkie. The reason why so many, well, now there's a huge fentanyl problem, but the reason why junkies generally, why they end up overdosing is because they're looking for the first high again. And you don't get that. You don't get your first high again. So what do? You up the stakes and you put more, you take more. And that's what makes that's what makes things go dark for them. Because they overestimated the amount that their body could tolerate, and they go blue and they die. So, yeah, didn't want that.
Mr. Depp, do you have an estimate as to what year you started taking the opiates that you just described?
When 2000, or excuse me, it was Pirates. Bless you. 4, I believe. Pirates 4. No, it was Pirates 4. Rob Marshall directed it. I don't know what year that was. Maybe. I actually don't. I have no idea what year that was.
Was it before you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Yes. I believe so.
And you didn't detox, and you detoxed from those opiates during your relationship with Miss Heard. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, so of course, yes. So they must have, yeah, they did come around prior to my meeting Miss Heard.
After you detoxed from the opiates, have you ever taken any opiates ever again?
No, I can't. That's no. Once you've been bit, you'll be bit again. So no, even with my finger, I think that there was like Motrin 800, but no opiates. No, I have not taken an opiate since, and I won't unless I plan on going through the hell of the pure horror of detoxing, of coming off those drugs. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to now turn to your relationship with Miss Heard. Can you please tell the jury how you met Miss Heard?
Mm-hmm. 2000, in around 2008, Hunter Thompson and I were going through some of his manuscripts of his books that have been published, and then I found this manuscript in one of his boxes, and it was called The Rum Diary, and I had heard about it, and I knew it was what they called his long-lost novel, in fact, the only novel he ever wrote. And I showed it to him, and Hunter was Hunter was shocked. Oh my God, that's where it is, you know. And so he said, read me some. So I started reading this to him, and he said, this is a movie, you know. We must produce this together. And, you know, he got all excited about the idea of doing that. So we went right into it. And we started to set up meetings to get money, financing to develop the project. And we finally ended up getting the money to develop the project and to make the film. Hunter, from his own dilemmas in his life, committed suicide, but having had long talks with him, I knew every angle of the book, but I knew every angle of the film that he wanted, which was going to be a bit different than the book. And Bruce Robinson, who was a great writer-director, directed a film called With Nail and I and How to Get Ahead in Advertising, was the one director that Hunter and I talked about. And so I went to Bruce, who was a friend of mine, and I ripped him out of retirement because he never wanted to direct another film again. I pulled him out of retirement after 27 years, and he agreed to write the screenplay and direct the film. And we proceeded. During the auditioning process, Bruce was, before that, Hunter had very specific ideas of what these characters should be. Bruce had been auditioning girls or women for the role of Chenault in the film, and there were this sort of starlets that were up and coming, or there were some that were well known and things of that nature. But you know, one of the things that Hunter was very against was stunt casting. That is to say, put a bunch of very famous people in a movie and let them go, and then hope for the money in the end. So Bruce had asked me. He said he had been auditioning this one particular actress named Amber Heard. He said that he'd auditioned her 5 times, and he was he wasn't sure about her capabilities as an actress with regard to the film and the character and taking direction and that sort of thing. So he asked me if I would read with her for the film, and I had already met a number of actresses and things, and so what I said to Mr. Robinson is, I said, Bruce, I don't. If you've auditioned her 5 times, you've seen the best and the worst, I suppose. So me putting her, this girl, in an uncomfortable situation, you know, saying, hey, all right, let's read this, I think it's a far better idea that we just meet so that I can see how she behaves, see how she reacts, because that's really all it is, reaction, behavior, and you don't have to push anything else, you know. So they made an appointment. She came to my office. I took one look at her and I thought, yeah, that's That's the Chenault that Hunter wants. That's the one. I thought, yeah, she could definitely kill me. That's what Hunter wants. And so we spoke, and she was sweet as pie, pleasant, again, intelligent, literate, very good taste. And I felt like what I felt and what I told Bruce was, look, when you put someone in a situation that they're obviously going to feel under pressure, it's not the best way to really know what they're capable of. And I made suggestions such as, and which I ended up making to Ms. Heard. I made suggestions of films that might give her some insight into what we were looking for in terms of the film. Which is to say, I gave her films like To Have and Have Not, and things of that nature, because I wanted to. There was something very important that I felt she needed to know about stillness, as opposed to, going broad or acting a little too much. So I felt like I could be a bit of a traffic cop in that sense, so that, because if we could connect, then it could work, as long as there was truth in her eyes, and as long as there was truth coming out of her dialogue, then it's all in the editing. So I felt that I could help her with that idea of stillness, and so that's when I first met Ms. Heard.
How would you describe your interactions with Ms. Heard when you worked together on the Rum Diary?
Initially, mostly very, very, very few interactions. I remember there was a time, I wasn't working that day, but I was producing, one of the producers of the film, and it was a scene from the book that was a scene where Ms. Heard's character was in a nightclub and were amongst the locals, and she's very drunk and everybody's very drunk, and she ends up dancing with a few of the local, like one of the local guys and stuff, and then the other local guys start to sort of close in on her. In the book and in the screenplay, as it was written, there was a requirement for nudity for the part, and I was on set the day that they were shooting that, and as I was watching the crowd coming in on her, I realized, you know what? Because I would check on Ms. Heard and say, "Are you all right? Are you sure you're okay?" Because this is, she was like, "No, I'm fine, fine, fine." But I realized that with the crowd surging in towards her, that we wouldn't have to do the nudity, because if she took her shirt off and she had a red bra on and a skirt, then if she had a red bra in her hand, when the crowd surged in on her, all she had to do was lift the red bra up out of the crowd and there's no nudity, but it's certainly implied, because then she disappears the character disappears for a few days, and she's quite a wreck when she comes back because bad things have happened to her. So I remember telling Ms. Hurd, hey, you don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to, everything's cool. And she was appreciative. But other than that, we didn't really have much interaction until there was a scene where I'm taking a shower, and then she comes into the room and she opens the shower, and we kiss. And that moment was it felt like something. It felt like something that I shouldn't be feeling, because she had her wife, and even though it was a scene, and she had her wife, and I had Vanessa and kitties, and yeah.
When would you say your romantic relationship with Miss Hurd actually began, if not in that moment?
Well, I think there was something in the kiss in the shower that was very real. So that day after work, Miss Hurd had come to my trailer, and I was just sitting there listening to actually old blues stuff, and we had a glass of wine, and we kissed. And at that point, my trailer was the only trailer in the parking lot. She had a mind to stay in the trailer there for a while with me, and I didn't think that was a very good idea on any level, especially since there were about 9 Teamsters waiting to move the trailer. And then that was that until whenever we did the first day of the press junket for the Rum Diary in Los Angeles 2 years later, and she had broken up, I believe, with her wife, and my for lack of my wife, we weren't married, but she was, of course, my wife, Vanessa. We had some not so great situations, you know. She was stuck in America. She wanted to go back to France. She wanted to have her life back. She's a well-known singer there.
Oh shit! What happened? What happened? Oh, they just cut it out. Hold on a second. Let me get another feed real quick. So
not long
they brought it back.
right around then is when Miss Heard and I started to see each other here and there occasionally.
Between the end of the filming of the Rum Diary and the press junket, did you and Miss Heard communicate at any time?
You didn't miss much. Don't worry. I'm just kidding.
I don't remember. I remember that there was a white dress that she really was infatuated with. That she really loved this dress that she wore in the film, and so I went to Colleen Atwood, the costume designer, and to Bruce, and I said, "Do you think we can snag this white dress and send it to Amber, after she'd wrapped, because she loved the thing." I remember talking to her, I think, then, but briefly.
What did you like about Miss Heard when you first started your romantic relationship?
She seemed to be the she seemed to be the perfect partner, in a sense, in my head, for me, because she, as I said, she seemed to be very knowledgeable about old obscure blues music that I listened to and really liked. She was literate. She was sweet, funny, nice, all those things, and she was, and from the beginning of our relationship at that time, for a good year and a half, she was wonderful, and then things just started to change, or things started to reveal themselves. I think, is a better way to put it.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that Miss Heard would take off your boots when you would get home from work. What other types of behaviors did you observe in Miss Heard early in the relationship?
Little things that you would you'd question in the back of your mind, if she wanted to go to bed, I'd say, "Oh, well, I can't sleep, right now." And rather than go and just lay in a bed and stare at the ceiling, I would say, I'll just watch. I'll be out here watching TV or hanging out, and that was just not acceptable. Just not acceptable. It would stir up some rather unusual reactions from her. I didn't understand why I, as a 50-something year old man,
I had an ex like that.
Was not allowed to go to sleep when I wanted to, as opposed to when she wanted to. It started out with little things like that. And again, they just, I suppose like anything, if they're allowed to continue, then they are allowed to grow. They're allowed to blossom into whatever they're going to become.
What were you and Miss Heard's nicknames for each other?
I called her Slim.
Why is that?
I called her Slim because of the film that I had given her to watch, in terms of stillness, was Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart. And I called her Slim, and she called me Steve, which was Lauren Bacall's and Humphrey Bogart's nicknames for each other in the film. That was their names in the film. And it wasn't lost on me the fact that there was an age difference, and that my God, when Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, that's when they met on that film. He was 45 years old and she was 19, and they stayed together for many years until Bogart passed away. So, yeah, there was a kind of a joke, not joke, but just, yeah, I acknowledge the fact that I was the old craggy bogey and she was this beautiful creature, just this stunning creature.
When did you first meet Miss Heard's parents?
I first met Miss Heard's parents when they had come out to Los Angeles, I believe, and yeah, and I feel like that I met them. I think they came to my place, to my studio, and they were two completely opposite end of the spectrum people. Paige was she was an angel. She was an angel, and I loved her very much. I loved her instantly, and we had a very good relationship. Her father, David, was the opposite end of that. He was this outrageous kind of, almost like a cartoon cowboy, you know. And he was, the initial thought, I mean, my initial kind of definition for David would have been rascally, like a rascal, you know. But I loved, I mean, I grew to love them both very much, as well as her sister Whitney. And yes, it felt like I had been welcomed into some sort of family. I had been accepted into this family, and those relationships stayed solid until just a bit after we'd separated.
How often did you spend time with Miss Heard's parents during your relationship with Miss Heard?
Quite a lot. Whether I used to have a boat, and we would take her parents, her family, and we'd go sail the boat and, you know, drop anchor at the island, and we would spend a week, 2 weeks, whatever, on the boat, on the island. Also, they would come to Los Angeles quite a bit. We also would go to Austin here and there to see them, visit them. Every year we would, on their anniversary, I had a friend of mine who had a restaurant in Austin, like a very good restaurant in Austin, and I'd call him up and basically set it up so that every year on their anniversary they could just go there, and they'd be taken care of, and there would be no bill, so they could just celebrate. And I think one of the things we did was, yes, we would try to order them car so that they could drink. No, I was very fond of them, very fond of them.
Now, you mentioned Miss Heard's sister, Whitney. When did you first meet Whitney?
I don't remember exactly when I met Whitney the first time, but I felt when I first met Whitney, there was something in what I saw of Whitney that was much less confident than Amber, much more revealing of insecurities.
Objection, Your Honor, just foundation. What he saw in Whitney.
I think if you could answer the question. Okay. You want to ask the question again?
No. Don't
I
ask.
think we can move on.
Okay, that's fine.
How would you describe your relationship with Whitney?
Great. I mean, fantastic. I called her sis. I loved her, you know. I had always felt something. I'd always felt like Whitney had missed out on something.
Same objection.
All right.
We can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Where was Whitney living when you and Miss Heard first started your relationship?
She was living with her then boyfriend, Sean Krajewski.
Was this in the same? Where was Miss Heard living when you first started your relationship?
Miss Heard had informed me that she just moved to a new place on Orange Avenue.
What city is that in?
Los Angeles, sorry, yeah.
And was Whitney also living in Los Angeles?
Whitney was living in Los Angeles, yes, with Sean Krajewski and yeah.
So how often would you see Whitney when you and Miss Heard were in a relationship?
Oh, a lot. Whitney would come over all the time with her boyfriend for dinners and such. Miss Heard always liked having people over, you know, for dinner parties and social kind of events at her place.
Have you ever done any drugs with Whitney?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
With Whitney,
Yes, with Whitney.
maybe three times, maybe twice, 3 times.
Did there come a time when Whitney moved into the penthouses that you owned at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I do remember that it was after Rocky Pennington and yes, I believe Josh Drew was there already as well. Whitney, I can't remember why she needed a place, but she needed a place, so we gave her penthouse 4 to live in.
And how long did she live there for?
Oh boy, on and off for, I suppose, a couple of years.
And how much rent did you charge her?
Nothing.
Now, you said you did drugs a couple times with Whitney. What drugs were you doing with Whitney?
Whitney and I had done a line or two of cocaine together.
When did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah. Immediately. I was introduced to the whole gang, you know. Rocky, Io, Brittany Eustace, Whitney, certainly. Who else? That's all that comes to mind at the moment.
No, you mentioned Rocky. Who is that specifically?
Raquel Pennington. It was Miss Heard's good friend from youth, I suppose.
And I think you mentioned Brittany Eustace as well. Who was that?
Brittany Eustace was just one of the gals, you know. She was one of the gals, and she was quite bubbly and funny and real sweet girl, southern girl. I haven't seen her in. I think that something went sideways between Brittany Eustace and the girls, because she suddenly just disappeared from the group.
And when was that?
We were probably a year and a half, or maybe 2 years into the relationship, 3 years maybe.
And I believe you mentioned someone named Io. Who is that?
Io Tillett Wright was a friend of Ms. Heard's from New York City, who was who had identified as she was born a female, if that's the right terminology these days.
Cancel.
Born a female, but she was she had chosen she at a very young age she had decided that she was a male, and she identified as a male. And Io seemed to be, again, she was very intelligent, very literate, kind of a go-get-em kind of activist type. And
activist.
She was writing a book, I remember. She was writing a book, Io, or he was writing a book, rather. And I had a house on one of my, on Sweetser, one of the houses there was empty. And it was in fact a house that I'd set up to write in. And when she had no place to stay or go, whatever, I called her over and I showed her the house, you know, where the desk was and all the things. And so I said, write your book, you know, write your book here. So she did.
Did Io end up living in that house or just working there?
No, Io ended up No, she ended up living in the house for somewhere in the neighborhood of a year, I guess. Somewhere about a year.
And how much rent did you charge to Io?
Nothing.
And did there also come a time when Rocky moved into the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
Rocky moved into penthouse 2.
And do you recall when that was?
Oh no, penthouse 1. Sorry, penthouse 1. That was not long after Ms. Heard and I started to begin to dress that place up as our residence. So it wasn't very long after that at all that Rocky came. I had already had my friend Isaac, who you've met, Isaac Baruch, painter. I had already given him a penthouse 2 to stay in and live in and paint in, because he'd just come back from Florida, and his mom had passed away, and I think he had about $3 in his pocket. So I gave him the penthouse and asked him if he had enough paint, and so he lived there.
Why did Rocky move into the penthouses?
Objection, foundation.
I'll overrule foundation.
And hearsay. The question potentially calls for hearsay.
I'll overrule that for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Depp.
Why did? Sorry, what was it again?
Why did Rocky end up moving into the penthouses?
She ended up moving into the penthouses. I don't recall. I believe it was something to do with just not having a place. And Amber had asked if I would be okay with, Rocky moving in. And I said, of course. The penthouse is empty. I wasn't in the. I wasn't going to be renting them out necessarily anyway. They were for friends to come and stay. Penthouse 4, in fact, was initially planned out for my sister Christy to have an escape from her 3,000 grandchildren and the amount of workload that she had taken on at the company.
How long did Miss Pennington end up staying in the penthouses?
Longer than I did.
And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Did anyone live with Miss Pennington in the penthouses?
Yes, her fiance or boyfriend and fiance Josh Drew. And then at a certain point, I learned that there was another female living there. Who I wasn't sure who that was. I didn't know.
What the heck?
It was because there were 2 bedrooms, and so she had invited a friend to move in. But I met that person very briefly a while after they had already been living there.
Are you at a good breaking point?
I think
just
this
wanna
is a
make
good
sure. Okay,
stopping point.
That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 10 a.m., all right? Thank you. You're excused for the day. Thank you.
Right. Okay, we made it. We'll give some of my thoughts. Some of my thoughts, man. How you guys feeling in the chat? Well, maybe let me wait before, in case.
All right. And again, sir, since you're in the middle of your testimony, did not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys this evening, okay? All right, you can stand down if you'd like. Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other matters for this evening? Sure.
Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny. So I feel sympathetic for his past and the drugs and like all that stuff he's been through and all these. I mean, I guess the I don't know. I want to say a word, but I'll be nice. I guess these people mooching off his ass, Amber and her sister and family and friends and all this shit. I don't know what the hell was going on in those penthouses. And even at one point, he said there was some lady there too. He didn't even know who that was, just living there in the penthouse. JD is very long-winded though, so sometimes it is kind of hard for me to follow. So I was wondering if that's how he normally talks, but he seems like he's, I don't know, traumatized. And I could totally see, I haven't seen Amber Heard talk yet. I'm really curious to see how she's going to be when she's on the stand. But I could totally see this woman like ramming him when he's trying to have a conversation, when he's trying to talk, like they mentioned in the, was it the therapist? The therapist mentioned that. Yeah, it's very long-winded for sure. Somebody left so the mod sent me this in the chat. This was kind of funny. Shelly said earlier at some point, does one take a roll of toilet paper with them when they go to shit on someone's bed, or do they hold their butt cheeks and then go to the bathroom to wipe? If it was Amber or the friend, what did they do? Did they bring toilet paper with them? How did they go about that situation? Oh, Amber Heard has news too, apparently. Somebody sent me a message. Not that I want to look it up, but I guess she's out there, huh? All over the place for the internet. I guess shit happens. I don't know the story behind that. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure this guy, he has a lot to freaking tell, and maybe it's hard to even. I mean, I've been there where you've been through something. Like if somebody were to ask me about some of the situations that I've been through, like with my situation, and they try to tell me, like, I wouldn't even know where to start. Like there's so many, and this is crazy and out of control. So I wouldn't know where to start, let alone sitting in front of a trial. But he is like super, super long-winded. And so I think sometimes it can lose people, the jury. I don't know. I'm surprised. I thought there was going to be more objections, but maybe they're just taking notes. I can imagine they're going to be taking notes, because what they're probably going to do is, from what I've seen them to the other people, is they're taking notes and like, oh, you testified this, you testified that. Oh, but in your testimony you said this, but in this deposition or in this text message, they're going to start citing. They're going to try to poke holes at Johnny, I'm guessing. So maybe that's why they're just letting him talk, because I'm sure they got to be taking notes. They're probably going to go back and listen to the recordings. Now they have all the time in the world too to go back and take notes, you know. And if he did anything, like for example, like how he accidentally messed up the number of the penthouse, which got to be confusing as hell to remember all these people freeloading, living free off your ass, which penthouse these people were staying at. Not only that, these hoes had guys coming up in that shit. You know, what was it? Franco, Elon, who God knows who else is coming up and down to those elevators and shit. Not only are they freeloading and living free off this guy, but they're fucking around, cheating on this guy, or whatever it is, whatever she was doing, whatever you want to call it these days, whatever you want to label it, just doing them dirty as shit. So, yeah, long-winded, but I do feel sympathy as far as, you know, and I think a lot of people can relate. Maybe that's what he's trying to do too. I don't know. Be relatable, share his story, drug stuff, abuse. Oh shit. That's that thing they do. I mean, I'd be upset too, man. And I was really surprised because I don't know what his demeanor is like usually. So I was really surprised. I don't know. I guess because I see him as, I guess he's a celebrity. And of course, obviously he's a person. But I would have thought you would just think, if you don't know or seen all this stuff, I'm just an outsider looking in right now, right? I've never really looked into Johnny like that. But I was so surprised. It's almost like pulling back the mask almost, or I don't know if that's the right word. But to see, like, it seemed like he's almost like he's an introvert kind of. And it's just like with the therapy things, even communicating and talking, and maybe it's probably got to be a lot of pressure. Like, this is his whole, I don't know, career, livelihood, just reputation, everything. And now he's coming out and having to tell his story. I think my hair looks kind of jacked up like that. It's better like this way. I don't know. I haven't figured out which side I like. But why don't you do a short doco on him? I'm not going to do that. There's probably like hundreds of people that have done that already. It's all over the internet. There's people that have been covering this stuff for years. Hundreds of videos. Didi says it's his story. Please allow him to tell it his own way. Do you guys want to do calls a little bit, or should we call it? We could do calls if people want to give their thoughts on the thing. If not, we could call it too. And honestly, I think this is still, well, we just now kind of started getting a little bit into the living situation. I think there's a lot left still. This is still the beginning. Somebody said that maybe his testimony could go 3 days. Maybe. Now, I don't know. 3 days might be excessive. I don't know. 3 days? Could this go for 3 days? I'm somewhat introverted too, I guess. I think I am. I don't know. Is that just a cool thing to say now? Like, people are just, oh yeah, I'm introverted. Like the emo thing. I'm somewhat introverted, I guess. Sometimes. Depends. Just because he is not super hyper, does that make him bad? Come on, what's wrong with you people? You're disgusting. I'm sick and tired of you. I added that at the end. She didn't say all that, but holy moly. I wonder how Amber talks. Is she gonna be, I wonder what she's gonna say. I'll open up the lines for a little bit. We could talk for a little bit if anybody wants to call and give their thoughts on the testimony. If not, that's cool too. I have no problem with that either. I just wasn't expecting that. I was a little surprised, but hey, man, he's telling his story. Maybe he should make a documentary or have somebody or produce his own documentary. That might be interesting. Somebody said I was going to do a doco. Maybe he should do his own documentary. Sure, people would love it, support him. Maybe that should be the next step. Does he have a documentary? I'm sure people will come out and support that. All right, let me dial in real quick. I really got to get this merch thing down, the emoji thing down. Oh, and I got to get the super chats. Let me, and there's calls already. Welcome to
Thank you for calling.
Okay.
You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
Let me get these super chats real quick. So I got lowered. Stephanie Hell, thank you for the super chat. Thanks, Mel. Kim T says, oh my God, I can't wait to hear his testimony. Thank you, Dreadhead. I'm not into this thing, but wanted to say, ick. What's up, Dreadhead? Hope you're doing good. Cynical. I like the name. Cynical. It's Nicole in it, but Cynical. Thank you so much for the stream, Mel. Thank you. Me, you. Gracias. Thank you. Samantha Knight, thank you so much. Delana, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Thanks for all you do, Mel. We appreciate you. Thank you. Betsy Leak, love you, Mel. Love you too. Tactility, thank you for the super chat. Katie, thank you. Says, where does he go on break? they got him sitting in the cafeteria by himself. Ooh, JD? I don't know. Is that who you're talking about? I don't know. That's a good question. Katie also said, I think rambling helps because he's an actor. They don't want him to look like he's rehearsed his answers at all. I bet Amber will appear very rehearsed and fake. I am very curious to see the differences in their testimony. Jovialicious, thank you so much for the super chat. The therapist stated that Johnny couldn't get a word in with Amber's jackhammer style of talking, which is true. But then the therapist talked to him one-on-one. He could express himself. Just watch Secret Window the other night. Deidre, thank you for subbing. Ian, thanks for all the content. Mel, keep up the awesome work. Thank you. Terry, they were back live, dude. Turn it on. I think you were kind of delayed. You had to fast forward. Light Side of Moon. Hang in there, Mel. I know this may not be particularly interesting, but it's needed. Silly, thank you. Little Texas Tornado coming from Molly Golali community. That's one of her mods. Thank you. Appreciate that, Texas. Kurt 420 towards the new beanbag chairs for you. I don't know if you want one or not, but you deserve one for sitting there with us the whole time. I just want to say I appreciate you. Thank you. I ordered this gangster pillow thing. It's at my other address. I'm going to go pick it up after. I have that couch behind me is super comfortable, but I don't think it would work really well here. And Kristen, thank you for everything you do. Thank you. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Let me take these calls. 313. How you doing? Where are you calling from?
Louisiana.
Louisiana. That's where I was born. How you doing?
I'm good. It's Terry.
Terry. Oh, I didn't even. Man, it's been a long day. I didn't recognize you. You called. What's your thoughts?
I've been cooking, so I haven't been talking, so I sound funny. But it was funny. I was on the old thing, and you were replaying stuff, and I'm like, dude, they're live on Court TV.
That sounds like you must be delayed. I was laughing.
Oh no, I'm like the unfrozen caveman lawyer. I have no idea how technology works. But what I wanted to say was everybody was talking about how Johnny Depp was kind of wordy and it took a while. But that draws the jury in, particularly if they can't really hear him. So then they're even more coming in for the testimony. And I think he was articulate. He wasn't mumbly. I mean, he wasn't stupid at all. He was just, I thought he was incredibly articulate. And I really liked the way he was honest about, it wasn't all crap talk about anybody or anything. He was honest about how it started. And I think the jury's going to love him. I told you he'd be a good witness, and I think he's a great witness. I don't really understand some of the questions he's being asked, but, what you want is for the jury to like him, and I think they probably do, and they are not going to like Amber Heard.
I'm so curious to see her testimony, and I think that when he came back, I think he did better. He was still, to me, doing the same thing, but just like the whole story with drugs, I think a lot of people can just relate to that, or just like abuse growing up and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and I mean,
and I think he's being honest. I don't
sense
sense the guy's lying. Sorry to overtalk you. I don't think he's lying at all. I don't sense like that. I don't think. But you can go ahead. What you were gonna say? Sorry.
I know he's not lying. I mean, I don't think he's lying either. I feel it in my heart, but bless his heart, because all those people taking advantage,
That's crazy. Yeah.
Some people are really very giving and they don't see it as taking advantage, and I think that's lovely. But it seems to me, and I'm a big, true crime person. So I'm like, okay, so she had all this set up, and then as it turns out, her craziness, he finally just went, I think I'm going to leave. And that did it. She was going to lose, her sister was going to lose, and her friends were going to lose all the penthouse and money and everything. I mean,
Terry,
That's a
somebody had a
motive.
question for you too. Somebody says, was he instructed? Somebody said, Carolyn Noack says, Mel, ask her why he was instructed that he can't talk to his attorneys. Is that what they said? Or he's not supposed to once he takes a stand, or does that matter?
Yeah, that's. I don't know if that's something in Virginia. I mean, you usually. I never coach my witnesses, but I would always take them, what we call to the woodshed, and give them a list of things. Always tell the truth, only answer what's asked, that sort of thing, and but never do you coach a witness about what to say. And well, real lawyers don't. And then, but you ought to be able to talk to your lawyer in between the times you're on the stand. We ought to be able to say, is everything okay? Or, can you give me any advice on posture and that sort of thing? I mean, that's okay here in Louisiana and in Texas. I don't know if it's a Virginia rule or what. So, I'm not sure what that all meant.
Okay. And I'm curious about the cross-examination, how they're gonna do with him.
They're going to have to tread very freaking lightly, because if they attack him, the jury's going to go just like his mom, I mean, they really have to be eggshelly asking questions, I think. But I don't know. I think he's doing great, and I think if I were his lawyer, I'd be very pleased thus far. If I were Amber's lawyer, I'd be scared out of my mind.
I feel like her demeanor is different the last 2 days, ever since the whole Eve Barlow thing happened. Just her facial expressions, the makeup now, she's like toned it back. She's not doesn't look like she's wearing lipstick anymore, or whatever it is she got going on. And even the way she dresses, I wonder why. She looks more serious now too. Before she was kind of laughing, smirking. I mean, she still does little smirks, but you could see her smiling and kind of laughing. And things have changed since then. I don't know, maybe the public perception of this whole Eve Barlow thing is kind of caught up to them.
I'm not sure what's going on with her, but I did want to tell you, maybe I did in a chat on the wrong chat, which is where I was for a while. But anyway, I wanted to tell you that he was describing her at the beginning and pouring him a glass of wine and taking his boots off and doing all the things. She was love bombing him. That is so classic narcissist.
Right.
Have you ever heard of that? The love bombing?
I have heard of that.
It's also very popular with people involved in domestic violence. There's a cycle, and they'll be all lovey-dovey, and then the girl or the guy or whatever will wear something they don't like, and then they'll beat them up, and then they'll be all lovey-dovey and sorry and love bomb. It's vicious.
Well, thanks, Terry.
I think that's what was going on.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Terry. If you want, I can call you back if you have more thoughts. There's 4 other people holding. Or if that was it.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
No, you're good. You're an amazing caller. I'd love to have your perspective, especially with your experience.
Okay, well, we'll talk soon.
Okay. I'll call you tonight, too, so we can talk a little bit about earlier.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Okay, bye-bye.
I need to actually call her, though, because I always say that to people. But she's really nice. 512, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Yo, Mel, it's laughing beside you. I'm calling from Texas.
Thank you for holding, and
up,
thank you for being a subscriber and a member, and yada. What's up?
What up, dude? I just wanted to call in because listening to this today, it reminded me of a moment I had. I hung out with Steve Buscemi once, and he sounds like a very similar person to Johnny Depp. Like, he came in to a bar I was at with a hat on, and was just very obviously trying to keep it low key. So I very sneakily went and talked to him, and I hung out with him for 4 hours, and we talked a lot about how toxic celebrity culture is and how he doesn't like being recognized places. So hearing Johnny talk about that today is just like, it's just a nice reminder that celebrities are people too, you know, and they just want to chill sometimes like people. And, you know, and Steve Buscemi was like super nice and he was very humble, just like Johnny. He reminds me a lot of Johnny, but, you know, I don't know him or either one of them, honestly, but I just wanted to bring the humanity back to this. Like, he's still a person. He's getting all of his dirty laundry aired out. It's really stressful.
Right, no,
and
sure.
I just, you know, I feel for the guy. And so it reminded me a lot of meeting Steve Buscemi and just, you know, hanging out with him. And they're just people too. And, you know, he's someone who's been used. And it's hard to hear and hard to see. And I just want everyone to remember that they're people too.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's really all.
I agree. Yeah. Appreciate the support.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be around.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
I think that was our first call too. Thank you. That was nice. 828. How you doing? Where you calling from? I adjust myself. 828. 828.
Mel.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Who's this?
Hey, this is Pro Bono Gyno.
Oh, I've seen you in the chat. How you doing, man?
Hey, good. I don't know. I was just wanted to tell you because people have been talking about some of the testimonies been boring, but it's the chat where you know get to talk to people, interact with other people, and listen to their opinions. That's kind of made it for me. But also, I want to give a shout out to the mods because the mods are pretty cool.
Hey.
I wanted also too. Yesterday, I'm the guy that Streamlabs kicked out of chat because I called Amber a skank, and I mean, I didn't know skank was a dirty word or a naughty word.
It's it's an automated. I don't think it should be on there, but it's their own populated list.
Yeah.
I could make a custom list, but it's just their own populated list. The only reason I have Streamlabs there is to help me in case we get flooded, because there's been a couple times where we've gotten like flooded, like mass flooded, a bunch of bots coming in, and it's really hard to control. And that's what it's
yeah.
said.
I mean, so far, I don't know. I guess I don't know if it's just your chat or if it's the mods, because I haven't seen a lot of trolls, or I don't know if I've even seen a troll on there.
Yeah, they're doing really good. I've definitely had them where it's gotten like crazy. Like somebody actually, it had to be that somebody paid for something or they're using some sort of automated thing. I've had it where like, I don't know, like 10, 15 new names keep coming in and just mass flooding the chat. I don't even know how YouTube allows that. So
I haven't seen it. But I don't doubt that it's there. The only other comment I wanted to make was about Amber Heard's attitude the last couple of days. I think I've seen the change too the last 2 days of her demeanor, and I don't think it's her true feelings. You know, like she's changed. I think it's her team, her lawyers have coached her. They said, "Hey, you can't, because the jury is watching you. You can't sit over there and have your chin up and looking down your nose, you know, at people, because that's what narcissistic psychopaths do, you know, and you got to at least portray that you're not a psychopath, you know? So I think someone, you know, part of her team is telling her, you know, how to sit, how to look, you know what I mean? How not to look. But that's just my opinion. I'm not an expert. So.
Thanks, man.
But
I appreciate the call.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to talk. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Take care, man.
Yep.
Bye. Good call, yo. Shout out to the mods for real. I'm pretty blessed. Thank you, Dad Set, Lindsay, Jasmine, BL, Crisscross. Trying to make sure I don't forget somebody. Get canceled by the mods. I think that's it for now. Get an email later, text later. 310, how you doing? Where you calling from? And thank you for holding. 310.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling from California.
Hey, Karen. Welcome.
And thank you. I just want to give you a little take on, I grew up in Beverly Hills, Hollywood Hills. And so I want to give you a little take. I think Amber today, his testimony was extremely detrimental to Amber. And it also shows Johnny is an extremely loyal person. If you look at the amount of years that his retinue has worked with him and how many years he'd stayed with his previous relationship, it shows you, I mean, I just blew my mind when he was talking. I know where those penthouses are. My sister lives on Sweetser, where he has those, their duplexes, mostly on Sweetser. And those duplexes are in the $3 million region. And that has several of them, and he's putting them up free of charge just blows my mind. Yeah. The expenditure would be in the millions, not that he couldn't afford it, would be in the millions of dollars of what they were freeloading off of him. So that is amazing to me. And he is very much an introvert. You wouldn't really hear, in his younger days, he said he never partied to get high. That part I'm not really believing, because I would see him up at the Viper Room.
You saw him at the
30
Viper Room?
years ago. Yeah, I saw him at the Viper Room. I saw Leonardo DiCaprio there. They used to hang out outside and smoke. And I used to live down the street on Larrabee from the Viper Room. It's directly down the street. So I don't believe the story that he's never gotten high ever with drugs. This part, I mean, maybe it was years ago he stopped, but I know that to be a little different. But that was ages ago. So, but he is indeed an introvert. You wouldn't hear him or see him. I don't think he was around town, at least in the LA area, very much. I know that he was splitting his time in France, where he had purchased a chateau and they were trying to grow vineyards. So he was splitting his time in France, and then he lived in the Hollywood Hills, and he had a home there behind gates. And I saw him once, and I was driving my kid from the Hollywood Hills into Beverly Hills to school, and I saw him in an SUV. He had a driver. He was sitting in the passenger seat, and the kids were in the back. So he did indeed take his kids to school when he could. But I don't think they were in the country the whole time. But it's just amazing. And I think Hollywood is holding their breath, because a lot of them, it's like a divorce. They don't want to pick in between these two, because they might have to work with them in the future.
Right.
And so, but I think he did lose in Britain. Because in Britain, they're very conservative, the courts there. And I think he started saying about his child abuse and his substance abuse, and they're not listening. They don't want to. And she turned on the waterworks, and they didn't.
Oh, she was crying in there?
They don't want to. Yeah, in Britain.
Oh.
They don't, a pretty woman crying to those elderly judges in the UK. No, okay. So she scored points with them there. So I think he's going to do much better. They both have very effective counsel. But I think they're going to tell him to tighten up his answers on cross tomorrow. I don't think he's going to be rambling. There's going to be a lot of objections.
I think they're going
to rambling.
I think so too. Let me ask you this, because the whole part that came out with the Rum Diaries thing, is that what it's called? Rum Diaries?
Right. Horrible movie, by the way. Horrible.
Canceled. I never watched it, but it came out. It
was the worst money I ever spent in the theater was to see that movie.
He said that he met Amber, I guess, on the set, and that they wanted him to help her with some lines or something like that. And on the movie scene, I guess they kiss when he comes out. He comes out of the bathroom, and that's the moment that they kiss, and he felt like, there's something here. And then at one point, then he says that like they go out to his trailer, and they have a glass of wine, and then supposedly they kiss, and that was it. Which I'm like, really? That's it? He probably did more than that. So at that time, he was never technically married to Vanessa, but he sees her as his wife. But they were never technically married. And Amber was married to some woman. I forget the name at the time, right?
Right.
And so
you have to realize in Hollywood, right, when you're on a film set, everything's extremely intense. Okay. And it is more, that's the norm, that a star would fall in love with his co-star and have a very brief affair. Now, when I was very young, I worked in casting, but extra casting, not big time casting. But I would be on the set and you just see the fireworks of some actors and actresses. So, but the story, which could be true, that they were in the Star Wagon and the union guys wanted to take the Star Wagon away, that totally rang true to me. But I do think that maybe he continued it at a hotel afterwards. But
Right.
I do think that once the film wrapped, then, the magic fizzled. And
Right.
that could have happened. But probably he had her in his head. She worked in his head that he was thinking about her. And I don't know the exact reason he did break up. I know he said, though, Vanessa wanted to live in France. I know that they lived a lot in France, or they spent some time there. That could be, but she might have just worked her way in, that he was going to try to extricate himself from the situation with Vanessa in a very nice way and not make it reflect off of Amber.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the call. Thanks for your
Okay,
insight.
you're excellent. Well, excellent commentary. I love
Thank
watching
you. Appreciate it. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, we got 3 other callers. Don't put out the number anymore, so we can wrap it up in a bit. 949. How you doing? Where you calling from? And Lexa, love you. Thank you for being an amazing mod. I forgot to mention Lexa. 949. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, how are you doing? I'm calling
Good.
from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Amazing.
Yeah. At first, I wanted to thank you for taking my call. Second, I'm watching this. The first time I've tuned into the Depp Amber Heard, because this has been going on for so long.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't feel that his testimony and the line of questioning is helping him. He's very long-winded. And listen, I know that everybody answers questions differently. Some people talk, everybody has their own style. But from my understanding, the judge seems to be allowing him to continue in these long-winded questions. I mean, I've been with you watching your chat.
Thank you.
And we're all falling asleep. So if we're falling asleep, the jurors are falling asleep. And I don't think it's working towards his benefit. And he also made some very critical mistakes
Like what?
in regards to his drug use. And when he started, he's coming off in some situations as he's speaking, he's slurring. He would look like he looks like he may be on something. Maybe he's not. Maybe he is. But it poses the question to a juror, saying what, or the way that he's speaking so softly. So, or how he'll veer off on a quick question, how long XYZ, and then he'll take us around the bend like 20 times until we get to what we think the question was. But even in the chat, we're like, wait, what was the question? You're brushing your hair. Well, I'm needing more coffee. And I feel like the rest of the chat too is feeling the same vibration. I just don't think it's working towards his benefit. And I'll tell you, you made a great comment, Mel, when you said that you were surprised that there weren't many objections.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to type it in, but the reason is because I think on Cross, it's almost like the Sun Tzu, give him enough rope kind of a situation. Let him talk. Let him ramble. Let him look like he's not present, that he's not there. Go. And then on Cross, I think he's going to get hit really hard. I did not hear her testimony, so I can't comment on that. But God bless you for doing this, Mel.
No problem.
I mean,
Some people.
I mean, how do you feel?
You want to know? Okay, well, some people. Johnny, about that whole thing. So he's getting a lot of love. Like, I was looking at the chat, he was getting a lot of love. Like I said, I definitely, to me, it felt long-winded. People are saying that's how he talks. People are saying that, like Terry was calling, she said that she doesn't think that that's going to work to his disadvantage. But I really believe, like you're saying, because I feel like that's what I've seen him do with some of the other witnesses. I feel like they're probably just taking notes. And because all they're doing, and I'm just trying to see from their perspective, they're probably just taking notes.
Yeah.
Any little slip up he's had, or I don't know, the wrong date or something about drugs, they're just writing it down. Yeah. And when they come to cross-examine, I guess they're going to pull up notes. They're going to pull up text messages, pictures, all this kind of stuff to try to discredit him.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I don't know if the talking is working for him or against him, because maybe he's saying too much. But I also think, listen, the first time I was feeling really strongly like that, and I still somewhat feel like that. But when I heard him come back the second time, I felt way more empathetic, at least towards the way he was growing up. And then as even if it's long-winded, just to see how these people took advantage of him, like I mentioned with this penthouse stuff and all that, it's just kind of like disgusting. I feel like a lot of people have gone through the whole thing of being taken advantage, and so that kind of does something too. But yeah, I don't know how this is going to work out for him.
I just wanted to end it on this note. Okay, full disclosure.
Mm-hmm. You support
I
Amber?
knew him in my 20s. I don't support Amber. I don't support. I'm
just
completely neutral.
Okay.
But, I know. I could care less, quite honestly. But my point is that I knew him many, many, many years ago.
Johnny?
He doesn't talk like that. Maybe, he doesn't speak like that. He is introverted. He is shy. He doesn't talk like that. He was very, quick. But he was also, most importantly, he really never gave a hoot about the money. It really didn't matter it really wasn't that. So when people jump in saying, taken advantage of, he is his own man. He is, he could say no when he wants. So I don't know if that's, I don't know, maybe painting a picture of somebody that is like laying on the ground and can't speak for themselves and is just being like completely abused. I don't know if that's going to work to his benefit either. So it should be interesting.
So let me ask you.
I don't know. I think I'm going to get some espresso.
Let me ask you something real quick before I let you go. So do you think he actually ever put hands on her? Like she's saying, she's stating.
Sure. Absolutely.
And do you think she put hands on him?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
I think it was a mutual toxic situation. So one's right, one's I think that they both are privy to their relationship. You know what I mean? And so I don't think it goes one way, or I think it was just a mutual toxic relationship. But somebody else also made a comment, and they said, in their opinion, that that if he wants to establish, and it really isn't about the money for him, but he wants to establish himself back in the Hollywood scene, make pictures again, get back into the this, that, the other. His testimony is not helping him. In their opinion, they felt that that he would lose this because he doesn't seem engaging. He seems quite out to lunch. I mean, come on. Again, we'll have to see how it plays out. It should be quite interesting. But I think all of us can identify or see or whatever. It takes two to tango. And so
I don't know. I don't know that I agree with that though. I mean, Well, I mean, okay. Well, I'm gonna leave you at that because I got to take the next. But the person's been holding for a while. But I really appreciate your call and the back and forth. And yeah,
And I
Thank
appreciate you, Mel.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. Thank you.
Honestly, what a wonderful channel you have, and thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care.
All right, darling.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye. Yeah, I know she was getting the chat riled up. I want to take this next person too because they've been holding for 14 minutes. I don't know. I'll talk a little bit about that after the call. 2 more calls. 954. How you doing? Where you calling from? Miami. Broward.
Oh, it says Miami, but I'm really
Summer.
Maryland.
Alvin, what's up, man? How you doing? It's a long time friend of mine.
How are you?
Good, bro. Did you see Johnny's testimony?
I saw his testimony, and I do agree with the chat that he is a stammerer, stutterer, and he is long-winded. I'm long-winded myself, but I guess puts the nail in the coffin for him is that stuttering, and he's really winding up his explanations. And I'm like, man, come on, get it out, Junior, get it out.
And you're a Johnny Depp fan. You love Johnny, right? Like you.
I love Johnny Depp, man. I was crying tears of pain hearing him talk because I have family members that are stutterers, stammerers, and I mean, the elephant's in the room. Like, hurry up, man, hurry up, just get it out. But you try to be patient, you try to be empathetic. I was like, man, Johnny, man, today, Junior. So, but Johnny, you know, they have pictures around like this pizzeria in my neighborhood growing up when I used to live in Florida. And I'm like, why do they have a picture of Johnny Depp? And like, oh, he used to live around here. I'm like, what? He lived in Miramar?
Yeah, Miramar. Yeah, I didn't know.
So I didn't know that either. He lived there for a little bit before going out to Hollywood. Now, him stuttering, I think it's years of drug abuse, just my personal opinion. Because, you know, if you're a heavy drug user, and I think he's talked lightly on it because I'm just seeing the aftermath. I was like, bro, you've been drinking, bro. You've been benching, bro, by yourself. And an introverts, they do a whole lot of naughty things behind closed doors.
What?
So, yes, they do. You can do whatever you want. No one has to see you. You all your skeletons are in your closet, introverts. So who knows what naughty things Johnny has been doing, you know, just to himself. So, and then Amber Heard, that part when she said that, you know, she wasn't hitting him, like she didn't punch him, she was hitting him. She said, I didn't hit you. I didn't punch you. I was hitting you. And then Johnny says, you clocked me. Like, you left me holding my cheek. So, listen to this testimony. I agree with the last caller. It kind of hurt him, but not in the way that she may think, perhaps. Like, I don't think it was like a punch in the stomach type of hurt, but it was his explanation. So you're just seeing the aftermath. And I was like, well, who's going to hire this guy if he's stuttering through his lines? But then he says himself, he stutters, but when he's acting a part.
The character, yeah. I thought that was so interesting.
So,
yeah.
I've heard that too. I've seen people do that where you can sing a song, but when you actually talk, you're stuttering. Or like how people speak in different accents or sing in different accents, stuff like that. So pretty much, I'm just overjoyed seeing Johnny and outside of his element like this, like a normal Johnny, like even though he has, you know, he has miles on him. And another thing is, what do you think about the age difference? Because they say like he's like a father figure to Amber.
So how old is Johnny? Johnny Depp he's like 70 something, right?
No, he's in his 50s.
Oh. All right, 58, and then Amber Heard, 35. Okay, so how many years is it? It's 58, 35. I can't do math. Yo, the chat's probably. I don't even want to look at the chat right now. I'm afraid to look at the chat.
35.
58 minus 35, so 23-year difference. I don't know.
Yep.
I feel like when you got money and things like that, and you got status. I mean, I guess that kind of happens. I mean, and then maturity level too. I don't know.
It is the maturity level, the status, the wealth, the fame. But as the last caller said, Johnny doesn't really care too much about the fame like that. But You know, he would have been 23 years old when if that was his daughter. He would have been 23 when he had her. And I was like, yes, that is childbearing age, but maturity level. But you know, they all mess with each other in Hollywood. Believe it or not, it's very ancestral. So
the Elon Musk and all of James Franco and God knows who else. I guess it's not surprising to you, right? I guess like with getting with Amber, supposedly.
Getting with Amber, she's been around the block. Now with this Me Too movement and slut walk, you can't really talk about a woman's promiscuity anymore. So you can't shame her for dibbling and dabbling like that. But apparently she was a married woman doing that. So that we can frown on.
The ladies love Johnny, man. They said even if he was 70, they'd still do him. That's what that said.
Of course. One is always willing.
Yeah.
But Amber, yeah, she's a firecracker.
So let me ask you. So do you think he's ever put hands on her, or you think it's just like her, like she's the manipulative one? She's put hands on him and like manipulating, abusing him.
Well, yes and no. Yes, like is he just like an abusive drunk and he'll just slapping people? The reason why I say yes and no, the yes part is because he gets a little bit agitated when he's drinking. You saw him slamming cupboards. I'm like, who slams a cupboard? You know, they sometimes slamming cupboards, slamming refrigerators, they automatically close. You don't need to add extra oomph to that. And so he was doing that, and I think she's manipulative, like sneaky, set up manipulative.
Yeah.
And also she uses all her womanly charms. Like she's what do you call it? She's a Venus flytrap. Amber. I get the sense that she's a Venus flytrap, and if you get into her, she's gonna ruin you.
Yeah.
Like she has that look in her eye, like if you get into me, I'm gonna mess you up.
She looks so prissy too, like her facial expression is just like cocky, entitled, like just
snooty, you know, nose up in the air. You can't tell
Mm-hmm.
me nothing. It's my way or the highway. Very entitled, very I get what I want, and you can't tell me nothing. That's Amber. I get what I want, and no one can tell me nothing. Not even you, Judge.
Damn. All right, bro, man. Well, I appreciate the call, man.
All right, thank you.
All right,
and
Alvin.
take care, and good channel.
All right,
Great
man.
channel.
Peace. I've known him for a very long time. We have really interesting conversations. 209, sorry. Thank you for holding. 209, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Junie. I'm calling from Modesto, California.
Hey, welcome. What are your
Hi.
thoughts?
Well, I have a son who is very, very, very introvert. And when I could tell when Johnny's on the stand, he acts like my son does. When he doesn't like to be in the center of attention. He does not like to be in the front of, anything. I actually had to pull him out of school in 6th grade because when he had to go up in front of the class and speak, he gets a stutter and he starts to overtalk. And it got to the point where he would faint.
Oh, wow.
And I could see the anxiousness and all of the over talking is kind of like a defense mechanism for him. And when he gets a little too anxious talking about something, you can tell his stutter gets stronger and he starts to jumble up words and get mixed up in what he's saying and trying to stay in the moment. But he's just so overwhelmed with his anxiety and just everybody looking at him and trying to stay calm in the moment that you can just tell that it just takes over a little bit and he starts to kind of glide off focus. And so I think that's part of why he's rambling a little bit.
I feel like I did get a little nervous vibe, which it's just kind of surprising, I guess, but like like you said, he's one thing in character and he's another thing in person.
Yeah, when you're an actor and you're in front of all the music, the video cameras and stuff, he can get into a different state of mind. He doesn't have to be himself. He doesn't have to present himself. You know, he can be the character. So in the movies, you don't see that because he's someone else. But when he has to be up front and has to be himself and try to show himself being vulnerable and open and all that, it kind of would make someone anxious like that. And so I kind of sympathize with him because I have a son who deals with that. And so to me, I could see it in him, you know, and I also sympathize with his family situation. I had a very abusive mother. You couldn't breathe in another room, and somehow she would hear it, and it would set her off. And then my father, very quiet, very, you know, didn't say anything, tried to stay in his room, tried to separate from his family, you know, and so it's his, you know, family dynamic, I can understand. And in that, I ended up going into very manipulative, narcissistic relationships. And so I can see right through Amber. You know, she's seen and she knows him personally. She got to know him from the beginning and was playing on that. And so I've been through that, you know, and people keep saying, well, he could have said no. He could have said no. When you're in a narcissistic relationship, they're going to say, well, my friend needs a place to stay. And then if you don't agree, they're going to make it impossible to live with them.
Right.
You know, they're going to make it to where, you know, anything you do or say, they're going to jump on you. They're going to move somebody in even without your knowledge and say, oh, they're here. You're going to have to deal with it. You have no say so. You know, and then if you try to say, well, I don't want them here, then you're the bad person. You know what I mean? Right. And so they're going to take advantage of that. And you can just see the narcissism. You can see she's very controlling. And Johnny's, you know, just like my father and just like his own father and just like me, he's not going to rock the boat because we've learned not to rock the boat with those type of people.
Right.
We're going to take it until we can't take it no more. And then Johnny got to the point to where he couldn't take it anymore, you know. I went through a very abusive relationship just like it for 15 years.
Wow, a long time.
And yeah, and I have 2 kids by this person. And it was very hard to try. And, you know, when you have kids, even though his aren't with her, they were still integrated into her life and around her and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to separate children during that time. And you try so hard to make it to where, you know, your household isn't hard to live in. And try and be, okay, maybe it's me, maybe it's me, maybe it's me. And then after a while, you start to notice, wait a minute, it's not me. No matter what I do, I can't make them happy. You know, and until that switch hits, you don't see the red flags. You don't see the manipulation. You don't see the narcissism. You don't see them controlling every aspect of your life like that. You know, and she even tried to do it after he had left. She's like, well, okay, now I'm going to do something else. You know, my ex did that with my children. He tried to use my children, you know, in our separation. You know, he tried to manipulate the court system through that way. And, you know, he was a drug addict and alcoholic. And, you know, he could present himself as someone that was a saint to just about anybody he knew, you know. Yeah. And so being two-faced like that comes natural to them.
Well, thank you. I
So-
appreciate the call and sorry for your experience.
Thank you. It's something that I've learned and grown from, and it's something that I can relate to other people with. So it's not something I find as a burden or I'm not a victim. I moved out of it, and now when other people go through it, I can tell them, hey, you can get out of it. You can be stronger. You can get out on the other side. It's okay.
Well, thank you. Appreciate your call.
So,
Take care. All right?
thank you.
Thanks.
I love your show.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Interesting calls. We had a bit of fun with some of them, just kind of poking a little bit around, having some fun. Man, I guess that's it for today. I'm going to go relax. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. Please hit like on the way out. I guess tomorrow we'll be back and we'll see what happens with Johnny's testimony. I don't know how much longer it's going to be on Johnny's side before they switch to the cross. But yeah, we'll be here at 10 in the morning. All right. So you guys have a good night. Take care. Peace. Adios. Bye.